Give me something so I can put it up on stream. I have nothing.
I did. I already did, Kyle. Every single week. You should give me. Kyle, I already have.
Oh, come on. Cut me some slack. I've got like 3 months.
No.
Maybe 5.
I have no intention of cutting you some slack.
Oh, that's a
What
good picture.
What do you say we go next year to London and meet Sargon, play some Warhammer 40k and shit?
There we go.
I've already suggested we go to Warhammer World at the same time, just to really cause a stir.
What is Warhammer World?
It is the place where the most people will screech at us.
But nobody screeched at me when I went there.
That is impressive.
Nice.
That's very nice.
Right.
I'm up for it though. Yeah.
Does everyone has access to the link channel by chance?
Let me take a
Link
look.
channel? Yeah, I can see it.
All right, because we'll pop things in there so we know what we're looking at.
Wait, guest chat? I don't have access to the link chat.
I will
I
sort
see
it.
Link channel. God damn it.
So, we have all gathered here today to give thanks to our Lord and Savior. Potentially, at least.
Let's hope.
Who has just finished his great work of eating, I think the current number was around about 50%, with layoffs still ongoing.
25 were supposed to happen regardless of the takeover, so he's technically just doing 25.
It's something
Alright,
like
so-
3,500 people, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
people for a website, yeah.
That's fucking beautiful. It's like,
Out of a total of 7,500.
I mean, literally, this is what I would do if I was put in charge of Twitter.
You just purge all the people that don't actually contribute anything to the company.
Jesus. I'd probably purge a few that did.
Yeah,
Just
you can always...
set an example.
I would be purging so hard and so furiously. It's just inevitable that I'd accidentally get some of the useful people.
Got to build it from the ground up, after all.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, absolutely. And I also want to point out, right now, every Twitter employee is banned from the offices. The only people in Twitter HQ is Elon and his techs.
Great, isn't it?
Yep. I'll send you another link here and put that there as well. I'm going to double link it. So we got this from Tim Pool, who had this leaked to him. This is the 2 firing emails, or the firing and the you get to stay email.
Literally says you're fired.
Well, that I think.
that's not.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
that was
not-
Tim
Alright.
Pool adding it.
Oh, right,
I
okay.
think.
But
question
But
mark.
what I
You
love
say-
the
Well, I
most,
don't know.
this is exactly what you get for a TOS violation on YouTube. Like a lot of words, and you're like,
Yeah,
is it?
Look,
Yeah, like, look
Twitter
at that, it's like
employees,
one,
right?
two-
Calm down, hang on. Twitter employees, don't think of this as firing. Think of it as your job has been permanently suspended, pending review, and the review has come back, and Elon has said, "No, sorry, we think you should be permanently suspended." That's all it is.
It's a tragedy, really.
You are promoted to customer.
But no, think about every time you get your account suspended, it's permanently suspended. Well, a suspension definitionally is temporary, right? So I'm fucking terminated, you shit. Say it. Tell me the truth. Stop hiding behind a flowery language.
Oh, you know why they did that? Because initially they didn't expect to terminate people, so they still have like the old system in place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So in these two, we actually get the lowdown on what's happening, because they mention that they're locked out of the Twitter treehouse, which is their internal social media. They're also locked out of the building itself. Offices will reopen again on the 7th of November, and until that, there's only Elon and his boys in there.
I'd just love to hear it.
Which is also, okay, all right. There's been a lot of people crying about this shit. Like, oh my god, like Twitter is burning. It will never be safe. Okay, right now, Twitter is staffed by Elon and 11 fucking dudes, and Twitter is working just fine.
That's still running.
Amazing, isn't it?
I seen some bugs though, like when you talk in DMs to people, you're seeing them type, and you have to refresh the page to actually see what they said. So there are a few glitches though.
Really,
That-
it
that's
took
an old bug.
3,000 employees to make that happen.
I sincerely doubt it.
Exactly.
To stop V from refreshing on occasion, we need 3,000 people.
No, I think
Well,
I'll just make V refresh.
Here, Arch, I'm going to drop this in the link channel.
Mhm.
All right,
Go
let's
ahead.
take a look.
Pull that up if you don't mind. That's from Elon himself, where he says there seems to be 10 people managing for every one person coding.
Holy
Yes.
shit.
But he
Yes.
fired a
sounds-
bunch of the engineers anyway.
That sounds like a Californian corporation, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It does.
It
You know,
sounds
the
like
average-
every large corporation I've ever seen, frankly, because this is what happens. Like every department starts whinging about resources, and as you give them resources, 5 people are employed to whinge about more resources.
Do you know what the average wage at Twitter is? Was
Probably a lot.
Frighteningly much.
Was it 15,000?
$150,000
$150,000.
Oh,
Jesus.
$150,000. Okay, well,
Average fucking wage. So half of them were on more than that.
wow.
And then,
and I imagine-
think. Sorry, before we go on, right? What's the one thing that has been notably fucking absent from the remaining Twitter employees? That's right, solidarity. There hasn't been a fucking walkout, right? There's been no, oh, we stand with our fired employees. We're on a strike until you guys bring back those fired. None of that shit, because they're on 150 grand a year and they don't want to give it up.
oh, and not just that. That's just the icing on the cake. I'll put this in the link channel too, so Carl can bring it up.
Okay.
Perks. So you get free food. You can work from home for however long you want to. You have reimbursement for phone bills up to $1,200 per year. The company also buys you a new cell phone every 2 years. You get medical care. You get education subsidies if you're working there from school, etc. Like the 150,000 is just the start.
So the question then is, where does all the money for this come from? Because Twitter's never been profitable.
Well, there's
we
the
know
other
why.
big thing.
Well, yeah, we know why, but like, where's the money?
I'm going to run Kyle ragged today. Just go to the links, yeah, like Kyle.
I've got it. I
I've
got
seen
it.
this one too.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Where did the money come from? Loans and investors. Because Elon addressed this regarding Twitter's reduction in forces. Unfortunately, there's no choice when the company is losing $4 million a day.
Ooh.
That's what I mean. Where's
Like,
this
sweet
money
baby
coming from?
Jesus. $4 million is more than any of us will probably see in, not lifetime maybe, but in years and years and years and years. And this is per day.
I mean, in one go, let's say. You know, we're never going to see that in one go.
Yep. Like, hell, I would say that most people are probably like, this is a couple of decades worth of wages, at least.
Yeah.
Didn't he get security to escort the people in charge out of the building? I mean, to humiliate them.
I hope so.
That would be security. Get them out.
Yeah, like literally, I believe the lawyer lady, the one with Tim Pool, and some others were like escorted by security out
Oh,
of
the Indian woman. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Gad. Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
I hope so. God, I hope so. There's no pictures of that.
You know, there is the joke on the Twitter. It's like women don't have penises and Twitter doesn't have a vagina.
Well, so they got rid of like the trust and safety team as well, right?
Yes, in fact, I believe I had a thing of that too.
I've got one right here, Arch, if you don't mind.
Again,
Oh, yeah, go
exactly
ahead.
what I would do on day one.
Kibbs, check that out. Twitter's
Alright.
curation team, which is responsible for highlighting and contextualizing the best
And the
events and
misinformation
stories.
team is gone.
They're gone.
Yep.
And
Even more.
Yeah.
So this guy had about like a little bit of a bigger list. The curation team, the human rights team. Why the fuck does Twitter have a human rights team? Along with the ethics and transparency and accountability team.
Oh, I love it. Elon comes in as like ethics, human rights. I don't think so. You're fired.
Oh goodness.
And there was another team which concluded that Twitter favors right wingers over left wingers. They got fired too.
Yep.
Well, that's because they're liars. The lying team.
I mean, like, look at this. So, Shannon Raj Singh, yesterday was more on Twitter. The entire human rights team has been cut from the company. Like, let us just ask the simple question. Why is
What
there
is a
even
human
a
right?
person employed for Twitter human rights?
Well, great question, but I'm glad they're gone.
Like it's so ridiculous. Like there was, and again, this is what I mean with corporate bloat. There was an entire team at a social media company dedicated to human rights. It is stupid.
Yep. It's because all the money that was feeding into that company, though. Like, it just made parasites, latch onto it. And everybody wanted a free job, a free gig with their friend,
Exactly.
Instead of fact checkers, now users get to write stuff, and Elon got fact checked, Joe Biden got fact checked, the White House got fact checked, and they pulled off one of their tweets because it was like just complete bullshit. So now,
Sorry,
the people are
saying
fact checking.
Fact checking is working as intended now.
Yes, like literally now people are fact checking. It's like having a comment section, and the best comments get to be the top.
Perfect.
If you want to see an actual physical representation of the bloat, here, Kibbs, look at that. Look at how many people are part of the curation team.
That's the curation team? Are you kidding?
Yeah. They're
Jesus
called the
fucking
Tweeps. Tweeps are what they call these people.
My God, I hate it when companies give you a family name, like the Tweeps.
Yes, the Google family, you have like the Google hats and stuff. Yeah, all that shit.
More like the twats.
You know that there's a video with one of these ladies going to work at Twitter, and she's like, "Oh, so I've been on the roof, and I did a little bit of sunbathing, and this is the room where we relax, and blah blah blah." And like, where the fuck are you doing your work? Like, what are you doing?
It was
at Twitter?
LinkedIn, yeah.
Well, there's been
There was
two.
one
I think
Twitter.
the one V is referring to wasn't actually Twitter. It was at Meta. So Facebook.
No.
No,
There
it was
from
Twitter, the one I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was. I saw that one, and the thing is, it's like that's bold putting that up literally days before Elon Musk buys the company. Like, you put this up not thinking, hang on, is this going to make us look bad? Is this raging capitalist going to come in and be like, no?
Yeah, like literally, she was going to Twitter like she's going to have fun at the gym, and she was just showing the facilities and like how much fun she's having, and I'm like, okay, but like, when are you working? What is your job?
And your new boss has Twitter; he can see this.
That was a mistake, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if she got
I
fired.
I knew a guy who worked at Twitch
didn't
10
do any
years
work.
ago. And 10 years ago, it was like this at Twitch. I wonder I have no idea what it's like now, but 10 years ago, they were doing this shit.
Man, you know there's an alternative universe where Elon Musk buys Twitch rather than Twitter? Like, I would want to live there. Just for the lulz, like the amount of salt.
All right, let's bring that up.
I also want to say this is the best response. Their Twitter employees just go and find another job, just like he told us to do when jazz became mandatory.
Learn to weld.
Not only that, but like Twitter is responsible for so many people getting canceled, right? Like so many people getting fired and persecuted. I mean, it is the one company where people got fired for tweets they made 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's like a tweet from 2009 where you made an edgy joke. Oh, you lost your job. You're fucked.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not
So-
considered bullying and harassment on Twitter. Like, you can encourage a mob to fire someone and it's fine.
In Twitter's defense, that's not their fault necessarily, but it is the platform on which this is all facilitated. So,
A selective enforcement of TOS. Like, for example, if I were to rile up a group and try to get Sargon the platform, like, that's not against the TOS on Twitter. So yeah, it is their fault in a way.
yeah, no, fair.
Speaking of that, Sargon, have you applied to get your accounts back?
Yeah, but I saw that Elon posted that due to manpower shortages, they didn't have time to go through the appeals. But he said he was putting up some sort of counsel before unsuspending accounts.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I applied for like 4 of my accounts to come back.
Yeah,
I want them.
All of them.
At least one.
yeah,
Oh, there's a website you can apply.
yeah. It's called Twitter.
yeah.
You know, I never got banned. I never got banned off Twitter, ever.
Oh, really?
Why are you on
Yeah.
not V?
Oh, it's real
Because
V.
the
You did
previous
get-
one was shadow banned. That's different. But like having an account terminated,
Oh.
that
Oh.
didn't happen.
Right. Okay. Well, lucky you. Looks like we
Because
found
I
the real
believe
communist.
his wording was that it would take another few weeks to set up the system for reviewing people who were banned for quote unquote Twitter terms of service violations.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess, they don't want the ISIS terrorists and stuff to come back.
I mean, that's the thing. Some people were banned for a
They're
reason.
still on there.
Yeah.
They're still on there, really?
Yeah, they're
Taliban
still
fucking on
there.
there.
I don't believe you. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, no,
The
no.
Taliban are on there.
They really are still on there, B.
Yeah.
The Ayatollah's still on there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Calling for
Previous
death
president
against
of the United
Jews.
States, though.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, they're all there.
Well, I guess Caddy is still on there as well, so.
Yeah.
Christ.
But Donald Trump, oh no. Oh, no.
Do you know that the ADL is gravely concerned?
Well, incidentally, right, this is where Elon Musk actually gets to flex his mental power, because him turning into a subscription service is a very, very good idea. Because one, he's just he's monetizing their addiction, right? Mm-hmm. They all need Twitter. The journalists, I mean, I saw a thing on the TV the other day, a TV clip, where they were like, well, I mean, this is like a journalism tax. What are we going to do without Twitter? And it's like, yeah, what are you going to do without Twitter? That's a great question. You are fucked.
Do you know that...
But the thing is, the second thing is the threat of advertiser boycott suddenly disappears into the ether, doesn't it? So what advertiser boycott? We've got millions of people subscribing. Sorry, fuck off.
Well, the interesting thing is that there was a person today which posted that Twitter would give verifications for up to $15,000 in private. So if you pay Twitter up to $15,000, you would get a verification.
Well, no, it was only $8 a month, wasn't it?
No,
that's
before Elon.
Before.
Right?
It's
Yeah,
Before
really?
Elon came on.
You could bribe.
Yeah. There was like under
Yeah.
the table. Do you have it, V? Do you have the link? I think I have it here in my.
I can
collection.
look for it. If not, you can put it. But it doesn't surprise me because I knew this was going
Here
on.
it is. Here it is.
I didn't even hear about that.
Here, pull that up, Kibbs. That's from Loping. Twitter verification has a price tag, 15,000.
Gotta be careful with low pings content, okay?
But how will poor people be able to be verified, you guys? How will poor people be able to afford it?
Well, that's been the best bit, though, isn't it? It's watching the aristocrats screech and whine over the fact that their privileges are being taken away.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
No, it's not even taken away. It's like given to other people. I guess.
Well, it's not a privilege if everyone has it.
I guess, yeah.
Like they want the exclusive club just for them. They're better than the peasants. It's like, oh fuck.
Didn't you have a video back in 2014 pointing out this exact thing?
I mean, probably, but I can't remember anything from 2014, really.
Well, you made the
You
video.
gotta remember as well. This is their network. This is more than just their club in name. This is their literal club, because the Twitter blue checkmarks used to have access to the special in and out messages.
Yeah.
This was a special way for them to coordinate with each other, and we know they did this. Even back in the Gamergate days, there were massive dumps of their private correspondence with one another.
Good point.
You know that Elon can now leak that shit to the media?
That'd be funny.
I mean,
What,
he
the
has
media?
access
What?
to their DMs.
Elon could just post it on Twitter.
Well, no, because then it's like a breach of confidence or whatever. You
Breach
can
of the
just
terms
leak
of
it to
service?
Fox
What?
News. No. It's like you don't want people to think that your DMs are monitored. But yeah, like if you leak
But
it to
your
a journalist-
DMs are monitored.
Anything
Yeah.
you type on the internet is stored somewhere.
Yeah, but if you link it to like Fox News and stuff, it's like look what the New York Times is talking about.
Twitter
And
DMs
you are
aren't even
right,
encrypted, though.
They
I
are
think
panicking. I stole this one of Sargon, who posted it in our super secret conspiracy chat.
Okay.
This was the little video clip with the guy who's like, Twitter is a house built on sticks and will crumble at any moment, which is a damning condemnation against the 7,500 people who have worked there.
It's only been, 15 years? Something like that Twitter's been up?
Yeah. And it's a house built on sticks, is it?
It'll just fall over, okay?
Unbelievable. How
Concern
useless
intensifies. Did you notice that journalists are always concerned? It's like part of the job of being a journalist.
Well, they're concerned
And
about their
it's-
own jobs now.
It's gotten even. No, unironically, like one of the arguments he made was like, listen, the election's coming up and it's going to be really difficult to get verifiable information on Twitter. Like, fucking journalist.
Yeah.
This is your job. So, but Twitter, though.
My job is literally to sit on my ass and look at Twitter and see what other people have found.
Yeah.
Oh no, people talking to each other, that will end democracy. If people just speak to each other, what will we do?
They have to go through me, I'm their intermediary.
Well, right. Okay, so V brings up the spicy sausage, doesn't he? Flops it out on the floor right there.
He did.
The threat to democracy. Because the DHS stuff appeared recently, and I mean, fuck, it's an open secret. Like, Jack Dorsey, as I posted it, has literally already told us this. Like, we know.
But the White House told us this. Like, during the pandemic, they actively said, like, what is it? The circle back lady. She was like, oh, let's circle back. We're going to get... Yeah, we actively work with social media to get them to censor shit. Like, this is not an info dump. Like, it is known, Khaleesi.
Zuckerberg admitted it as well.
Mm-hmm. No, we absolutely know. And I think it was Zuckerberg who said specifically that the reason why they censored the Biden laptop was because in 2016 the FBI had fucking arrived at their offices and went like, hold on, there were Russian bots influencing the election, so here's what to look out for in the future.
Come back to me when you've got a legal document. FBI, fuck off.
That's the spirit.
Yep.
Well, I'm not really interested in what the Clintons' private army wants from me at all. To be honest. Why would anyone? But I suppose I'm not in Silicon Valley with a bunch of intimidating men in front of me. So
that's the thing, isn't it? Because of course the Biden administration is currently arguing in court, mind you, as well, that they didn't make the social media companies do anything, and I'm sure theoretically that's correct.
That's just the mafia, you know.
Yeah, the mafia doesn't make you do it.
Exactly.
They're like, if you don't pay your protection fees, well, we can't guarantee you'll be protected.
It'd be a damn shame if something were to happen to your lovely storefront.
Nice social media network you have here.
As they pull out the
something
bat.
happened to it.
And again, too, like you cannot underestimate the institutional pressure that is levied upon a company when a bevy of fucking FBI agents show up at your door.
Yeah.
There's even one of the leaked documents saying, like, we don't understand why private corporations are so reluctant to work with the government, but moving forward, they're going to have to get used to blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, we don't understand why corporations in the United States, which is supposed to be a free country, are reluctant to fascism, but moving forward, blah, 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 blah.
You know, coming back to the Twitter losing $4 million a day, right? Does anyone remember that famous photo of Jack Dorsey coming out of, like, the Senate hearing or something, and Alex Jones confronting him?
Oh, yeah, I remember it. It was like a Renaissance painting, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hound.
Got a picture?
I'm just looking for it now. But it was such a fucking iconic... Here we go. Yeah, I've got...
Dump it in the links channel and Carl will bring it up.
Yeah. You'll probably have to find... That's just like the first...
I got
you know, there is one person that can't afford...
this.
So this always stuck in my mind, right? Because it's a fascinating thing. And it was Jack Dorsey's concentration that always fascinated me. Like, what is on his mind, right? And clearly, the revelation that Twitter loses $4 million a day, right? That is just astounding. And so now it puts everything in perspective, doesn't it? So why do these people jump when they're told to jump? And it's well, because the people telling them to jump are the people literally paying to keep their platforms alive. You know, there is no Twitter if these people don't funnel him money. And so if he doesn't do what he's told, he doesn't get the money. And therefore, his platform dies and he is a nobody again.
Probably in debt as well.
Probably in debt. Although it's probably, you know, he's a limited company. So if he walks away, he doesn't have to shoulder the debt. But you see how it starts all adding up now. It's like, well, actually, like, you know, these people have got a lot hanging over them, and there's little that they can do, really.
You know who can't pay the $8 for a blue check mark?
AOC?
Alex Jones.
That's true. He's $1 billion in debt right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, good point.
See, this picture has only gotten better with age, because here you have one man, like, surrounded by lawyers, protected by a cop. Then you've got another actual journalist, and I'll call him that, going, "Hey, I have a question." A few years later, that person is $1 billion in debt.
That's a great point.
Yes,
This
the wrong
again-
question.
The fucking Alex Jones judgment. Like, okay, yeah, the whole Sandy Hook thing, I think he fucked up. But $1 billion?
Like, that's more than Poland. How much does Germany have to pay to Poland?
No. Like, he's getting sued again. And apparently it's twice as much as Germany has to pay to Poland.
Yeah, so Alex Jones twice as bad as the Nazis in the estimation of American courts. Right, okay.
Again, the way to fix US debt is like put the entire US debt on Alex Jones and then get rid of him.
Why not? At this point, it functionally makes no difference.
Yeah. But this whole thing has just been crazy, really. And I tell you, Elon Musk taking over Twitter is probably the greatest thing that will happen this entire year. Like this is monumental, frankly.
Oh, definitely.
They
And the
don't
thing
know
is-
the damage.
The thing, too, is this is only the beginning. Because I think Elon went into this thinking, okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, right, there's some polarization here and there. But then he gets in power, and he posts this tweet. Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue due to activist groups pressuring advertisers.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
I think he knew. I think this is just circus. Like, he already talked about the subscription model because he knew that the advertisers would pull out. And this is just him farming goodwill from the people.
I don't think he could have known how bad it was, though. Like, he
I
probably
agree.
expected it to be fairly rough, But he's probably thinking, right, that's okay. We can just turn this around, get a bunch of advertisers, encourage people to join the platform, and then boom. And now he's looking at the fact that, again, like, the whole thing shows that Twitter is not a company. It is an organ of the international regime that is funneling money into it in order to maintain a left-wing hegemony over the platform. And that's what they're screaming about losing. That's what they're really bothered about. And so now they won't be able to lie to people using Twitter. And Twitter was basically the main organ of it.
I mean, in America, yes. In other places of Europe, we don't use Twitter. We use Facebook.
No, but your politicians use Twitter.
No. In Romania, no. Facebook.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But like in the West and like lots of other places, it's the fact that the politicians and the media class are all on Twitter. This is how the narratives are disseminated to the elite. That's the thing. This machine controls the elites of the entire Western world. Like, all of British politicians are corrupted by Twitter use. You can see it in their concerns, and it's just like, I know this is just a Twitter narrative you guys have picked up. I know it is, and it's constant and unremitting. And now Elon Musk is in control of it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's fucking glorious.
And he is beginning to realize just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Like, I unironically hope that this will radicalize him a bit. As he realizes, holy shit, the size of the problem.
Yeah. Free speech and populism. Well, good luck with that, Elon, because you have just kicked the biggest nest of fucking elite hornets you've ever seen. And I hope you're ready for the fight, mate. Because they're going to come for you. Like,
He thought he's buying a company. He bought the war.
exactly. That's exactly right. He did indeed buy a war, and it's against literally everyone who matters.
And this is despite that he has also said that he hasn't even been in power long enough to change anything. The same terms of service, the same content moderation stuff, everything remains entirely unchanged, and yet the advertisers are already dropping out. Which, again, to a money person like Elon, is a very clear message. It's not about the money you earn us, it's about where you stand.
Yeah. It's about obeying us.
Do you think it's going to get demonetized, like payment processors pull away from Twitter?
Maybe. I mean,
Apple
there's
and Google take Twitter away.
Maybe they could end up going to bank deplatformings and stuff like that. I think that's the reason that Elon is so happy to say, "Oh no, we're going to keep content moderation and election integrity stuff and all that sort of stuff." I think that's why he's essentially paying lip service to all of this, because he knows if he doesn't, he'll get the Alex Jones treatment as well, the Kanye West treatment. I mean, Kanye West was a fucking billionaire.
Was, yes, that's a very important word.
Yeah.
Richest black person in the United States, yeah.
In the history of the United States. Not
And
just
what
in the
ruined
United States.
him? Was it white power?
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. But the thing with Kanye as well, like Adidas's profits were 40% of Kanye West. 40% of Adidas's profits were Kanye West sales. Like, so Adidas is taking a massive fucking hit here, you know. And so, and you can see,
you imagine the pressure that Adidas was put under in order to deploy from Kanye West?
Exactly, but you saw Elon posting memes of him and Kanye West until Kanye West was saying things that he shouldn't have been saying. And suddenly, Elon was like, oh, I better delete those. So, like, it's just very interesting watching the battle lines being drawn here, right?
Can you imagine if Kanye West hit his power level for a little bit longer?
Well, I mean, until what?
Until Elon and him would have merged with like Parler and Twitter.
I think the end result would have been the same, to be honest.
Probably.
I just hope that Kanye took out as much money as he possibly could in solid gold metal bars before he.
Well, you know, I watched a podcast where he was like, "Yeah, I've got $120 million in liquid cash in the bank. It's not as much as I could have, but it's enough, you know." So he was
120, yeah. Like, I don't think a person can spend more than that in a lifetime if you don't start businesses and stuff.
Well, I doubt he's got any debts or anything, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
but
he's obviously like, I'm taken care of.
It is very interesting you bring it up because, Elon is paying a lot of lip service to the people. He's been speaking to the wrong people. He has been promising things. And we'll have to wait and see how much of it turns out to be real. Because I do agree that I think he understands where he stands right now. Like, the media are circling. They are begging for the slightest fuck up. I mean, he tweeted that one article, which basically, it repeated the 911 call, which allegedly, we're on YouTube, allegedly, the Pelosi husband said that the man in the house was a friend or something to the emergency operators, which has since been widely disavowed by the media who once reported on that 911 call.
Yep.
And this is now him posting conspiracy theories, and there is wall-to-wall coverage of him posting conspiracy theories.
Even though you can literally listen to that call.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
There were many things that the media misrep. Like Politico made an article alleging certain things. We're on YouTube, so I can't say them. Yeah. And then also Politico were accusing people of quoting the Politico previous article.
Yes, I did see that. That was pretty beautiful. Oh, but yeah,
well,
like
this is the thing, right? So it feels like a lot of narratives, a lot of tension is becoming frayed, and it feels like there's a lot of desperation in the air.
I mean, the midterms are bloody nuclear this time around, because every prediction seems to suggest that the Republicans are going to take every seat of power, and then the presidential election come up, and we might actually be looking at a Republican triple majority in everything. Like,
yes,
I'd be scared if I was a Democrat.
I saw Nancy Pelosi. She put out a video saying she was saying a bunch of stuff. It's like blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, fair enough. And there was one line that really stuck with me. She was like, you know, we can say we did the best we could, and it's like, ooh, you know, it's coming. you know it's coming. Say we can say we did the best we could. Fucking hell, you're gonna get shanked, and you know it.
It's the
same question
thing,
then there. You're going to Dev V.
Wow.
I wanted to say that it is the same with what's going to happen with Bolsonaro. Like, the current administration is going to go through a recession. It's going to have really bad times. Like, nothing they can do is going to make it better. So, like, the backlash is going to be far worse. Like, the Democrats wanted this. You know, they wanted to govern during a time of a pandemic and a great recession. If they allowed Trump to have a second mandate, like, this election would have been a blue wave for sure.
Have you seen that Bolsonaro has refused to concede?
Did he?
Yes.
is that official? Because I know that he was being wishy-washy about it yesterday.
Today I saw a video from the Daily Mail where it's a speech from Bolsonaro. It's obviously in Portuguese, so I couldn't understand it. But the Daily Mail's captioning was Bolsonaro refuses to concede to Lula. It's like, ooh, here we go.
So I have, I'm going to have this person on my channel at some point, but I know somebody in Brazil who has been watching both sides, and both sides are getting quite violent right now in Brazil.
Careful,
the
'cause
Brazil
like-
situation is very confused right now, because even if you just like Google and like news Brazil, there'll be 2 articles suggesting that there's protests everywhere and that Bolsonaro is standing strong, and there'll be 2 articles that says that the protests are winding down, Bolsonaro has admitted defeat, etc.
By the way, YouTube updated its TOS, so careful about Brazil.
What was the update? Oh yeah, you're not allowed to claim.
Oh yeah, we're not saying that that Bolsonaro lost, obviously. You know.
Oh,
Obviously.
most perfect
so
election
in
in
terms-
history.
Yes.
in terms of
we're
the
just
actual-
commenting on the fallout.
Yeah.
This
So
sounds
in
so
terms of the
familiar.
protests, from what I've seen from this person who's in Brazil, what they've been showing me from the actual news there, is that both sides are claiming that the middle class is fighting for them in the streets, and they both seem to be true, because you can see protests where it's clearly like middle class people who are rioting and burning things down, but they're fighting on both sides. So both sides have decided to just fight now. I think it's just going to be a street battle.
Are you sure
Based
about
on
that? Because
Bolsonaro.
I've got
Come on.
some Brazilian friends too, and they think that this is all just gonna blow over.
I mean, it might.
Like, there's a lot of
But
conflicting
I
things
think it
down
will
there.
blow over. Yeah. Yeah,
Like
I agree.
they
with you.
have. They
'Cause
have their own version of the truckers, but they're actually being violent, unlike the Canadians.
This is
So-
what I heard from my Brazilian contacts down there, is basically that a lot of people in certain Brazilian positions are trying to appeal to Western media to spin it this way to make it look much bigger than it really is, in hopes for external support. Then actual like people are actually willing to do it. Like this might not be as big as we think it is.
But who would support Bolsonaro though?
I'm not sure.
Me.
I don't know why they're appealing to the U.S. government.
He does
but-
have like at least on the ground populist support there.
Dude,
No, but like
Bolsonaro
externally,
is Trump.
I guess.
But
yeah,
the thing
but
is,
like-
do you need external support if you've got millions of Brazilians who are rabid supporters of yours?
Well, assuming that there
I
are
mean, if the
millions,
other
probably.
guy also has millions of rabid Brazilians, probably
Well, that's the thing. Lula doesn't seem to have millions of rabid Brazilians.
he does seem to. That's
No,
that's what
they're
I've been
not-
hearing. Is that
He
they
has-
have their own street armies and they're all like going out there and fucking stuff up.
Yeah, but it's not the same. Apparently, I've also been like watching lots of streams with Brazilians. Apparently, Lula's support is among sort of the north, which is more ethnically diverse, shall we say? But they're not quite the rabid supporters that Bolsonaro has. Apparently,
Guess we'll have to see.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're
Things
gonna
will
see
play out in
very
the next
soon.
few days.
Yeah, very soon.
there are of course like communists, you know, who
Yeah.
are rabid Lula supporters. But
Gross.
with Bolsonaro, it seems that he literally has millions of supporters, which is why you could see his rallies. Like Lula wasn't getting massive rallies, Bolsonaro was getting the massive rallies. Bolsonaro's rallies were fucking ridiculous as well.
We'll have to see how it shakes out, but of course, as always, perfect elections. Nothing wrong with them at all.
Of course, yeah.
All elections are perfect, unless they're done in Ukraine, of course. Duh.
I don't know. We are allowed to criticize that one, aren't we? Yeah.
We're allowed to criticize those, the referendums.
Yeah.
Those are fine.
It's amazing how YouTube knows which the right ones are.
To be fair, that one wasn't particularly difficult, but yes.
Well, yeah, good,
Wow.
good point.
Wow.
Oh, heavens.
Previously, I would have put Brazil in that category, but YouTube has corrected me.
That's good.
There was also this one here from Andy No about that Twitter's engineering manager, which flings us right back to the issue, isn't it? Like like Twitter engineering manager. Like that fucking title. I hate it so much because you've now got a bureaucrat who's looking over the shoulder of the people doing the work and going, that's a really good job there, Joe.
I don't hate it because I mean, like, okay, you've got like 500 engineers. You're going to need someone to manage them. That's fair. You know that is reasonable. The problem is how many managers did they have for how many engineers? You know, like.
The classic picture.
It just keeps coming back. This is the second time now. But it's very perfect for the situation.
It kind of is. And so this guy is also claiming that this has radicalized him now.
Radicalized me, I tell you.
The question is, because there's also another aspect of this, and that's the lawyers seeing a big fat paycheck. As I think I've seen like 4 different legal firms right now going like, no, don't sign anything. Don't call us. We can sue Elon. Call us.
Turns out Elon was too clever for them, though.
That's the question. It's so he claims that he's offered severances packages that is 50% higher than the minimum, and then all of the lawyers are claiming the opposite because, of course, to them it's a paycheck either way, isn't it?
Well, I had to look into this. So, for a mass layoff of more than 20 people, according to California law, you have to give 60 days notice. Elon says he has given 90 days of paid leave, so that's 50% more than he had to. So he's actually being generous here. And I mean, what are they going to argue in court? That he hasn't? You know,
Well, that's a question.
like,
I
you know,
think what they'll argue is notice of the notice. Like, it sounds fucking retarded, but I've seen this before, where they claim that you're fired from the point where you received the notice, and so you should have received a notice that the notice was coming.
he can probably point to just social media statements that he's made where he's like, "Look, I'm going to fire you all, so get used to it."
Mhm.
Okay. Here, Arch, I've dug up a bunch of stuff. So, I do follow lefty Twitter a whole bunch because I want to see what the other guys are doing, right? And for a big meme for the past few days over there was that what was his name? Parag Agrawal. Yeah. So he was supposed to get like $42 million as a severance. It was in his contract. And the same with
Yeah, the highest number I've seen is 92, but yes, I get your drift.
Jesus.
yeah. And then there was also the policy head, the Indian woman who was on Joe Rogan with Tim
Gad,
Pool.
yeah.
Yep. She was supposed to get a whole bunch of money too. So there was this all the memes on lefty Twitter were all about how Elon's an idiot because you're going to be paying these people all this money for firing them. Well, it comes here. Pull this up here, Arch. Or sorry, Kibbs.
Yep.
It comes out that there might have been some loopholes that Elon Musk is exploiting to not have to pay them anything.
Let's assume for a second though, that he did have to pay them. I mean, it's a good job he's not the richest man in the world or something, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, he's got to pay $40 million. Dude, he pisses $40 million.
Pocket change, basically, yeah.
I also want to point out that, okay, let's say he has to pay this, right? That $42 million severance is 10 days of loss. That's how much money YouTube is bleeding right now. Like, you have to get rid of these people. How much do you think Parag Agrawal is paid?
Well, millions. How much value does he add?
0.
Negative, I would say.
And they're being fired for cause. That's the thing, because that's one of the loopholes. Because if you're just firing someone, then there might be all kinds of arguments. Because you're not allowed to fire people anymore. Like it's actually retarded, but that's the law. That's the law. But if he has a reason, he can fire them immediately with no severance package whatsoever. So the question is if he's found something actionable. And I mean, I'm assuming these guys should have some pretty hefty contracts behind them already. So, it's just to get a lawyer on it, sift through it, and find something that he hasn't done to the best of his ability.
Mm-hmm.
And considering, again, the whole fucking Twitter leadership thing. Like, 7,500 employees. I cannot get over that number. Half a dozen CEOs or more. I think there was like 6 or 7 of them, wasn't it? Each getting paid
like
in the
9
millions.
directors. 9 directors.
9 directors, thank you.
Right.
Each getting paid in the millions. And what has Twitter done the last few years? Like what? They have increased the character limit?
Barely,
It's not about that. It's about maintaining the Democrat narrative.
This is actually how I knew that
That's what it's for.
Elon is going to buy Twitter, because they had a couple of improvements lately, like some new features to the site, which shows that when a company is getting bought off, they start actually working to justify why they shouldn't get sacked.
Oh my! All right, time to bust
the
balls.
famous
Sure,
leaked conversation with Elon and Parag. What have you actually got done this week? Great question.
Silence.
What could Parag say? what do I do every week?
Well,
So-
you know, I come in the morning, I get a coffee and a pedicure.
I get a coffee. I get a fucking glass of wine. Like, they have wine on tap at Twitter. It's mad. It's literally adult daycare.
I don't think like any other workplace allows you to go drunk at work, but like at Twitter, you can literally get drunk while working.
Yeah.
Well, that was the same at LinkedIn too. We're like the mojito of the day. Like,
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oh fuck.
No,
These
I
people
think-
acting like they're on fucking holiday.
Yeah,
That's 'cause
they're
they
losing
are.
$4 billion a day, but they have mojito a day and the wine dispenser and
Because
all
they
that.
know they're going to get bailed out by
Yep.
international finance.
Like-
Oh,
because they're to
That's-
control the public
that's a-
narrative. That's the point.
Yep.
yeah, that's
well,
a
hold on.
beautiful point of it.
That-
Like, one moment, Deb. I need to
Sorry,
need to
sorry, go
fluff
ahead,
me
go.
for a second here, because
Wow,
that's actually a
okay.
genuinely great point right there. If I was working at a company that was losing $4 million a day, I would be fucking panicking. I would not think that I would have a job tomorrow. And yet these people are like, oh my god, we're getting fired? Like, lols, what?
Some of them are crying, by the way. Like I've seen
But
some
I don't think
footage
these
that-
people understand anything that has to do with economics or capitalism, let's be honest.
Well,
Or
the thing
they
is,
understand a little bit too well, like Sargon kind of pointed out.
Yeah, Sargon actually
But
nailed it
how
on
could
the head.
no. The average worker, I bet, knows nothing about capitalism, which is why they can't understand why they're being fired.
Yeah, true.
You know, like anyone who's ever had a proper job, or say like me, owns a company, knows exactly why Elon is just ruthlessly firing as many people as he can. Like, but these people, this is a giant shock, so they don't know anything about it, but they're just certain that the job's going to be there because it always has been there, and no one is acting like it's not going to be there. You know, everyone's acting, no, of course it'll be fine. Don't be stupid.
It's going to be forever. It's permanent. They become cushy and, bloated with themselves.
well, what's really interesting is that like for example, if you watch It's a Gundam's adult daycare series, or Sargon, you did some videos on it, I did some videos on it, of these people who have these really cushy jobs where there's just snacks and break times and relaxation rooms and ping pong and all this stuff. The actual coders at the company don't really get access to that stuff. It's all
do
like
they know?
HR. It's all HR, and it's all like people who do hiring, people who do managing. But if you're actually doing the work of the company, you don't get to have any of the orange water in the lobby or anything like that.
They picked the wrong
Isn't that
job.
at every
Worried about
single
that.
company? Like the HR is kind of like royalty, and if you're in California,
Mhm.
you're bound by law to have HR.
Yep.
Yep. Absolutely.
And also, HR is usually more left-leaning than the rest of the organization.
Well, of course,
More
because you
made up
have
of
to
women.
hire someone. Yeah, no, it's not just that, but you have to hire someone that went to like some sort of grievance studies. So they get
Yeah.
indoctrinated in the universities, and then you.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
HR departments are honestly a lot of the problem with ideological capture in these private institutions.
But they
It's all
are
HR.
also something like 85% women.
That's
Wait,
Yeah,
Sargon,
there's
do
no
you-
diversity there.
Sargon,
Yeah.
Sargon, do you have an HR department at Lotus Eaters?
No.
Oh, okay.
I have one.
It's
I
a
have
small
Pete.
company.
Is Pete HR?
Well,
But
technically.
like to be honest, isn't Discordia your HR like the
No, Pete is.
unofficial?
Pete.
No, Pete is. I keep saying we.
Yeah, he did say.
Oh.
Pete is our HR.
Okay.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Pete?
Is he a leftist or?
Yeah, is he male? Like,
Why would
are you
I
sure?
employ someone who is a fucking leftist? No, he is not a leftist, and he is a man. So
You-
yeah.
I'll tell you why. To keep an eye on. You
Well,
employ
thing
a
is-
leftist to keep an eye on them.
It is usually a legal requirement to have HR. Like, it's the same in Norway as well. But the HR manager at the family company is just an employee who's like, okay, Bob, you're HR now. What? Do I get paid extra? No.
That's exactly the
Extra
conversation I had with
responsibilities. No extra pay.
Yes. And
He
what
does a
what
good
is your
job.
job? Well, you got to refill the first aid cabinet occasionally. You know, check the date on those things.
That's human resources, after all. Gotta keep them working.
Yeah, That's exactly right. That's exactly it.
So I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is just another funny little thing. But speaking of managing and the actual systems itself, did you see that Elon got his Management 101 course at Twitter?
Really?
I would have fired the person who made that.
To be fair, it's probably like just the employee system who's like, oh, there's a new email added. Boop.
Yep, it just automatically sent it to him since he's a new manager, technically.
101.
So he has 30 days to complete Management 101.
Would have fired them just to make the point.
Got 30 days to do it. No rush. Just take your time, if you need help.
I mean, we're only paying
okay,
you $150,000 a year.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I've worked some blue collar jobs, and the first shift is you sit down, you get your first aid, your safety, all that, and then you go out and work, right? There's no 30 days to get trained.
No.
You get out there, you're gonna figure it out. Like some guy's gonna show you how to do it, and then after he's done showing you, you're expected to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's for companies that have to earn a profit.
That's true.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
That's for...
So someone in the chat says he actually did fire the guy that sent the email.
exactly as I'd run this company. What a king.
Right.
Got to make an example,
Yeah.
Let's see, I've dug this up here. Let me just find it real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a chat between Elon and some of the advertisers that have pulled out.
Ooh.
Let's take a look.
So check that out here.
Does someone want to read it out?
Where he said the fellow is it Lou Pascalis? He says, Elon, great chat yesterday. As you heard overwhelmingly from senior advertisers on the call, the issue concerning us all is content moderation and its impact on brand safety and suitability. You say you're committed to moderation, but you just laid off 75% of your moderation team. And this guy is this guy's a brand marketer. This guy's a brand marketer, and Elon just blocked him.
Wonderful. Not my problem, is it, brand marketer?
You know what I think? A lot of these brands weren't advertising so you get to see their product. Like, for example, Pfizer, right? They pulled, I believe, last week, right? Like, Pfizer doesn't need you to buy its products because the government buys them for you. But they could, they could give money to Twitter by doing these ads so that Twitter censors anyone that's against their interests.
It's kind of like buying into the club, right?
Kind of like, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, now that the club is gone and there's a new owner, they don't want to.
Can I just point out what an absolute king move this was? Like, not only like, oh, I'm going to whine at you now. Oh, you're blocked. What?
I love it when they get blocked. They view that as violence.
Ooh,
I forgot
free
which one
speech.
was it. Yeah. The journalist that sued Trump for blocking them. It's like Trump is doing violence, and they're like, "Motherfuckers, you're blocking people all the fucking time."
Yeah. But this is just such a funny exchange, man.
I love his fucking response, though. He's like, the chief twit just blocked me. Like, but this is my freedom of speech. He has to listen to me.
We're worried about brand safety and suitability, but you just laid off 75% of the moderation team. Blocked. Fucking what? Like, there could not be a more definitive response, right?
Go fuck yourself,
if Elon, I guess, had come around to his house and punched him in the face, like, literally spat in his face or something, it's just like, look, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear from you.
Well,
That's
there's a layer to this as well. There's a layer to this as well because it turns out that 75% stat is actually just a lie. Elon's only laid off like 15% of the people that they're complaining about.
Wow. Okay,
Sure
so they're blowing out of proportion.
15%?
Yeah, and so everyone's saying, "Oh my God, Elon's completely dismantling the misinformation and disinformation teams," and it's like he actually hasn't. He probably should more than he has, but he actually hasn't. So they're not complaining about anything that's actually real. They're just complaining that it's Elon.
Average leftist.
Blowing out of proportion, making shit up. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Again, so that's what I said earlier. Like, all of the vultures are circling right now, and they will take anything and run with it. And they don't care if it's true or not. Like, Deb, have you watched the news the last 10 years?
Yep. Their policy has always been throw as much mud at the wall as possible, hope some of it sticks. If it does, great. That's a victory.
It's like when
But
they
Elon-
first announced that the Twitter Blue was going to be $20, and everyone's like, well, that's ridiculous, because it was.
Mm-hmm.
But suddenly
Actually,
$8
the
looks kind of reasonable.
No. Like, what happened was, because I saw it in real time, Elon Musk spoke with that horror actor, Stephen King.
Stephen King.
And he,
Right.
he was like, it's,
The author, yeah.
He was like, yeah, it's like $20. And Stephen King is like, oh my God, like, what about poor people? And he's like, all right, now it's $8. And I'm looking at the richest man in the world. I'm looking at the richest man in the world, talking with a multi-millionaire, arguing about what is peanuts for them. You know?
But what I found funny about that is it was a way of kind of trumping him, because Stephen King was like, $20. Well, you should. Yeah, that's too much. You should be paying me. And so, okay, well now we're negotiating, aren't we, Stephen? It's not. I'm not going to pay for the verified checkmark. It's how much are you going to pay for the verified checkmark?
And you
know,
will
We've
pay.
established you're a prostitute. Now we're negotiating over the price. You know. And so Elon coming back with, okay, what, $8? And it's like, well, that's good. That's below half of what you were offended by.
Yeah.
I do think that they're all going to pay, though. Did you know
course
the
they will. Of
Sultan?
course they will.
Like, this is the funniest part. The Sultan, Erdogan, the president of Turkey,
Mm-hmm.
like he said, he's not going to pay for it. He's going to negotiate with Elon and strike a deal. And it's like, that's such a Turkish thing to do, isn't it? I mean, they have the bazaars and the haggling, you know.
Oh my God.
But the thing is,
Haggle a
like,
little.
if he's actually going to be losing leverage there as well. Elon, I swear to God, the paying for it is Elon's trump card, because right, and this is another great thing, right? Normally, so you know, Trump's got 100 million people following him. Okay, well, we'll deplatform Trump because we control Twitter. It's like, okay, but Elon's got 100 million people following him, and he owns fucking Twitter. You know, so now Elon's kind of immune to that attack. So, like, you know, like, oh, we won't advertise on your platform. It's like, great, I'll just get everyone to pay. You know, so now I've got, like, you know, however many millions of people giving me $8 a month. You know, I can make Twitter profitable, and you can take nothing away from your boycotts.
Yep. They have no power, no value.
And Elon is planning to pay horror author whose name I want to keep saying is Stephen King.
It is Stephen King.
Yes,
Is it Stephen King?
Yeah.
There you go.
He turns out to be a massive shitlib. It's insufferable.
Yeah,
But,
like
'cause-
literally every single fringe, far left, radical opinion you can think of. That's what Stephen King's stance is. Like, you don't have to check his Twitter. I just saved the time.
It's fucking embarrassing.
He's cringe as hell. Yep.
Because Twitter is also now aiming towards YouTube's throne, because he is introducing content creation with content creators being rewarded for it as well.
Yeah.
Which is it's a great move, because, well, how do you get more people on Twitter? Well, have more shit on Twitter that people want to see.
Yeah.
Like, it's not difficult. There's even a dude who makes a joke further down, like this one here. It's like, weld porn would have its day, give me a job. Like, unironically, no, you could. You can, like, okay, people are enthusiastic about welding, and that's a fucking nice weld right there. Yeah.
Dude, I
put
love
that up.
those welding videos on Facebook.
Exactly.
Facebook ambushes me with these fucking videos of some dude just making something, and I sit there and I watch it. Like, I enjoy it.
Yeah, like, unironically, just you can use Twitter, you can put up your content, your little pictures, your little fucking stories, and you'll actually get money for it. And Elon will be richer for it as well, because people will see this and go, well, that's really interesting.
Yeah. It's brilliant, to be honest.
It is.
I do know that Mr. Beast was in a thread with Elon, and he basically said you have to bring back Vine, because Vine was basically TikTok before TikTok and not Chinese owned. Twitter bought it and then just destroyed it and just closed it. It's like, well, why did you even bother buying it?
I mean, yeah, that'd be
So
under.
let's get rid of it.
Right.
Wait,
Yeah.
Ellen owns Twitter now, so that would be under its umbrella. So he would now have
Yeah.
access to that
Now,
IP,
yeah, now he owns Vine. He can revive Vine and make a video platform out of it if he wants.
and then we can compete with the Chinese market. Sounds like a win.
Now, the Vine thing, though, also does... that is something that does need to be touched up on with silken gloves when it comes to Elon. Because Elon's going to have every move he makes put under a microscope right now. And Vine was one fuck of a platform. Like,
it was a lot
people
of fun.
complain
What
about
do you mean?
YouTube being awful and dangerous, quote-unquote.
Vine was spicy, Very
Well, yeah.
Very.
On Vine, you can see people die sometimes. Yeah, but still,
Yes,
it was a
exactly.
fun platform.
They
It's
died.
it's a bad idea right now.
What are you
But in the
talking about?
future,
Future profits. There we go.
yeah.
hmm Absolutely. Like, there is no reason why he can't do this, because the reason why we don't have a YouTube competitor is because all of the alternatives are just that. They're alternatives. They aren't competitors. But Elon, he has the money. He has the network. He can get content creators, and he has the audience. He can actually make a platform that can stand up to the others. He just needs to, well, do it.
He's also got that sort of je ne sais quoi that you can't buy, right? He's got a kind of coolness about him that makes whatever he's doing hip and fashionable.
Yeah.
Like Kanye.
He can make everything about him.
Hold on. He had that one haircut that was kind of lame.
Which one?
That
Sure,
one
but,
haircut
like-
where he looked like the guy from Fifth Element.
Yeah, but that was a joke, wasn't it?
I don't think it was, and I think that's why he ditched it pretty quick. But for the most
Okay.
part, you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, but like he literally like makes stupid shit. Even if it like the Cybertruck looks like Total's ass to me, but there is a kind of like rebelliousness in there, like a kind of it's ass, and we're going to embrace the fact that it's ass, and we like it. You know, it's there's this. He's got a name, he's got a brand, he's got a cultural influence that they have to kill first. Like Kanye West, man, whenever he posts something on Twitter. Like, he'll get, 800,000 likes on it, and it's like, fucking hell, man. You know, you can say what you like about Kanye West, but he has a lot of the black community behind him.
The thing
Is
too is,
Thunderfoot upset about Elon?
Well, probably, I don't know.
Like his entire channel is Elon.
Probably.
Oh, look at
Wait,
this.
is it
Elon
really?
Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk. We're profiteering. WTF. $4,500 per month for internet. 10 years of lies. Busted. Why, you should never
well, wait.
believe Elon Musk.
Wasn't the whole Elon Musk Starlink Ukraine thing was basically that the Americans didn't want to pay him for the service, so he cut it off, and then everyone got mad?
No,
Yeah.
it's like it costs money to maintain the whole
Yeah.
thing, and he's like, well, why can't the U.S. government pay it? I mean,
If they
The
wanted
Ukrainian
to do it for,
diplomat was rude.
no, I don't think it's about rudeness. I think like a lot of his decisions are taken not on Twitter, you know. He probably looked at it and said, I can use this as a good way to get PR and as a good way to beta test the whole thing. And after a while, he's like, okay, well, I beta tested. Now, how do I pull without losing face? And, you know,
And
he
the
got
war's
the
still going.
diplomat to spurg out. Yeah. And then he's like, oh, well, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. And maybe Uncle Sam should fill the bill.
I mean,
So it
Uncle
was
Sam
like
should have
a-
been filling Bill.
Yeah.
but that's another thing too. Like, it's going to be very difficult to destroy Elon. Like, even Kanye, it took a few years to ruin Kanye, and that was with him saying some pretty heavy-duty shit on the frequent. Elon has so many things that makes him almost bulletproof. First and foremost, he is the United States space program. That's a problem. Two, he's a motherfucking billionaire, the richest man on Earth.
He is the electric car company.
Yes, which everyone is trying to fillet too. And finally, he has not only an enormous personal platform, he is the platform as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I keep seeing people going, he's not a genius. He's not a genius. It's like, well, okay, like, I'm not saying he's a genius. I'm just saying he owns everything and is currently the center of the universe. You know?
Yes.
I mean, you know, he accidentally lucked into it, I guess.
He also has a very uncanny amount of charisma too, to boot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
He
like,
seems
yeah,
like our guy, frankly.
I
it's
hope
such
so.
a retarded fucking thing. It's like, oh, because I did watch a little bit of that Hassan Piker video he sent me. Where he's like, I just
So
think
good.
Elon's not very smart. I was like, Hassan, he's
Oh,
the richest
Hassan!
man on the planet.
And
He
Hassan-
owns a space company. He's planning to colonize Mars. I think he's pretty clever.
and
Arch,
this
Arch,
coming
you don't
from
understand. Arch, you don't understand. That's all just diamond mined money from his mom and dad. That's it.
But this coming from Hassan Piker as well, a man who is
Oh, fuck.
literally a special needs person. You know, like, and I'm not joking with that. I'm not being in any way hyperbolic or sarcastic. Like, I genuinely think Hassan Piker has got special needs. So it's just like, come on, Hassan.
No, we don't
Listen,
want to pick
Sargon,
on
he didn't know. He didn't know that he was having sex with trafficked prostitutes in Germany, okay? He's completely innocent.
Ooh, I didn't know
I don't
that.
even know anything about that. It's just.
Oh, you didn't hear about that story?
No.
Okay,
Well, this
well,
is sad.
basically he went to a brothel where in some place in Europe where it was legal, and he had a good time, and he talked about being sex positive, but then it turned out that they were all just sex slaves.
Oh,
They were trafficked
whoopsie.
in, and
How
he's like,
progressive.
"Oops." No one. So now you can't mention that anymore in his chat.
I bet he banned a lot of his longtime subs for talking about that.
Yep.
Was nice spending time with you guys again, but I do have to go because the wife is getting upset. So
It is the
Oh,
middle
are
of
you
the
leaving,
night for you,
V?
so
yes.
thank you
All
for
right,
hanging out, V.
Thank you for
Yeah.
having me. It was great. I wish we could do this more often. I missed the reunion.
Yeah,
Well,
man,
listen.
it's been like 2 years since we've done this all together.
Listen,
Which is
this
weird,
this
'cause we
stream is
speak every
risky
day.
enough as it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, he left quick.
Yeah, he did. He just
Good
he
night, Dev.
vanished.
Dev,
Oh,
V.
God damn it, Arch.
Yeah.
Actually, Arch. Speaking of that, I know that Lilith said she might pop in, but she got called into work actually. So R.I.P.
Rest in
Well,
peace.
you know me and my transphobia, but I'll allow it.
Wow.
Oh, Kibbs felt personally attacked by that.
Hey,
He
hold
did.
on.
Well,
What
Kim's a
second?
tranny in the making. Okay.
I'm trying to pot stir here. I'm not trying to say I am one. No,
Well,
You're
just saying,
trying.
Kibbs,
no.
you are what you react to.
No.
Kibbs. Every artwork of you is you as a girl.
That's not
That's
me.
true.
That's a mascot. I didn't want to use my face on YouTube because I wanted to keep
Why
that
is-
separate.
Why is
So you
that
chose
your
a girl.
mascot?
Yes, I did, and that's because tits get clicks. That was like I was like 15 or 16, and you know what? It worked out. Tits did get
You're
clicks.
coming out.
No.
And here's the thing too, Kyle.
No
Okay,
judgment here, man.
it's fine. Like this case, I am happy to admit this, but right now, your avatar is that of a pony, and
What?
you were just given
Oh, yeah,
a
that's
great deal of pony-related art as well made out of you. So, like,
I had nothing to do with this, mind you. I am actually innocent. These are external parties that are funding this. This is what we call a gay op.
I'll tell you what. I can when it all goes south for Elon, I can see exactly this being his defense.
What's that?
I had
Oh,
nothing
this-
to do with this. This is all a gay op.
It's not like I mean, that would be a Chad move.
I think it was actually V who mentioned this before he left, but we're talking about advertisers earlier, right?
Yeah.
So this was compiled by Sophia Narwitz, and everyone should follow her. She's actually great. She's very
Okay.
intelligent. But General Mills, Audi, and Pfizer have all left Twitter, and they're citing the fact that they're citing moral reasons, basically. But all three of them are also known for doing their own immoral stuff. So General Mills is expanding into Saudi Arabia. They're not exactly a great country.
Yeah.
Audi
hold
has
on
some
there.
stuff
Dev.
going
I
on.
have been
Go on.
informed by Saudi Arabia that if you're mean to them, you're racist. So I must disavow.
Okay, I see. Audi has some weird stuff going on in Yemen and Iraq, and
It's not that Audi was founded by the Nazis then.
and Pfizer has been
Oh,
ordered to
can't
pay
work with Elon
2.3
Musk, but I
billion.
can't work with fucking Hitler.
Yeah, so it seems very hypocritical when these companies say that this is a moral stance they're taking.
Seems,
Because
does it?
they are already quite immoral, you know.
Hugo
Well, hold
Boss
on,
is suddenly going to come out and be like, no, too far.
Pfizer wasn't Pfizer the company that had the largest medical settlement ever?
Yeah,
Yep,
that's the
$5 billion.
fourth image there. The fourth image.
Yeah,
is,
like,
2.3
exactly, like-
billion.
Okay. 2.3
No, no,
billion
in total, they paid out $5 billion.
Okay.
I looked it up a while ago.
for fraudulent marketing.
Oh, the Pfizer shit was worse. That had to do with like cancer medicine shit. It was bad.
Pfizer's a
But, Elon
very
Musk, too
disgusting
far.
company.
No trust and safety team. Too much.
No,
Yeah.
it was HIV meds. Like this was years ago, but I remember basically in Africa, they were pretty much using the people as fucking guinea pigs. And this company is now looking at Elon going like, oh, but you're a bad person. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, here, I'll break with you a bit, Sargon. I can actually forgive the companies that work with the Nazis because they probably had no choice. They were stuck in Germany. They had guns pointed at them.
Of course.
No. Come on.
Of course you think this.
Look at this.
No. Listen.
Nope, too late. You dug your hole.
If the SS rolls up to your factory and points guns at you, what are you going to do?
Walk away.
No.
I bet Hugo Boss were bankrolling the Nazi party before they even won power. I bet Audi were. I bet they all were.
The point is
point
that
of
I don't...
personal privilege. It wouldn't have
Yes.
been in the SS. It would have been the brown shirts. Continue.
Okay, fair enough. But the point is, though, is in Nazi Germany, they didn't have a choice. They were supporting them whether they wanted to or not. But that's not the case with these other companies doing things in the modern era. You don't have to go to Saudi Arabia. You don't have to go to Yemen, you know?
That's true.
But it's really cheap over there, Dev.
Oh, okay. That justifies it, I guess.
Yes.
That's how they view it, yeah.
Well, see,
But that's why it just makes no sense that they're doing this stuff that is so much worse than associating with Elon, and they won't associate with Elon. It's
well,
nuts.
it
They're
makes
all on the
perfect
same
sense.
page. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Like,
all adds up.
It makes
actually.
perfect sense. This is PR. This is marketing for them here. Because, I mean, hell, right now we're gearing up for the next football world championship or world whatever, right? In Qatar, we know for a fact that the stadium has been built by people who are there on, shall we say, unreasonable contracts.
We call them slaves.
That's another word for it, yes.
That might be applicable.
That's racist. You can't call them that.
Yeah, only black.
That's
people do
also
that.
true, Deb. That's correct.
Yeah.
But this is how the world works because the Qatari fucking bribed everyone. Allegedly. I'm guarding my ass once again. But, come on.
No,
And
let's
this is
go
the
to
same.
court and let's do some discovery. Come on.
Yeah.
Go on, Qatar.
this is
Do
the
Arch.
thing.
I want to see this.
All of these big companies have done this. Like, there wasn't that many years ago when the fat American fuck who made, the stupid movies,
Michael Moore?
Moore?
yes, thank you, that guy.
Fat
But
American
he
fuck.
actually did some good job when he revealed that Nike was running actual goddamn sweatshops, and Nike was we're gonna look into it and shit.
I'm just gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back in a sec.
But yeah, no, it's a great point as well. Like, advertisers want to pull out because Elon Musk is too much, and then it's slave labor on the other hand.
No problem.
Can we deny the indigenous people of these countries jobs, Dev? Wouldn't that be immoral? Be a bit cruel.
Fuck. I'm gonna try to find something real quick here that I recall seeing.
Which is fine, Deb.
There we go.
Good job.
Thank you for letting me know,
Yeah.
Kyle.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Recently, I've been reading a book on companies that worked with Nazi Germany. And a lot of them, after the war, they were just like, listen, we didn't have a choice here. They were going to kill us if we didn't. And it's like, I can understand it. It's not good.
Realistically,
but, yeah.
yes, but that's part of the problem is that a lot of people, humans are scared. Humans don't want to die, and you want to live when confronted with, mortality questions.
Well, also, from the 80s to the 2000s, there was a series of really high-profile, highly publicized negotiations between an American Jew and a lot of German companies to basically have them pay reparations to Jewish survivors. And I mean, it was all worthy. It wasn't it was all decently good work. However, it was all published by the American media in such a way that it made the Nazis look like unrepentant hyper-capitalists. And that's where we have today the idea that capitalism and fascism are these blood brothers. Because that was publicized in the 90s and the 2000s from those from those negotiations. It's a really interesting read. But it also shows why there's so many fucking morons on the left right now They don't understand that they are basically one step away from being Nazis.
I think the biggest issue with like the idea behind reparations is the fact that it's like, hey, it's been like 30 years, but we need you to pay for something that you did or may not have done in like 30 years' time. The inability to let go, past grievances is the reason why the Balkans is such a nightmare's powder keg. Because people can't just settle down. Everybody's got to be like, this is mine.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure that people who actually survived the Holocaust and were still alive probably deserve a paycheck. Like if the reparation is to someone who actually suffered and not their descendants, there's probably an argument to be made there.
Well, yes, but it should be from the people that actually committed the crime.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Because
like
these companies...
The stuff happening in the United States, in the United States where it's like, white people should just pay black people reparations. It's like, no, that's retarded.
Yes.
That's fucking stupid.
Because slavery ended like eons ago. The idea
Yeah.
of just like, reparations, you owe me. It's like, no, fuck off. I don't owe you shit.
No, it's also the fact that fascism is simply not understood by most people. Because there are no easy sources to figure out what fascism is, because nobody has tried, because everybody, like you said, simply just accepted the common narrative. I remember when I was doing research for the Is 40k Fascist video on that, and I was looking into like some basic research, like, okay, Wikipedia, let's start there. What does Wikipedia say? And it gives me like 7 definition, and then I started looking up the people who made them, and they're all communists or socialists. Like, okay.
Well,
why are the communists
Arch,
defining fascism to be?
Arch, did you watch my 3 forms of fascism video?
Yes, and it was pretty good, although I'll never tell you that.
I know. But that was one of the big things that I discovered when I was looking at it, is that a lot of the views of fascism in academia, up until probably the late 2000s, were through a socialist lens.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely,
it really took until the late 2000s that academics finally started shaking that off and doing research from a non-socialist perspective on what fascism is.
Yeah. And also this is part of the reason why we are having this incredible panic right now as well, because here's the thing, Twitter being taken over, it is a threat to the institutional power of a lot of people. And it is also it also appears to these people like just that, the merging of corporate and governance power. Because you got people like Hassan genuinely thinking that Twitter was artificially boosting right-wing content. Like, this is the thing they believe. Right? And so now, Elon, which they also think is just a crazy Republican far-rightist, right, has taken over Twitter. Like, in their minds, this must be the beginning of the Fourth Reich right here.
Well, yeah, because if they're not being boosted, then they're automatically being suppressed in their view.
Mm-hmm.
And there is like at least a little bit of truth to that, because if you do like a Google search, right, there's only 30 entries in the first page. So only 30 people maximum get to be on the front page of whatever search that is. So if whoever you're boosting, everyone else is in some ways being deranked.
So there's an interesting contradiction with Hassan that really reveals the hand. It's like he sat there desperately trying to claim that the right-wingers have got no reason to complain because Twitter is a right-wing platform, and yet he's upset that the left-wing moderators and owners of Twitter have been displaced by Elon Musk. It's like, well, how is it? Like,
that's a good point, isn't it?
The left, why would you even say that this is a pro right-wing platform and defend it? The fact that you're defending it shows everyone you don't really think it's a pro right-wing platform.
He's revealed his hand.
Well, the thing is, I think he's genuinely maybe not intelligent enough to realize that it's like, okay, Twitter is a right-wing platform. Okay, it's being bought by a right-wing person, so what's the problem? Well...
Yeah. This is going to ruin me because I had privilege and advantage on this platform previously. Like, I genuinely think Hassan has special needs. I'm not joking.
So don't make fun of it, is what you're saying. Gotcha.
No, I'm not being cruel. I genuinely think he's actually... I mean, I want to see him do a live IQ test.
Oh, no.
That is cruel.
Syphilis has reached his brain.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
No, it's not. It's always been there. He's always been a retard.
Well, some people, not everyone's born equal, as they say.
That reminds me when Xander Hall did a live IQ test and he got like 92 or something.
That's tragic.
And then
Hassan,
he's like,
Hassan could do worse.
and he was like, "Well, you know, IQ is a construct of the Western capitalist patriarchy anyway." And
Oh my
it's like, all right, dude.
Well,
I mean, he's right.
Here you are.
You know.
like I think there's like a rare case where it's like, it's not guaranteed to always be that way, but if there comes a point where you immediately start blaming like it's a capitalist system, it's like, all right, dude, take the L, just take it.
Gets
Come on.
92 on IQ chest. Capitalism has ruined another thing.
I cannot believe this.
Well, fuck. I mean, I can believe it because it came out that like his girlfriend was somehow making drugs in their house and he didn't know. Like,
Uh-huh.
how the fuck do you not
Doubt.
know that?
Down.
To be fair, that
92
sounds
IQ.
very much like a Your Honor. I had no idea that was in my pocket.
Yep, it's
Maybe,
he
but
claimed it
Xander
out.
Hall also is kind of that dumb.
Okay.
In Xander Hall's defense, it's believable.
I mean, he did score the 92, so
I want to point this to our here right too. So MSN is man, the mainstream media is all talking about this Twitter Blue thing, right? $8 subscription thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Elon has fully developed, launched, and executed this idea in like a week.
That was another
Yeah.
thing as well that he said, "Get it done within the week, or you're fired."
Yeah. But that's the thing. Twitter has remained a completely static little piece of shit with 7,500 employees for a decade. And Elon Musk moves in and in 5 days does this with like 20 of his best dudes whilst everybody else is locked out. Like, it just speaks to me also the fact that Twitter just wasn't actually trying anymore. Like, there was no effort being made there. It was just existing in this ridiculous little hellhole position.
Well, it was doing exactly what they wanted it to do.
Yeah, it was fulfilling its purpose, I suppose.
Yeah. Why change anything? You know, we've got complete control of the mainstream narrative, and we're pumping it into the head of every fucking politician and journalist in the Western world. Like, sorry, why would we change a fucking thing?
And it demonstrates to me, too, the drive of it. Because Elon clearly is interested in doing something, whereas old Twitter was clearly interested in doing nothing.
true.
Okay, so check this out. All right.
It becomes stagnant. You got something for me? All right.
Here's Twitter's employee count. A massive boost happened after 2018. Okay.
Strange.
It was around 3,000, a little bit below, a little bit before, a little bit above, but it doubled after 2018. Okay. And
Narrative controllers.
at the same time, even before Elon Musk was going to take over, they were already planning to lay off a bunch of those people anyway. So it seems like they were already reaching the end of their rope.
Yeah, but
And-
no. hang on. What this is the Trump effect, right? They didn't think that Trump would be able to get anywhere. It turned out that he could, and then they were like, right, okay, we can't allow this to happen again. We have to have complete control of the narrative at all times, and that's why the money gets pumped into Twitter.
And then they won. Fair and square, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
And
So it
now
works.
they're in a position
So
where they've
I
got...
actually think that, by the way.
We know.
We know. We know.
Can we add
We've
the
had
word
this
cuck
discussion.
to his name?
Yeah.
Fuck
Yes,
off.
I think it's possible.
They're just okay. Anyway, right. But the point
Yeah,
is, it obviously works. You know, they controlled the narrative successfully to the point where, yes, indeed, like, Biden won fair and square. Okay, well,
Yep.
that shows. I mean, because it was such an open and fair election, this proves my point even harder. You know, the control of Twitter and the control of this mono narrative was essential for the left-wing hegemony. They know it. We know it.
But
yeah,
at the
that part's
same
actually true.
time, here's another big issue as well. Back in 2018, 2017, 16, etc., it wasn't really a problem spending money. Like, money was everywhere. I know you plan for these hirings quite a bit in advance. Nobody was having financial issues. Like, we were still skating on the dying breaths of our golden age of the 2000s. Now,
Trump
we
was
have
in
got
charge.
energy
Money was fine.
crises, we've got COVID, we've got the war, that we have rampaging inflation. Suddenly, a lot of people, a lot of companies are looking at their bottom line and wondering, Jesus, that was a lot closer than I thought.
Yep. Well, actually, Arch, this might have been in 2019. I don't know when, but basically, there was some Obama era money that ran out in the middle of Trump's presidency, and it ended up with a whole bunch of journalists getting laid off. You remember that?
I don't.
I think I did a video on it back then. But basically, Obama had signed a bunch of money that lasted about 10 years, and we didn't really know where that money was going. But as soon as the bill ran out, and Trump didn't renew it, obviously, suddenly we saw a whole bunch of these journalists working for the Washington Post and all these other outlets. They all just got fired on the same day. And journalists were suddenly screeching bloody murder. It's like, well, what happened? It's like, well, it turned out that you were all being funded by the government, by government grants going to that sector.
Huh, strange. Why would
And so this is probably
Strange
going to end
indeed.
up working the same way, where now that the money is running out, and Elon buying it probably accelerated that process, you're going to see a lot more layoffs.
Yep. That's very fitting
Yeah.
that Obama would do something like that. That's like right in his character.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All about the presentation with zero substance.
But this is the thing, though, isn't it? It shows.
It was the learn to code ones. It was the learn to code journos. That's who it was. Yeah.
Right, and notice you got suspended from Twitter for saying "learn to code to the journal." Right? It
Yes.
shows you this network that is in place that Elon Musk has just taken over and is currently gutting. And there's an interesting display of powerlessness from the network itself. Like none of them can really do anything. Like, we're going to pull our advertisers, and Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, doesn't care. So like the pulling the advertisers wasn't a big deal to Elon. But he didn't give a shit. And he literally started tweeting out, "Fuck the advertisers, power to the people." Great, good stuff.
Elon the commie. Jeez.
No,
He's
Elon
moving
the
towards a
populist.
subscription platform.
Elon,
Precisely because he
the
knows this.
right-wing dictator.
Power to the people. That's a communist slogan, Sargon.
Dude, that's an ancient slogan. For fuck's
I know. I'm joking.
sake. Dev desperately see, it's valid that I'm a communist.
It's like
Every
I said
day,
earlier.
Dev, we have this.
Listen,
conversation.
chat. We have the most fun conversations in private. by the
Yeah,
way,
we do.
On
We
some
do.
fun stuff. Well, no,
Dev
here.
has always
you know,
been a communist.
I will throw you a bone. Okay, I'll throw you a bone. So I actually do think that Joe Biden actually won, but I think the reason he won was because of media manipulation. I don't think the votes were faked or anything like that, but I think that if, let's say, the laptop was reported on honestly, Biden probably wouldn't have won.
Well, because we're on YouTube, I don't think the votes were faked either. But
That's true. We all think that. I forgot.
yeah, we all know that the integrity of the election is beyond reproach. But you are absolutely right. The Hunter Biden laptop story being the arch example, and then the polling afterwards with voters. If you knew about this, would you have voted for Biden? And like 10% said no, which would have been enough to win it for Trump. So we know that the media narrative, and what was it, Robert Epstein saying, well, Google results, they've loaded in favor of the Democrats. Like he thinks as much as like 10% of their vote is influenced this way and stuff like that. So it's not even, speculative at this point to say that the narrative hegemony the left has been operating has been the way that they've maintained any power. And we know that they view Twitter as being the kind of nexus of all of this, because Twitter is where the narratives are first created and disseminated to the elite.
Yeah,
And of course,
a lot
we
of
can't
things
forget
go.
also the coverage the other way around. Trump's coverage was 99% negative
True.
over 4
Yeah.
years. Like that unrelenting hammering will have an effect.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, it may. I think it had also a backwards effect too, because a lot of people just started viewing the media as being insane. Like there was that one time where Trump dumped all the fish food in Japan out of the box at the same time, and it was like a
koi fish,
2-week
yes.
news. Yeah, it was a 2-week news cycle of how bad Trump is, and it's like most people were looking at that and saying, "What the fuck you got? Like, who cares? Who
Or when they
it's just fish
reported on
food."
him having 2 scoops of ice cream.
Hang on, Dev. You've fallen for the media narrative on the fish food dumping.
How do you mean?
Shinzo Abe dumped his food first.
Yes, yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Oh right, okay, well, you didn't say, because like it's not even like people don't care. It's they literally lied that Trump had done something tremendously stupid when he was literally just copying Shinzo Abe. It's like this is like he had done nothing wrong. I would have done this. Everyone would have done the same thing. Like the guy literally instructed him to dump the fucking food. You know.
I found the picture of Abe dumping the food first.
Yeah. It's just like, look at Trump. He's a retard. It's like, what are you fucking on? But you are obviously right about like the media lying and stuff. But it's like, it's crazy.
But yeah, I think honestly, what won Biden the presidency was selective reporting that changed people's minds, and they probably would have voted differently if they had seen the actual truth of the situation. But they did vote that way, and I'm not going to let that one go.
Of course I did. While you're on a platform that literally makes that the only narrative that we can agree upon, you are completely correct, Deb. You're right.
But I actually
you take advantage of this correctness. When we get back onto Discord, I swear to God, Def.
It's over, Deb.
We're gonna be having words.
It's over.
Enjoy your victory while it lasts.
But yeah, I do think like if there was any kind of funny business, it was with the media. It was with what they reported on, what they didn't report on. It
doesn't even matter. We know there was funny business with the media because the media was a pathological organization in which Trump got literally 90+% negative coverage. Like it was an activist media, and everyone could see it. And so it's not even debatable. And of course, if Trump had anything resembling fair coverage, like it would have been a whitewash.
But this is again Elon's strength, isn't it? Because Trump, at the end of the day, was still a relatively easy target because he could be excluded from the club nice and quickly. He was already a little bit excluded because he refused to go on the airplane, which shall not be mentioned.
Yeah.
But Elon, his position is just so enormous. Again, he is Twitter. He is the space program. He is the world's richest man. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
He's the green.
Your newspaper starts speaking shit about him. He's like, how much do you cost?
What are they gonna do? Suddenly turn around and be like, don't buy a Tesla? Oh, sorry, I was buying the Teslas to save the planet. Have you got a good reason for me to not buy a Tesla now, do you?
Like, tomorrow, every newspaper's like, oh, listen, we're running out of rare earth minerals, okay?
Yeah, they will. They'll have to.
It's like, why Tesla is a threat to the planet? Like, I swear to God, it's probably going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Electric cars are bad. Actually, diesel engines are good for the planet. They say there's oil on Mars, too. It's like, okay.
Well, who's going to get us to Mars then, New York Times?
Natural reoccurring substance.
Shit, no! Elon just wins again.
Bill Gates, quick, start a space program.
Listen, we can make more oil. All we need to do is genetically clone the dinosaurs and bury them in the Bering Sea.
The best part about this conversation is that Elon's greatest competitor, and when it comes to the space program, is Jeff Bezos, and they also hate Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos does own the Washington Post, though. So
doesn't Bezos run? Is it called Blue Ocean or something? Blue something? What is it?
I don't know.
It's a
Blue
space company.
Origin is the
Blue Origin.
is at least the rocket, I think.
Yeah. So he also has his own. He also works for NASA, and he has his own kind of space thing going on. He also wants to colonize other planets. So even in the absence of Elon Musk, they're still gonna have somebody to hate.
But didn't Jeff
And his
Bezos
rocket
basically
looks even
side
more
with
like a
Elon
penis.
Musk?
Yeah.
Am I correct in remembering that?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, I thought Bezos basically came out in support of Musk on free speech.
Oh, I did.
He did,
he's not-
because
he's
Bezos
not
been
their
attacked
guy.
himself too.
Yeah, he's not their guy. Like it's weird.
Maybe.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
These people are ridiculously rich, and that tends to be a recipe for not socialism.
Yeah, weird, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like, well, suddenly the government is starting to strangle me. Maybe I should do something about it.
And they
Because he
weren't-
was
yeah,
attacked like mad over his space tourism shit.
and they weren't born rich either. They had to make their money.
Now,
Small loan
tragically,
$1
I
million.
believe there are some Danish genes in Jeff Bezos, so I cannot fully endorse him, but still.
What, with a surname like Bezos? He's got Danish genes.
I think I've heard something about that, yes.
Uh-oh.
Well, I was going to disavow him because he's obviously Spanish, but
Good enough.
Oh, yes, original name, Jurgensen. Yeah, that sounds a little bit less.
Oh no!
Jeffrey Preston Jurgensen. That's who he is.
Why
There
did you
you go.
change it to Bezos?
I don't know.
I don't know. Jurgensen sounds foreign, I guess.
To sneak into the Mexican demographic.
Weaseling around.
Who knows? Whoopi Goldberg did it with the Jewish.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Good point.
Oh yes,
So,
and he was Blue Origin. That was the name of the rocket thing.
When we've in fact this seems to be a good time to kind of segue into something I thought was worth discussing with this. So there is what appears to be to me an apparent conflict here between two theories of history. In fact, three theories of history, I would say. One theory that is clearly dead and buried at this point, and then the two remaining ones. I assume you're all mildly familiar with a scholar called Nima Parvini.
Definitely not.
No.
Of course you are. Academic agent.
Is that his
Wait, that's his
name?
name?
Yes.
Is that some sort of YouTuber?
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Is that his real name?
Yes, that's his real name.
You just
Barge.
doxed him on the show?
Well,
I have not
Barge.
just doxed him on the
It was a
fucking show, you
Good
idiot.
channel.
Like, he
Oh, I don't
publishes
know.
books. We're about to talk about one of the books he published under his name.
You retard.
He should have published it under the name Academic Agent.
Maybe. I mean, he's probably less likely to get cancelled if he calls himself Nima Parvini.
Well, he already got canceled anyway, right? Like, isn't the whole reason that he kind of went down a rabbit hole is because he got fired and canceled by leftoids?
Maybe. I mean, he did get fired and cancelled by leftoids, but
Yeah.
but I mean, like by Silicon Valley and stuff, you know.
Oh, okay.
But he's an Iranian scholar who has a very fine Welsh accent, and he subscribes to Italian elite theory.
Now I know what you're talking about here. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was, prior to the Italian elite theorists, in the 20th century, there were two serious sort of theories of history that were considered, and I think that AA has done a good job of kind of making the case for the Italian elite theorists in the modern day, right? But prior, there was the sort of I guess we'll call it the mainstream liberal view of theory of history. So it's like the historical events are kind of inevitable, right? They're the product of forces that build and ebb and flow, and it's a natural emergence. The events that are going on, and this theory is favored over Thomas Carlyle's theory that's called the Great Man of History theory, where exceptional individuals use their talents and acquire power and influence and literally change the course of history. Now, on the Epoch series we do on loadseeds.com, Bo and I have basically come to the conclusion that there is an overwhelming amount of evidence for the Great Man theory. We can name them if you like. You know, there's the Napoleonic era is called the Napoleonic era for a reason. There is a lot of evidence. Now, that's not to say that the emergence theory has no legitimacy and nothing to support it. But I think that it's kind of confusing the wood for the trees, right? You have to have the conditions for a certain kind of great man to appear, yes, but the direction in which things go does appear to be organized by individual great men of history, right? People who have got power and influence and find themselves in the confluence of circumstances that allows them to exercise their particular will. So
You're talking about Whig history here, right? Whig historiography?
No, Whig history is something different. Whig
Okay.
history is a teleology of history where everything is continuously getting better and will continue to get better. Progress is inevitable, basically. We're talking about how things happen rather than what's going to happen, right?
Okay.
So the way, because Whig theory of history, you could believe that and believe in the great man of history, right? So like Tesla himself is often a favorite great man of the Whig historian. It's like, oh, men like Tesla will create amazing things and it's inevitable that the world will get better. if you subscribe to the great man theory. But if you subscribed to the emergent theory, you would say, well, someone like Tesla would come along inevitably because all of the forces are converging towards this happening, right?
Right. Okay.
And so the emergent theory is not, like I said, not without its merits. And it's not that it's not true. It's that it's not in contradiction to the great man theory, because the great man theory is evidently true, right? You like Alexander could have chosen not to invade Persia. He could have just chosen not to. You know, he had to have been gifted the army by his father in order to be able to make the attempt, but the options were on his plate. He gets to choose, right? And so there's no question that there is a great man behind every major historical event. Like, you know, without Adolf Hitler, does World War II happen? Well, I don't know. You know, is like maybe not, but you can tell that
Probably,
this is.
but yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, no,
because there were other great men
why
in
probably?
his.
Why probably?
Because
Tell me
if
why
not
probably.
Hitler, if not Hitler, it would have been the next guy in line. Because
Name
everyone
the
in his.
orator you're thinking of.
Sorry, what?
Name the orator that you're thinking of.
Oh, I mean, it might have been Himmler. You know,
He would
But I'll-
no
It
way.
would not have been Himmler. I can guarantee you that.
See,
Himmler
this
didn't
would
have
not have
the-
been. But
the will.
the point that I'm getting at is that at this point, I've read enough about Hitler and his inner circle, is that they all kind of had the same ideas and they were all moving in the same direction.
Yeah,
It's just
but
that
you're
Hitler was
missing-
in charge, but it could have been somebody else.
But one had
It was
No,
Hitler
no.
who was dragging them along. Like, Burma and the rest would have still have been in beer halls if it weren't for Adolf. But I do agree. World War II might not have happened, but a conflict would have happened simply because Germany had been pushed too far.
Yep.
But this
Yeah.
is the point, though, Arch. Right? You got exactly right there. And this is Carlyle's point about the great man, right? Is that it doesn't compound, right? You don't get an Einstein if you collect together 100,000 midwit scientists, right? There's no Einstein, right? There is just Einstein. And you have to have his particular unique characteristics. And in the case of Adolf Hitler, as you instantly said, it's not going to be Himmler. Himmler was not a charismatic rhetorician, right?
He was also actually retarded.
Yes, right. Hitler, for all of his flaws, obviously, he had amazing talents in certain areas, and rhetoric was one of them. You know, the ability to make people believe and be persuaded and follow him was genuinely a phenomenal skill that Hitler had, right? He put it to evil ends, obviously, just in case someone like is thinking I think well of Hitler, but he's got this dark majesty, right? And this is what the great man of theory is saying. Like, actually, no, none of the other Nazis could have filled Hitler's shoes, right? They couldn't have done what he managed to do. And so actually it takes this rare confluence of circumstances coming together to form a particular nexus and then happening to have the right guy for the job. Because there have doubtless been lots of times in history where the confluence of circumstances have come together, but no one was the right man for the job. And so what could have come out of that didn't come out of that, right? Now, obviously, it's difficult to give examples of this. But I mean, there probably are some if I would sit down and give it some thought, right? And so these are the two sort of traditional theories. And then in opposition to this, we have Nima Parvini's elite theory, we'll call it. He's just a sort of the distillation of the Italian elite theorists.
Hold on.
Now,
Before you move on to the elite theory, I have a question about what you said previously first.
Yeah.
Because I know that you're a Burkean conservative at this point, but this seems to stand in contrast with that in some way. So you mentioned that you can't take 100,000 scientists and get one Einstein because Einstein's unique, right?
Yeah.
What wasn't the whole point of Burkean conservatism is that your culture and your traditions are the collected knowledge and wisdom of everyone who's come before you.
Sure.
And you should therefore listen to them rather than reinvent the wheel.
Yeah. So?
Well, it seems like in that case you probably could get 100,000 people and still get maybe not Einstein, but a lot of Einstein.
No, what you're going to get from 100,000 generations of tradition is a lot of trial and error. So if you're looking for common sense, pragmatic solutions to problems that everyday people face, tradition is a fantastic set of solutions because it's been tried already. And so these are the solutions that emergently came out of that. And that's correct, right? But we're not trying to create an atom bomb. Like, you're not going to develop the atomic bomb through a tradition.
And
That
yeah,
takes
like,
a great
'cause
man.
I'll add to that too. The atom bomb could not have been built without tradition because it required a tremendous amount of other expertise as well.
Sure.
Like the US poured billions into an enormous building project. They constructed entire cities of specialized material, colliders, armored fucking bunkers, etc. Without thousands of people, Einstein would never have done what he could have done.
Yep. And it was war
And
that
so
helped spark that.
this, in fact, is a good sort of framing for the the synthesis of the great man and the emergent theories.
Yes.
Right? So
You need both, because without the US going like, yeah, blank check.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean without Einstein this was inevitable, right? And so it's one of those. I mean, maybe for atomic bombs, perhaps you could argue that it is because it's science.
It might not, because I'll actually back you up on this, because when they first figured out the theory of the atomic bomb, they had no idea what it would do. In fact, the leading theory was that it would do nothing. Another leading theory was that it would destroy the Earth in an instantaneous mass explosion of particles or atoms all over the world.
Yeah,
Right, so-
one of the theories is it would burn all the oxygen off the atmosphere and just leave
Yes,
Earth
it would
with no
ignite the
air.
oxygen in the atmosphere and woof.
God,
Yeah.
they were taking some fucking risks, weren't they? But anyway,
They were
the
at war.
point is, though, we I think we have this kind of synthesis. That I think the great man theory is valid, and I'm just going to call the synthesis of the emergent and the great man just the great man, just to summarize it. But I do think the great man theory is valid. I think Thomas Carlyle is right in a way. And then we can contrast this with Nima Parvini's view on elitism, which is that a small and organized minority is what controls society and always has controlled society, using the various institutions of power in society, being the government, the law, the media, the universities, any kind of any other major social institutions. Whoever controls these control and. This is what famously, historically, you had women had a massive social influence through the. Do you guys know who Mary Whitehouse is?
No.
I believe so.
She was an English woman who, I can't remember the name of the organization, but it was something like Concerned Housewives or something like that. In like the 60s, but it had like 4 million members, and she was very socially conservative. And she was opposing the sexual revolution, and this was a tremendously influential organization. And so it was like this organized minority. 4 million people is still a minority, but it was still. I mean, it lost in the end. But this is the argument from the elite theorists. Like, look, actually, there is no sort of populism, as in the percolation of ideas coming up and just forming this natural organic evolution of society. That's not really true. What it is organized minorities that take over institutions and impose their will on the people below who aren't thinking about the things that the minority is imposing on them, and so go along with the narratives. And this is why narratives are so important. This is why the Democrats, in fact, are so committed to narratives. If they lose the narrative, then essentially all of their legitimacy is gone, because they are a great example of what the Italian elite theorists are saying. If we take over society by taking over the institutions, we can just filter our ideology and essentially brainwash the population into believing what we want. And so what I think we're seeing here is the conflict between the great man and the elite theorist, right? The elite, the minority, the organized minority. And I think we saw that in Trump, and now we're seeing it in Elon. What do you guys think of this?
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of merit to that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting idea, because it's very compelling, isn't it? The idea that you need the man to fulfill, even if there are the circumstances, you need somebody to actually do the thing.
Yeah, you need the
and
agent.
you can see this at Twitter right now, right? All of the infrastructure was there to do what Elon is currently doing, but without Elon, it would never have been done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I
I
like
know
it.
that there's a lot of
I
people
only thought about
who-
it for 5 minutes, but I like it.
there's a lot of people who use elite theory to try and dismantle the legitimacy of democracy. I know that that's kind of part of the conversation. It's like, well, the votes don't really matter because we'll just propagandize people to vote how we want them to vote, which is sometimes true. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think
Trump
it's
showed us that's not true, right? Trump
that's
showed us
also sometimes not true. Yeah, it's not like a complete correlation there.
Yeah, it's not necessary, right? So, a great man can be brought to power through democracy. I mean, how did Adolf Hitler get into the position he was in, right? He was voted into office. So,
in my reading on elite theory, I haven't read academic agent stuff on it, but I've read some other people. When I was doing my fascism video, some of that came up in the Italian stuff, and there is this sense that it's not just elites ruling over everything forever, because the disenfranchised masses, they can also generate their own elites. But the issue is that these like sub elites end up getting co-opted into the main structure.
Or there's what they call a circulation of elites.
Yeah.
As in,
so even though like the direction of society can sometimes change, and sometimes the masses do have a say in that, what ends up happening is the nature of power is such that you're always going to have some elite class.
Yes, and that's true, obviously. But the question is, how much influence do the masses have on the direction of social progress and development? And the elite theorists would have you believe not much, which is probably generally true, I would say, right? But democracy is unique, and it gives actually the masses a way of creating a champion in the form of the great man. And I think that's what we saw with Trump, which is why they had to destroy him. And this is what we're seeing now with Elon, literally him being like power to the people. Well, weirdly, the pro-democracy people, quote unquote, never say that. They never say power to the people. You know, it's now the great man who has to be like, yeah, no, this is my constituency. It's just ordinary Americans. Isn't that
that's true, actually. Yeah, where you have a lot of people on the left who they worship democracy, but they don't care about the voters.
Yeah, democracy means majority rule. That's what Elon is advertising, basically. And they hate him for it.
But there's also the famous V quote: "It's good they have double standards, so they would have none," because that is literally the point, isn't it? Like, democracy is great now, until.
Well, yeah. When they say, well, that's the thing. When they lose the vote, they're losing their democracy. It is their democracy because it's not our democracy, right? It's not the thing we want, you know. And so, anyway, I think that this actually is a really useful way of looking at this, and this is why you can see who's our guy and who's not, right? Like, you know, you could get a phony elitist who came along being like, yeah, but they would not generate the sort of opposition from the organized minority that Elon Musk is generating. And the fact that he's generating the correct opposition shows that he's a populist and he's the great man, because it's Elon's will that's making all of this happen. You know, this has been a lot of effort for Elon. You know, this wouldn't have just happened accidentally.
A lot of effort and a lot of will to actually do it. As he, again, I don't think he understood the amount of pushback he would get, but he would have gone into this knowing that he was stepping into the mousetrap there.
Yeah. And the good thing about Elon is that he's autistic.
That seems to be true, actually, if you listen to him talk.
Yeah. No, but Elon isn't listening to them, right? He's made up his mind. He has decided right and wrong, and he is now enacting right and wrong as he views it. And so being autistic means he doesn't really care about their opinions. Like, he will just appeal to his populist base, who will support him, obviously, because he's their man. He's acting in their interest. You know, I don't give a fuck what the negatives of Elon are. He's the only guy we've got, you know, until Trump gets back in office.
Unironically true. Like, I've seen a lot of things with Elon that makes me doubt it a bit too. Like, he's quite green, shall we say, which, as a man who owns the world's largest electric car company, that's hardly a surprise.
Yep.
It's not.
But we also know that the environmentalists have a habit of not being particularly kind to their opposition.
Yes.
But again, like, is he going to be worse than Google? I don't fucking think so.
Me neither.
No. So anyway, I just think that the great man and the elite theorists, the elite theory is a useful way of analyzing the situation at the moment.
Yeah, no, the way you explained it, that does actually quite line up with not only this, but also even when you think about it, kind of like Trump or various other characters throughout history.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, I looked up what I was talking before just so I made sure I had it right. Elite theory recognizes that counter-elites frequently develop within excluded groups.
Yeah.
Negotiations between disenfranchised groups and the state can be analyzed as negotiations between elites and counter-elites. However, there's a major problem that elites tend to co-opt counter-elites and bring them into the
We've
system
seen that.
as they gain power.
That's
Yeah.
like the U.S. political system has always been that way too. A lot of bright, wide-eyed senators will go in and be like, "I'm going to go in there and I'm going to help bring about change in the system." And there's actually a bunch of old films that actually cover that. And it's like, will they stick to their guns, or will they be bribed? Will they be corrupted? Will they be threatened, strong-armed into doing something else?
With AOC, it was basically instantaneous.
Yes. There was a time when AOC was like, I'm going to be an agent for change. Then she stepped foot onto that marbled floor, and there you go.
Yep.
AOC is a fantastic example of how the counter elites can be just co-opted into the system.
And that happens a lot.
A great
because
example, actually.
It's very hard.
And that's the funny part of like the entire modern day system. Like, capitalism has done something frankly amazing. It takes symbols of anti-capitalism, like the hammer and the sickle, puts it on a fucking t-shirt and sells it for $20.
I'm buying my Che Guevara t-shirt right now.
There was
Everyone
that
needs
place
to know I'm
in,
against capitalism.
Oh God.
there was in Marx's hometown, they were selling Marx dollars or Mark coins for real money. Like, it's brilliant.
It's like, damn, that's really spitting on the grave. That's great.
when I was looking into George Sorel, one of the pillars of his theory was that engagement with democracy is what kills socialism, because they negotiate and then they lose some of their edge. And so the only way to really keep the socialist project alive is to reject voting, reject the bourgeois state, and be violent at all times. Ooh. Otherwise, you get co-opted. And there's probably some truth to that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's probably right.
My God.
There's also the fact that if we do indeed agree that democracy is you negotiate, well, what has happened to every single bread tuber that has negotiated?
Well, that's a great point as well, isn't it? You know, one of the
bread tubers dead at this point, isn't it? Like it's gone.
And because they eat each other. Like they admit to one point of reasonable normalcy, and then all of the others go like, "Well, you're a fascist now."
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, didn't that whole sphere require them to go after somebody at all times? So eventually, when they ran out of targets, they turned in on each other.
What basically happened to the alt-right in 2017 happened to BreadTube like last year. They're gone. They're just destroyed themselves.
That's good that they take care of themselves, right?
It turns out that the best cure to extremism is to let them be as extreme as they want for about a year or so.
They'll tear each other apart.
Let them make money. How many houses have you got now, Hassan?
Yeah, Vosh won't debate anybody anymore. He's on what he calls his fortress arc, which is when he doesn't associate with anyone.
Fortress.
Same as Hassan, though. You know, it's like, you know, like they've got too much, and at any time they take any kind of action, they risk losing it. That's why.
Keffel's made like $100,000, and now she's left the internet. She just announced she's quitting like yesterday.
Really? That's fascinating.
Oh God!
She just took all the money and left.
Cashing out. You know.
Like, again, this is what I said. Great wealth tends to be a fantastic cure to socialism.
Well, it makes you invested in the system, doesn't it? You know, now you have something to lose, and so, I mean, revolution. I mean, I don't know about that.
Maybe
this is why all school children should be taught to do taxes. You should give them candy and then take away their candy when they ask why. Taxes.
Yeah,
they'll begin to
do that enough times,
taxes.
and you'll have inoculated them quite thoroughly.
Also, they should do socialism with their grades.
Like, well, Jimmy here had a fail, so
exactly.
You're going to summer class.
A, but this has been reduced to a C because of socialism.
You know, some teachers do something like that where they'll have like big group projects and you all get the same grade no matter who actually how much anyone worked on the project. And
I
people
remember
tend to get
those.
pissed off. Yeah.
I was the only one who worked, and I wanted to strangle the other child.
Well, that's why you get pissed off about it. You know? You actually did something.
Okay. Well, we have gone all over the place.
We have. But that's
It's
fun.
been fun.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think enlightening too.
Have we covered the main topics we wanted to cover? Because I'm out of Elon stuff for the moment, at least.
Let me
Well,
see if I have
things-
anything in my pile of. I always autistically save things.
I've got a quick
The
The only
question.
thing, I guess.
What do you
Oh, yeah, go on,
guys
Carl.
what do you guys think this will do to the creator sphere, both for small creators as well as established creators, now that the paradigm has shifted on Twitter?
Who knows?
That was actually the point I was about to bring up. Like,
Oh, okay, you're thinking the
what
same
do we
thing.
think about Twitter's like future as a potential actual platform now with like video and audio and stuff?
Yeah, because that's
Well, I
interesting.
mean, that's got to be good, really, isn't it?
Should be.
I think just a net positive across the board there.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to be able to challenge mainstream narratives and make money through our content, then I don't see how that could be a negative for us.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it's
And
good.
the hope is that if Elon does a change for freedom of speech, then to remain competitive, YouTube
will
might have to do the
follow
same.
suit. That's true. We saw
So
that with.
if I'm let back on, I'll pay my $8.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that,
Yeah?
there's a really cool Twitter account you should follow called Morbius Devo. Unrelated to anybody here, but you should follow it anyway. Everyone who's listening.
Don't know who that could be. Christ.
No
God,
idea.
with a Chuny View
But-
name like that.
Here, let me drop this in the link channel, Kibs.
All right, let's take a look.
This just dropped half an hour ago.
Ooh, what's this?
They're aiming to do 42-minute video chunks at 1080 on Twitter Blue.
Mm,
That's enough
They're
for
calling
me.
it Twitter Blue.
plenty.
It's already called
So-
Twitter Blue, Kibs.
Oh God damn it! I'm on.
Dumbass.
Yeah. Twitter Blue is the $8 check mark, but they're going to be looking into some kind of video service now.
I hope they
Yep.
42
expand it.
minutes, 1080p.
He did announce that. He announced long form video and audio format. And 42 minutes is long enough.
Yep.
It's a
Why
good
42?
start.
That's kinda
Also,
weird
Elon
number.
mentions right beneath that 42 minutes to start, then several hours in a month or so.
Well, Dev, it's
Awesome.
going to be something like 42 minutes is going to be like 5 gigs or something.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they got to set up the storage devices to actually handle that much
Yeah,
data.
But the number will be based on like an amount of space.
Mhm. And they intend to expand it by several hours in a month, and then long term,
Yep.
maybe even they'll break YouTube, because YouTube's stream cap is, I believe, 11 hours and 59 minutes before it begins deleting the beginning of the VOD. They could even run circles around YouTube. That'd be funny.
Good for Elon. Good luck to him.
And again, like man, I don't want to get my hopes up too much because God knows.
Yeah, I
But
know.
man,
Wait,
it
wait.
would be so nice to have a YouTube competitor.
It would.
The entire chat is saying it's a 420 joke.
Oh, is it? Right, okay, yeah, good point. Yeah.
Because I mean, Elon is the kind of guy to do that sort of thing.
It
I
went
love
right
it.
over
He
my
is our guy,
head.
man, I'm telling you.
Oh no, my IQ
Well,
low.
and everything that matters, he seems to be our dude.
I
Now,
guess
the
question
big
is then-
question is
Oh, okay. Your question first. Then mine.
is how the revenue is going to work out. Because if he's going to do a premium subscription service, then that is much better for creators. Like YouTube Red is infinitely better than an advertisement click.
Yep.
But you do need enough people. So how many people are going to be willing to pay $8? Because the thing is, for us, this is great. For normal people, this isn't really that important. Like,
Well,
I can't upload a video.
I mean, Elon does have 113 million Twitter followers. He's been able to raise money. Everything he's done has been successful so far. And if it is that it's going to benefit all the content creators, then there's no reason the content creators are going to be like, right, guys, pony up those $8.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to have to.
Yep, true.
You know, we're going to be promoting it.
I think he needs to do what YouTube Red failed to do, and that is actually incentivize people. Like, okay, this is fantastic for creators, which will give you content, which will be one of the incentives. Fantastic.
Yeah.
But you've also got to do like more, like the premium, the articles he mentioned, free premium article for anyone who will work with him. Great.
Yeah.
Do more than just the fucking Wall Street Journal, Reuters. Do people like us, unironically?
Yeah. Do loadseaters.com, Elon.
There you
Yeah,
go.
exactly.
We will happily
Do the content that people want to see, and who the fuck cares what that content is?
Yeah, it's not their
And,
job to
you can-
decide.
Exactly. Like
I love
if you
having
could
a
have,
capitalist at the helm.
That's
if
nice.
you could have actual offers like lotuseaters.com, right? One free premium article a month, for example, for Twitter Blue exclusive subscribers or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a selling point. Absolutely.
I mean, if Elon could guarantee, the reason I set Load Cease up as it is because we couldn't guarantee the revenue stream on YouTube or anywhere else, right? And so we have a paywall. So it's like, look, you subscribe to us because then we at least know we've got a paycheck this month, right? But I mean, if Elon's like, look, I'm not going to deplatform you for political reasons, that would be the only reason they would need to deplatform us. We're obviously never going to call for like violence or something. So if Elon's like, yeah, okay, that's guaranteed, don't worry about it, I could move my business model to that. There'd be no need for me to have the paywall on our website. We could just have the paywall go through Twitter. It's the reason we don't do that is because none of these are safe platforms.
Yeah, there's no security, and that's the big problem.
And that's the entire reason. It's not safe. Well, make it safe, and we can talk. I assume.
What was
we've
your
got
point,
super
Dave?
chats. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. My question is if let's go back to elite theory for a minute. If Elon is one of the counter elites, I mean, there's also the danger that he gets absorbed into the current elite system, though.
Well, he's going to be creating his own parallel elite system. He is an elite, so he's not a counter elite. He is a renegade elite. He's a rebel. He is breaking away from the current elite paradigm.
So wait, are we doing like a Leninist dual power theory here?
Don't do that. No.
Explain exactly what you mean, and I'll tell you. Whether I
Okay,
agree or not.
so Lenin's idea was basically that in order to subvert a state and have a revolution, his was communist because he was a communist, but this can apply to anyone. You have to basically build up the exact same institutions of that state, but you do it like privately in a different sphere, so that once you overthrow the state, you have a ready-made set of institutions to swap into place. So that you're not like overthrowing it and then having anarchy where nothing's built. You already have like a parallel legal system, a parallel police, a parallel.
Look
all
at
this
how
stuff.
Elon took over Twitter. He shut them out of it and brought his own men into it.
That's true.
He literally conducted the Leninist revolution.
My God.
Elon the Leninist.
Yeah, he's our modern Lenin, and I love it.
Oh,
No, we need one. We fucking need one. Holy shit!
I get what you're saying, but the Lenin guy.
Yeah, it's
But Lenin was a great man of history, a dark mastermind. There's you can whine about Lenin being a commie, but like you can't question his great man status.
that's true. Yes.
He did overthrow the Russian Empire. That's true.
And Elon is not a commie, so good for us.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
Yeah.
I want it to be clipped that Sargon is pro Lenin now. I want that
No,
to
I'm
be the
pro-Elon.
circulation.
You're gonna
I'm pro
have to
Elon.
edit that clip.
Vladimir Elon.
Yeah. I mean, like again, if you want to disrespect Lenin's talents, okay, well that's your mistake.
Well, no. I'm just having a bit of fun. I know what you mean.
know.
I get it. Yeah.
Dev would never disrespect Lenin. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, like, see, Lenin never applied his theory to anything other than socialist revolutions, but it can clearly be applied to any kind of revolution, right?
Yeah. And Elon is doing it now. I mean, literally shutting them out of the building and just having his guys in control. Perfect example. Perfect textbook, I would say.
Yep. They can't meddle with anything. He's in control.
Yeah. Literally, he's in control. They can't, and then
Fair,
they're
like,
get fired.
I've listened to some interviews of Elon's. He does have like almost an ANCAP streak to him sometimes. Where he's talked about how government is just the largest corporation, things like this. Stuff that you would expect the ANCAPs to say, right?
Yeah. Which is good.
Sargon the ANCAP.
No. Like for the situation we're in,
Yes.
having
Yes, I know what
someone
you
with
mean.
basically the ANCAP mentality is perfect.
It destabilizes our adversary. You got to think of it that way, Deb.
Yeah, exactly.
The enemy of my
Like,
enemy
there's
is my
none of these
friend.
are my positions.
Well, no, I get it because I'm just having fun. We're having a
I
good
know,
time here.
What was I going to say? Yeah, so basically it's good news. Like we're watching like an elite revolution if Elon knows what he's doing and can pull it off. Which so far he's actually doing quite a good job, I think.
He also has a good humor about it, where
Yeah.
he says, trash me all day, but it'll cost $8.
But that's the thing. If they end up paying it, brilliant.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, it is an exciting thing.
Did you have super chats that you want to do?
One or two.
Only one or two.
One or-
Chat.
Yeah.
There's a
This is
lot
the best
more.
content on the
There's
fucking
a-
internet.
There's been a few. There's been a few.
There's been a few.
It will be a
Only
long
one or two.
super
I'd be
chat.
fucking annoyed. I'm not making any money out of this. This is just awesome.
Actually, yeah. So when I was talking to Lilith about it, she's like, "Listen, I got called into work and I got to make money, and this isn't on your channel." So I was like, "Hey, I understand."
Yeah, fair.
Perfectly reasonable.
She'll be around next time, though, I'm sure.
Incidentally, looking at the numbers of super chats, I have arbitrarily decided that Kyle's cut has fallen by a further 25%.
That's 0% then. Why would you think that? Bad. We're making more money. That should go up.
All right. Right. Let's get going, I guess. Artemis Fowl says, Kibbs telling secrets. Ah, yes, that
Hi,
began.
Artemis.
I
How's
don't
it going,
want to
buddy?
hear that from you, Artemis.
Artemis
That's a
the
name I haven't
liar.
heard for a while.
He actually hangs out in our friend group quite frequently. We call him Slutimus.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We're pretty mean.
And
to
I
him.
see him in my chat a fair amount too. He's a nice guy, even
I
if
don't-
he got dumpstered by a Cono boy.
Oof.
I don't get to do live chats anymore.
Why not?
Do you miss him?
Well, I mean, yeah, kind of. But it's all right.
Slutimus leaked my DMs a while too, and I asked him to pay me reparations, and then he gave the money to someone else. I don't
did?
like Slutimus right now.
He gave
What a
it to
dick.
me.
Black 1917 says, Quick and hail Archchrist, our Lord and Savior, Breed Kibbs, also hi Sargon, hi Dev, hi V.
Hi.
V says hi from B on the grave.
Yeah, he does. The grave, which is hanging out with his wife.
You know, grave by any other name. Zonta says, an easy way to know someone is clueless about Musk is if he holds a positive opinion of the man. He's a make Elizabeth Holmes. Syntax.
Sorry, say
Not
it
everybody
again.
on.
I didn't get that.
Yeah, me neither.
An easy way to know someone is clueless about Musk is if he holds a positive opinion of the man. He's a make Elizabeth Holmes.
And make Elizabeth Holmes.
Who's Elizabeth Holmes?
According to
Yeah.
Google, a former biotechnology entrepreneur convicted of criminal fraud.
Oh.
I don't really know who that is.
I think I get what they're saying, though. They're saying that if you have a positive opinion... Like, I get the criticisms of Musk, but at the same time, I will take him over what we have. Which
Yeah,
what we have now is fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Plus,
Yeah, I
he
just
has
don't care.
primarily defrauded the government.
Yeah. Well, he
Yeah.
didn't defraud me.
Like that whole fucking Hyperloop thing. Oh, genius.
Yeah.
That was some Robin Hood shit right there. But yeah, no, he's far from perfect, but he's our best goddamn bet. So cross your fingers and pray.
And on a personal level, I think I'd probably get along with him if we hung out, you know?
I think I'd get along with almost any multi-billionaire that I hung out with, frankly.
No, but you know, if you didn't know, you know, who he was and stuff, and he just like turned up at like your wargaming club or something, you'd be like, fucking hell, Tau, Elon.
I don't know if I
Mm.
get along.
Also,
with
I
that.
think-
Theranos. She lied and put people in danger of her medical devices that never worked.
Ooh.
Oof.
Right, okay.
She
Well, I
marketed
don't
a
know anything
fake
about
tester
that.
for some disease.
But I think that Elon Musk plays Tau. So there, I said it.
That's disgusting.
Well, actually, that's not the worst insult anymore. He could have played Leagues of Votan.
No, he's too good for Leagues of Votan, but not better than the Tau.
Okay, good enough.
We set a cap.
Artemis Fowl says Twitter employees should learn to coal. Yes. Or frack. You know, there's still plenty of opening in the fracking industry.
Oh god, that'd be amusing, wouldn't it? The only jobs they can get are fracking. They're like just crying as they're fracking away. How did it come to this?
See,
I used to
unironically,
have
that's a
wine
pretty
on
nice one.
tap at work.
Exactly, like, my hands, they're splintered. I used to have lemon water at the entrance.
God,
Like, come on, rookie, there's still coal to crush.
God, I honestly, the luxury they live in just drains me of any fucking sympathy.
Doesn't it fucking
Yeah.
just? Like, again, that LinkedIn one, which is the king of the daycare ones, like, my god. I have never actually disliked a person so intensely without knowing anything about them. Like my
Oh.
fucking eucalyptus towels.
Oh, so apparently Kanye West is suspended from Twitter for 7 days.
Only
What
seven.
did
Oh,
he say
yeah.
now?
That
said the
happened a little
N-word.
bit ago, didn't it?
Oh,
I just had today.
right, yeah. So I've
said
got
the
the
N-word.
archive. No, I've got the archive of this, right? Because this is just fucking spectacular. He retweeted someone who and just copied what they said, right? But it was, quote, "I'm starting to think that anti-Semitism is another way of calling someone the N-word, calling someone a N-word."
I saw that.
Oh my.
I mean, that
God.
is the spiciest meatball. Like, when you call me anti-Semitic, what you're saying is "sit down, N-word," and it's like, oh, Kanye. Like,
It's good though. I like it.
Yeah.
you are
Oh,
kicking that hornet's nest really
He-
hard, man.
the black versus Jew race war is kicking up. Actually, did you see what I posted yesterday? The Bolocaust?
The what?
Yes, and that
Yeah,
is far
yeah,
too
we're not-
spicy for posting anywhere else,
Hold on.
Dev.
Kibbs,
Yes.
Kibbs, bring it up.
Oh god, no.
No, it's YouTube. He's not allowed. I'm just gonna grab another drink. I'll be back in a sec.
No problem.
You can bring up the other one though, because that one's funny.
Okay. Have a piece of
Listen,
candy.
that is one of the funniest images I've come across. The Bolocaust.
It's funny.
Like,
But you can't.
Wait a minute. Art took away my 25%, which means I don't no longer profit.
Oh,
from
you
this.
can. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was like, wait, Kip, let's talk about it.
5%.
I mean,
You know what? I don't value my new Twitter account, so I'll just post it on Twitter. And here, chat. Here, chat. Here's a link that maybe you should click on. Okay? There's a Twitter link right there.
YouTube.
Go ahead.
I will
Go ahead.
report his channel for you. Don't worry. I'll do my best.
we've got your
Go ahead
back.
and
I'll blow
click
the
that link,
whistle.
guys.
Hey, technically, it's posted with his YouTube channel. Goodbye, Dev's channel.
No.
It's okay. You'll have
And
a lot
then-
more free time to guest with
In a
me.
flash.
So the issue, the issue with Kanye is that like he's saying some pretty insane things, right? But there's
Right.
still like nuggets of truth in there,
Mhm.
and rather than address the nuggets of truth, people are just calling him crazy, and it's like, well, you're just gonna make him
Yes.
crazier if you do that.
And the thing is, too, it's the scale of the pounding. Like, I found one meme that I can't post here because there's a piece of crazy in there as well. But it basically says 7 days later, lost $600 million, $250 million lawsuit opened, banned from Twitter, banned from Instagram, lost hundreds of millions of followers, over 50% of his net worth wiped out in a week, and potentially hundreds of millions or even billions in future revenue. So yes.
Can you read that again? I missed that.
Oh yeah. Kanye West lost $600 million, $250 million lawsuit opened, banned from Twitter, banned from Instagram, lost hundreds of millions of followers, over 50% of his net worth wiped out in a week, and potentially hundreds of millions or even billions in future revenue.
Yeah.
The scale of the Blackacost carried out against Kanye West
The black
is something that even the most ardent Southerner in the 1800s would be like, man.
They would probably say something we can't repeat, but yes, you are correct. This has been quite extreme.
Yes. And a lot of people are looking at that just like the Alex Jones things and raising a single eyebrow like, hold on.
There have been a lot of very important and influential people who have been fucking destroyed by a mysterious power structure of late.
Yes. And it is again the scale of the anal annihilation that's going on here that makes everyone just kind of sit up and go like, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know somebody could have that much.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize they could lose it so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Like the regime might want to start thinking about how vicious they're being and how many eyes are on what they're doing.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like a tyrant never goes like, maybe I'm being too harsh.
Yeah.
It literally is learn to crack down harder.
But then what happens to tyrants in the end? They always get Ceausescu'd.
That is the hope. A lot of opossums says, here is money for your verification on Twitter. Thank you. Even $2 to spare.
Nice.
That'll be $8, Arch.
Unironically, I'm planning to start uploading my content to Twitter.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, same actually.
Load
Like, why the hell
is
not?
definitely going to be doing it.
Yeah. Why the hell not? Like, if
What
I'm
would
going to
be the
hand
reason
over
not to?
$8, I'm at least going to try and earn it back.
Yeah, try at least.
Yeah. What would be the reason not to?
It doesn't hurt to try it at least.
If Elon is really smart, he'll set up a good mirroring system so I don't have to do anything. That'd be lovely.
Ooh, that's a brilliant idea.
And he seems to have done everything right so far. So
Mm-hmm.
Just wait till they get streaming services on Twitter. Then that'll be
yeah.
interesting.
well, they've already got the live hangout rooms, don't they?
Yeah, so all they need to do is just make some sort of way to stream over there or multi-stream, and then all of a sudden YouTube's going to be kind of in deep shit.
Yeah, I've even I heard a rumor too, somewhat unverified, but apparently a bunch of people who got the permanent red mark of monetization death suddenly had their appeals re-reviewed.
I mean, good for them.
Really? That's interesting.
Wait, on YouTube?
Yes.
Do you know anybody
right.
names who?
I'm
No,
just gonna
like,
check
this
mine.
is just this is very much so a rumor I saw going around on
Oh.
Reddit. I was like, really?
I'm just going to check mine. So the other day, just, I just do this periodically. Just I reapply for review, just to see if anything's changed.
Just to
see
waste
if
somebody's
YouTube-
time. Fuck them.
Well, yeah, not even just to waste someone's time, just to see, if they're just like, no, for whatever reason. It's like, okay, well, fair enough. It's your choice. I like this is why I had to set up a website to make sure you don't get control of my money. But okay, fine. And if things change, great, right? And it's currently under review, and I will let you know what happens with that, because that's a good point.
Because
Could
it
YouTube
did
be worse?
like it does make a bit of sense. Like suddenly there's an actual competitor that might actually be able to compete, and maybe YouTube looks at that and goes, shit. Maybe we can't be the evil tyrant anymore.
And this is the whole thing. The whole thing is, can your creators make a living on your platform? That's why Twitch works. That's why Twitch is successful, is because they can eat at the end of the month.
Well, actually, have you heard about that?
No,
Maybe,
okay,
not
I'm
anymore.
not saying they haven't run their platform into the ground.
They're doing a good job of that, yeah.
Yeah, have you heard the latest news about Twitch and their profitability?
No.
Okay, well they're pretty much fucked. And their only place to get money is to start cutting into the revenue of their largest creators, which is causing those largest creators to leave Twitch because
no.
they just cannot make enough money.
The platform
It's also
is going to
that,
evaporate, yeah.
They've completely removed the higher revenue sharing contract altogether. So for anyone who wants to try and make it on Twitch, well, your final meal ticket just disappeared.
And you know what's funny?
Yep.
YouTube streaming capabilities, like streaming on YouTube is how I make my living now. And honestly, YouTube's like, it's not as good as Twitch, no, but they're catching up because competition. That's why I'm hopeful for Twitter, because honestly, these companies generally will only, improve or die due to competition. What
And
happens
heck-
to them doesn't matter to us.
With somebody like Elon in charge who has demonstrated an ability to do something, coming up with and instituting an entire premium subscription service in a fucking weekend, why wouldn't he be able to do this?
Good question.
Twitter's now TwitTube or something. I don't fucking know. But it'll be way better than YouTube if we get something proper. Oh,
I can now call Kyle a twit without it being a hate crime.
that's true. I'm a proper twit. I'm a Twitter.
It's no longer transphobia.
Oh, that's true.
Kibbs, that was a massive dunk. I can't believe it didn't register.
It did. But I'm just sad about it. Listen, there's no point fighting it. You guys are going to have your fun, and I'm just going to have to take it until you forget.
Okay, now I feel bad about it. Jesus.
I mean, that's what I do all the time, right? I don't mind. It's fine. We're all having a good time here.
Yeah,
Everyone
no,
knows.
this is good.
But it's no fun if he doesn't get outraged.
I will get revenge, though. I will wait when you're down, and then I'll come.
Mr. Coconut 132 says, "All hail the fabricator General Elon Musk." All hail indeed.
Yeah.
I look forward to the day that Twitter is hosted from Mars.
Yeah. More power to
Black 1917 says, "Human rights are these people who ban you for shining a light on the pedophiles that use the platform to literally spread CP, or is that a different team?" Good
Jesus
point.
Christ.
Well, that's a great point. Like, the people who've been running Twitter haven't exactly been stellar.
They've done a great job.
Yeah.
Nope, no.
I mean,
And they're
Elon
paid
should
so
have just been
much.
asking, what percentage of your content is child porn? Going into the courtroom. I want to know. I want the FBI to ring in on this one.
Twitter sits there on the other hand. We haven't dared to count that number yet.
That's the thing, isn't it? They're probably like, well, we don't know. Oh, don't you know? You know that 13% of your content is porn, but you don't know how much of it is underage. Ooh, concerning. OnlyFans does.
Well, that's good.
Well, no, they have to verify the age of the people on there. They ban like 17-year-olds for using it all the time, apparently. So it's just like, okay, Twitter, don't you?
17-year-olds with OnlyFans. Man, I hope we get conservative Twitter, because we fucking need it, it seems like.
Yeah.
Galacta Watkins says, "Love all your channels, guys, plus the Lotus Eaters. Shame about Victoria 3 Arch. Carl, what's that spray gun thing you use? Need one for my new Imperial Guard army. Love you, V, and Dev, all praise God Emperor Musk."
Oh, it's just like a cheap airbrush off of Amazon. Just it cost me about £70. There are ones that are about £50, which are fine, but I managed to get this one. It's got a red compressor. I don't know what the make of it is, but it's pretty great, and I've been having a lot of success with it. As we talk, I'm currently I sprayed some Chaos Cultists earlier, and so I'm currently highlighting some Chaos Cultist skin.
Kibbs, do you still have Sargon's Instagram thingy?
Not pinned on hand,
I can send
but
you a
I
link
can
to
go grab it.
Do it. We should show off some of Sargon's minis, because they're actually amazing.
They are really
Oh,
good.
thank you.
Like, he looks like a professional chat, if you haven't seen it already.
I will.
Yeah.
I will get you.
Here, before you do that, Arch, I
Oh,
don't know
he's
if we
gonna
talked
do
about
it.
this. You might have. We might have. I don't. Maybe I wasn't paying attention when we did. But did you see that one of the people that Elon fired was part of Antifa, and he was out there during the Portland riots?
Good. Fuck him. I mean,
Yeah,
oh no,
great.
that's so inconvenient. We're on YouTube still.
That was something that Andy No uncovered. That basically one of the fired peoples were spending his, he was working at Twitter during
Yeah,
the day.
working. Uh-huh.
And then in the evenings he was rioting in Portland.
What a piece of shit.
Well, if that isn't cause for a firing, I don't know what is. Now, why did you fire this person? Violent criminal.
How could anyone
Okay.
oppose Elon now?
All right, let's pull these bad boys up. All right, that one.
God Love Alcohol says, "Arch, there are only 5 episodes of In the Claws of the Eagle on BitChute. Would you kindly upload the rest, please? I will buy Arch merch if you do." Maybe. I hate BitChute. Oh, God, I've tried to mirror to that thing so many times, and it just won't. It breaks every single day. Oh.
Yeah,
I've never had a
Arch,
problem with it.
I keep hearing, Arch, that you've taken down In the Claws of the Eagle because it's too spicy. I keep hearing it's gone. It's vanished off the internet.
It probably is at least unlisted after the whole hack thing.
I do actually remember this. So that was, I think that was when what was it, the Biden election or something like that? Bart's like, uh-oh, time to tone it down a bit.
Okay, so do you have to wait?
I've been getting a bunch of random strikes too on both channels. Like I got a strike most recently for a 2-year-old Divinity 2 stream.
Wait, our stuff?
Yep.
What did we do?
I don't know. It's like a 5-hour stream. I can't fucking. That's the problem too. Like you got a strike for this. Like okay, what part? Yeah.
Look at that
All
one.
of it.
Okay, so does this mean that Vampire comes back if a Republican wins in 2024?
Well, if a Republican takes over YouTube, maybe.
There you go.
Vampire comes back to Twitter if Elon Musk is alive in another year.
That's true. Yeah, I got streaming services over there. That'd be great.
You know,
problem-
because here's the thing. I pointed out it's very difficult for them to go after Elon, but it's really easy for him to have a workout accident. So you know,
Yeah.
Also,
bide our time
I'm
a little bit.
mildly worried about that, to be honest. The problem with the great man of history is the great man is just one man, as Julius Caesar found out.
yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah.
No great men after him. Not in his scale. Quickly, side note, chat. The pictures you're seeing now. Fun fact: Sargon actually makes the environment and terrain pieces too,
I do.
and they look pretty fucking cool, don't they, chat?
I am a giant fucking nerd with too much time on my hands. Apparently.
Yes, you're definitely a nerd.
I just really enjoy doing it. It's therapeutic, man.
Turned out pretty
It
good.
looks great.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I swear to God, most of it's just the lighting. Like, if you got good lighting, it's forgiving.
The typical artist. He's self-depreciating his work.
No, but it really is. Like, lighting is everything, I swear.
Harry, the human substitute. Harry, the human substitute.
Okay.
F me. No wonder it doesn't make profit. Stop doing this, and I bet they can make a profit. Again, $4 million a day, man. Ooh.
To be fair, YouTube loses $4 billion a year.
Oh. But the institutional power is worth it.
Didn't they
Well, that's the
finally
thing.
break even recently?
I doubt it.
I believe they did, and largely due to Superchats, which has turned out to be an enormous fucking money machine for them too.
Well, they do take 30% of it, for fuck's sake.
Which is a robbery, considering all they do is put a fucking PNG on it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I bet you if YouTube shed about 75% of its useless employees as well, who knows? Black 1917 says, hi opossums. Winter Phoenix Forest Kirin recently returned from a month in Asia, 2 weeks in Japan, 2 in Thailand. In Japan, I got to walk underneath an umbrella with a pretty Japanese girl, and we went to a maid cafe together, where they sung for us. Sargon, have you and Louis Levau been to one?
I have never been to Japan.
You're missing out.
Are you sure they're not maid cafes in England? Have you tried?
No, there are English tea rooms.
Do you have maids in them?
Sounds like an inferior substitute.
I don't think so, but I mean, I guess I'm biased.
He's very pro-Anglo, it seems.
Yeah, and very anti-Japanese.
Ooh. I mean, considering what they did, fair enough.
Forgive him, chat. He's poorly educated.
Yeah, what do you mean anti-Japanese? They're great. They have the best GFs.
Shut up, weeb.
Everyone gangs up on Sargon.
Yeah, but you're all wrong. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
The Islander is screaming angrily.
Yeah, fuck those islanders. We're the superior islanders.
They're like, there's only one island on this planet. It's
Yeah, it's not Japan.
Black 1917 says, by the way, opossums, one of your followers paid a visit again. My cat was fascinated by it. Don't let your cat eat opossums. It's bad for them. Glow in the Dark says, notice how all the activists that are complaining never brought up equal enforcement of TOS or bringing back wrongfully banned people. Big thinkies.
For me, though, it's the fact there's been no solidarity in the Twitter workforce. I think is the most revealing thing. Like, they're going to tweet about all of this. Oh, this person was so great. It's so sad this has happened. But at the end of the day, no one's going anywhere, and they're all going to do as they're fucking told.
But at the end of the day, I'm still employed.
I was looking for a picture over the course of the stream, and I couldn't find it. But I think it actually might be fake. 50-50 on it being fake. But it was actually employees walking out from Twitter. Because they had a big sign, and the sign could have been fake, but it seemed to say, fuck Elon, Twitter solidarity. But, man, the two people holding the sign, one of them was this obese, dyed hair, pansexual, can't tell what it is. And the other person was wearing a fursuit.
Cool. You're not winning any sympathy from me, that's for sure.
Are they going to make
this has to be a fake. Like this is too perfect.
A lot of them.
And are they going to maintain that position when Elon says, get back to your desk or you're fired?
Who knows?
Fursuits are
pretty
very
I
expensive.
know.
Yeah, they're very
gonna
expensive.
Have you guys also heard that some of the people that are fucking around near the Twitter HQ with they're fucking with journalists by pretending to be former Twitter employees, just to telling them why?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah,
Ligma Johnson, yes.
yeah.
like,
there was
oh my God.
there was Mr. Ligma coming out with a box, and he had he's like, I just got fired, guys. It was all just a troll.
He's making it up. Oh, jeez. Everyone's taking the
I need
piss
to
with
go
them.
home to my wife's boyfriend now.
Sorry, it's all the time I have for an interview.
Fucking genius.
Oh.
Scion. Wizard says, Kanye, Curie, Irving, and Elon are further proof you should strive for as much financial independence as you can, depending on a series of business partnerships with people who don't hold the same principles as you invites a sword to your neck.
Yeah.
Yes. In the case of Kanye, that sword was called Adidas.
A friend of mine made a really great point, though. It's like they even took away his N-word card.
He's not
Suspended
black
from-
anymore.
He's suspended from Twitter for a week. He can't even say the N-word because of the N-word.
Oh. You know what's worse? With all they've done to him, they have reduced Kanye West to the status of Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
A white
You know that
rapper.
comic of where Joe Biden says you
Yeah.
ain't black and then sucks all the melanin up
Oh God,
with his
yeah.
magic
Okay.
powers?
What's the name of that artist on Twitter? He's actually pretty funny. G Prime or something.
G Prime 85, I think. Yeah.
Yep, he makes pretty funny art.
Has he not made any Kanye comics yet, actually?
Let's see.
I haven't checked lately to see what he's made.
It seems like the sort of thing he'd want to comment on, you know?
You'd think, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I gotta earn the follow back from him again.
You lost it.
Maleficus Shaikan
I
says, how
lost a lot of
Kibbs
fallbacks.
have this many friends? Also breed Kibbs.
How does
Well-
Kip have so many friends?
He's breedable. That's
Yeah, I
why.
talk
That's
to
not
people.
nice.
This is hurtful. But guys,
Yeah,
what the
that's
fuck?
But there's one thing calling him a tranny, but
I mean, that hurts too.
it's another to suggest that he shouldn't have friends.
Yeah, I'm a tranny with friends. Thank you very much.
Yeah, duh. Fuck you.
Social butterfly. Fucking Christ.
Listen,
Stephen
Kibbs, I'll put you in contact with Lilith and give you some tips, okay, on how to do it properly.
No, Deb, bad.
First things first, you got to change your name to Lilith. Like a real
Lilith
nice
and Taftadge, they'll both give you transitioning tips.
Are you trying to groom me? What the fuck? I'm too old for that. I'm like 27 now. You can't groom me anymore. I'm out of the groom period. I
You're
survived.
never too old to have your penis snipped off.
Yeah, but Dev's like 45 or something. He can grow.
Wait, what?
He's like 45.
I'm actually a lot younger than you, sir. I'm not older than you.
Yeah, he does look like he's in his late 50s now that you think about it.
Oh, fuck off. Listen, that's only when I shave my head. And man, it feels so good to have all the hair gone.
Christ.
It does though, doesn't it? My wife
Yeah.
hates when I shave my head, but I really like it.
Yeah, same.
Feels nice.
Stephen Knizek says, so which of you five will be guest on Styx Hexenhammer's Election Day live stream? Or is that still a secret?
Uh-oh.
I don't think Styx even knows who I am.
I don't have a way of getting in contact with him now. I'm not on Twitter.
Oh,
It's Kibbs then.
isn't that guy on BitChute? Perhaps you can reach out to him over there.
Maybe I'll have to figure something out.
Student of History says, Gentlemen, thank you for this episode of the ArchCast as I listen to the before Papa Elon purchase. As someone who actually works 50 plus hours a week, I say have fun learning to work. Cali, limp wrists, you're gonna need it. I hear McDonald's always is looking for people.
We got. Oh, there is one.
Even now, they're hiring at like $20 an hour. Jesus.
That's not bad. I mean, my
But
pride
that's
would
just on
probably suffer.
150 grand a year.
That's true, relatively speaking. Scion Wizard says, the first method of attack is always at a person's livelihood because it is so effective. You need a job and money to live. Take that away and most people fold. Should you not fold at that, physical violence is the next on the menu. And considering
actually
nobody can
something that
take
was-
Elon's livelihood away...
That's something that was interesting because Destiny recently said that he would rather get assaulted in the street than lose his income source. Because, you know, if you get the shit kicked out of you, that sucks. Maybe you're in the hospital for a bit, maybe you have like a broken leg or a black eye or something. But like, if you're blacklisted from your job, like that, it might take you years to recover from that. You know?
Yeah, no, I agree. I would far rather spend a week in the hospital than lose my YouTube channel, honestly. It's like, okay, one fucks me for life, the other fucks me for a week.
That's
Yeah.
true.
YouTube,
And
I will
he was saying
volunteer for a
this
kicking instead of demonetizing my channel. How about that?
because he was talking in the context of Vosh and Vosh's girlfriend getting him banned off Twitch because he lost a 6-figure income there. And everyone's laughing like it's no big deal, and they still wanted to hang out with him in real life at conventions and stuff. And he's like, "No, fuck you!
Get
You did something worse to me than kicking the shit out of me."
Now, Destiny, let's talk about the time when you DMCA'd one of my channels out of existence.
Wait, did he do that?
And you were a little shit about it and didn't want to un-DMCA it, and so I can't get it back.
Wait, was that him?
Yeah.
What's the story there?
I was just being a dick. It's when he was a leftist, basically.
Oh, so like a long time ago. Yeah, because he's on like a virtue ethics arc now.
Yeah. The luckily for me, I piss 100,000 follower channels. So,
That's good.
I mean, I've literally had like 6 of them at this point, so I'm not
Nah,
terrible.
I didn't know he did that to you back in the day. That he which
Yeah.
was it? Was it the new media or like what was it?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh fuck! I thought that was the
Mhm.
Aquila one.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, the YouTube was on my side and the court was on my side. That's currently online on one of my channels, that Yakila video.
That's actually funny that
That's
you ended
good.
up winning that like 5 years later.
But it's not,
Have you ever
it's not
talked to
just
Destiny
I-
about it? Because he takes the stance now of like being very anti DMCA. So at least as far as I can
No.
tell.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really care. But,
Oh, okay, all right.
you know, it's just ironic, you know?
That's an interesting comment. Last time Destiny lost his income, he planned to murder some child nicknamed the DDoS Kid. Yeah, there's a whole video of that on YouTube. That's pretty fucked up.
Okay, I gotta find that. I wasn't watching Destiny 5 years ago, so maybe he was
No.
crazy and now he's kind of mellowed out. Like who knows, right?
He's a
Feel,
fucking
I mean,
nutter.
feel free to ask him, you know?
We
How
didn't.
he feels about DMCAing my channel now.
Okay, I guess I'll ask him at some point.
Everyone Dev likes is a fucking psychopath.
That's not true at all. I like
Dev
you.
don't like
Arch.
me. Dev
Yeah,
don't
I
like
knew
me.
you were going to say that. Like, don't give him that option. He's got us now, Arch.
Fair. Didn't think that one through.
Hey, you drank
Yeah,
us all.
Also-
it was one of those
also-
moments too. And the moment I'd said it, I was like, "Yeah, let's see if he's stupid enough to let it pass."
Well, also, Arch, I introduced you to the only non-insane trans person in Taftage, so
Hold on, I haven't agreed that they're my friends yet.
okay. A few more shows we'll watch together, and we can enjoy that.
Listen,
We'll watch-
listen.
we'll
I
watch
know a
She-Hulk
person by
next.
the name of Ketchup. Okay, he has a standing rule that he has to know somebody for 5 years before they're friends. So
Yeah, that's true. When I met him,
we've got
he's
a long
like,
way to
does
go.
Wait a minute. Does that mean that I'm not friends with Ketchup?
that
Yes,
is.
you are not Ketchup's friend.
I wasn't
I
his
think he's
friend
a
till like a
friend.
year ago or something. He's
I
like, we're
think he's
not
my
friends
friend.
until it's been to 5-year mark, and I'm like, are you fucking? Are you serious?
Okay,
And he was.
Ketchup. If you're listening, we're friends whether you like it or not.
I know. I told him that same thing, and he's like,
That's
no,
how friendship works.
I'm not your
A unilateral declaration.
You don't get to decide your friends. I get to decide your friends.
But yeah, I am actually going to do probably a She-Hulk watch party next if you guys want to join in, because it's a shit show.
God.
Oh my god, it's so fucking bad.
Yeah, Barch
Dude, I
made me
watched all of
preload it.
She-Hulk. I enjoyed it.
Wait, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He had a good reason,
Sargon,
though.
Sargon, you enjoyed She-Hulk?
yeah.
Can you explain?
I hate women.
Oh, okay. No, I get it now. Yeah.
She-Hulk is a paean to the suffering of the modern millennial woman.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess. But
Just look.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch someone get
person,
tortured for hours.
A healthy, happy person does not put this out anywhere. You know, like they don't write a diary of this suffering and existential angst that they feel. And yet, like the She-Hulk writers are so unaware, they created an entire series to tell the world they're a bunch of fucking losers. It's amazing.
Yep. The only way you can write that show is if you have like a very empty life.
Yeah. And you've got no idea about how anyone else's life works. Like, Californian millennial women are suffering right now.
Oh, they are.
You gotta
Can
get.
you imagine?
You gotta get BFs.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
they
they're
can't.
getting BFs all right.
They can't. They're approaching 40. The eggs are drying up.
Sadness.
Yeah, the long night is drawing in. Like the Stefan Molyneux face is just gloating over. like, but he's not wrong. You know, he's not wrong. And so like now, and they can deny. They can be like, oh, I can still get laid on a dating app. It's like, yeah, for now. You know, but
Try that when you're
all-
like,
You can't get anything else.
50.
You're not
or
getting
anything else for
60.
getting laid.
You're not getting the guys that you got when you were 20, though, are you? You know, you're not getting those guys. Oh, you're having to settle a bit. Oh dear,
You're having
dearie,
to...
dearie me.
Your value drops significantly faster when you're a
Those
woman.
internet trolls are really pissing you off these days. You used to be able to ignore them. Now they just get under your skin.
They did feature Doomcock in that fucking show, and that was just
They
sad.
did. Oh my god.
Literally the arch villain.
That was so weird.
Sad.
The internet movie reviewer. What a profound sign of weakness for
Yeah,
millennial
Jesus.
women.
Jesus.
God damn, you could have written anything.
Yep.
You have the
So-
entire Marvel Cinematic Universe at your fingers. This could have been the fucking Mandarin, but no. It's a Doomcock.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Congratulations, Doomcock. You know, I'm envious that it's you and not me.
You gotta keep
They have
up
like a
the
Sargon
game.
face in there instead.
Oh, that would have been great.
Oh, got a little
If it'd
cad.
been the Sargon mask, I would have been like, yes.
It's me. Free advertisement.
Well, they did put you in Rings of Power, though.
Was I in Rings of Power?
Yeah, there was a Sargon mask in the background of the dwarf areas.
Oh, yeah, there were
We all-
some Mesopotamian-inspired masks. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean.
Yeah, it doesn't really
It was-
count
It was
because
funny though. It was funny.
It'd have to paint
Yeah,
a
it's
negative picture of Sargon, be like, he bad. You know?
Yeah.
It was 100% Doomcock. Like, in
Oh yeah, yeah.
That goddamn name.
Yep.
dude.
100%.
But yeah, chat. Our watch party videos of Rings of Power is on my channel. There was a fun time. Kibbs and Arch were involved,
Arch had a
and
meltdown.
honestly, you know what? They were successful enough that I want to do more shows like that because we had a good time, and people watched and enjoyed. So we should do some more. We should
I
figure out the
enjoyed it
time.
too, because I did my own videos on it, and they did better than devs.
Damn.
Yes, they did, but we still had a fun time watching it. So we should do
But
another
did
show.
they do better than V's?
I don't know. Did V's do really well?
Well, I'm watching like this competition between Lack of Entertainment and ArchCast.
We're obviously winning, right?
V's always slightly ahead of you, Arch.
Mm.
I do think that there's some cease and desist letters we have yet to send out, Arch.
Mm.
We'll take care of him the old-fashioned way.
Very slightly ahead. You got to work harder.
Hmm.
How can B be beating us?
But She-Hulk's on the docket, and maybe that terrible Halo show too. I
Oh,
tried to watch
God.
it with Naomi, and she bowed out after the first episode. She's like, "Nope,
It's-
can't."
It's really bad. Like, they disrespect the source material, what makes Halo Halo. It is
Well, of
more
course they
like...
do.
It is more like it was meant as something else. It's wearing the skin suit of Halo. It's cringe as fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
The Pablo
Welcome
Schreiber
to
show.
modern entertainment, Kibbs.
Well, didn't
I hate
they
it.
make Didn't they make the leader of the Covenant like some white human woman?
She's not the leader. She's like, I'm working for the Covenant. You know, the Covenant, the guys that kill humans on sight because they're an affront to the religion. Nope, they let her into their society.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's like, no, the Covenant don't like humans. They don't like humans.
It's the power of the white woman, Kibbs.
It is. Unironically.
The white women and aliens and animals in particular.
I don't like where this is going.
A lot of non-human sex involved with white women.
Oh no,
right.
it's another dog pill, Dev.
God damn it, Dev.
It's everywhere.
They're making an
Wow.
anime out of Dev's dog pill, just to point that out.
That's
Oh yeah, they
terrible.
are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dev, how
It's
did
on
you
the way.
know? It's your most infamous video.
It's only infamous because it was banned off YouTube several times.
But also because it's obviously telling some kind of perennial truth.
Yeah, I mean, I got
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched it, but like I had that
Yeah.
interview with that woman who fucks dogs. I didn't interview, but like she
Oh,
had
no,
she
I
like
haven't
she's like a self interview, and I put that in there, and holy fuck, like she sounds insane.
Well, she fucks dogs, Dev. Of course, she
Yes.
sounds insane.
Dev finally realizes, wait, hold on. Yeah, she is crazy.
Mhm.
Dev should be very careful about leaving the house. Because
However,
videos
at the
like
same
that makes
time,
him many enemies.
You know, guys do like dog girl VTubers, so
What?
I'm
Dev,
not saying men are good at all. I mean, look at
there's a lot of
OnlyFans.
simps out there for a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, exactly. The fact OnlyFans exists proves men are not good.
Oh, I have lost track of where I was. This is a problem to me. There you are. Artemis Fowl says, then it's a super secret in the spit. Is it chat? Oh, yes. It's the best place. It's where Sargon yells at Dev frequently.
Yeah, for being a communist.
it's kind of
Yes.
funny how many.
We do this every
It's
day.
okay.
and
I yell at Sargon for being a Nazi. It's okay.
No, you never call me a Nazi. You
So
just imply I'm a
secret.
Nazi.
I just imply it. Yes, I'm polite about it. Canadian politeness.
Yeah.
Wow.
So John says, on a Veritas video, they have an Indian guy admitting that if you send adult material through PM and he sees it, he can save it to his personal server.
Yes.
Right. Well, now we know why the CP is still there, I guess.
That is not what I wanted to hear.
Whoa, good point.
Oh man, did you see the recent Veritas where they had a bunch of like low-level Democratic staffers saying that they're deliberately funding MAGA candidates in some areas because they think they'll be easier to beat than like a more moderate Republican?
Yeah, I did. That's interesting.
Yeah,
isn't
that's-
it? Funding your opponents for the win.
Yeah,
I mean, if they want
well-
to, go ahead.
Well, sure, but like it makes the claim that the MAGA Republicans are a unique evil kind of go out the window when you're giving them money.
But also, Trump doesn't need that. Trump's winning. Like, his guys are winning.
Yeah, it seems to be that the Republicans have just been completely like co-opted and taken over by the Trumpsters at this point.
But it also seems that the Democrats are living in a fucking world of delusion. Like, Trump's endorsements are very powerful.
I still think 2024 is probably better off with DeSantis than Trump on the Republican side, but
No.
mean, who knows? You don't think so?
2028
DeSantis?
DeSantis.
2028, Jesus Christ.
We're
Long game, eh?
pushing the ball back a bit there.
Well, no, I just
No,
think
that's
that like
the next election.
hmm
well, isn't the next election 2024?
Yeah.
No, yeah, after 2024, obviously.
Yeah, I get what Sargon's saying. He means it's like the next one coming up after.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Trump's still good. We can still use him.
I don't know. I think that Trump might be too divisive a figure at this point. You might have to get like a DeSantis in there instead.
Ev is a communist.
Dev is trying. Know what Dev is? Dev is that guy that's infiltrated our side, and he's sowing discontent among our
Yep.
boys.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
that's exactly right, kids. Exactly.
Is
right.
that
We're
it?
on to you, Dev.
Oh no, I'm just a centrist. But have you considered giving up the most successful guy, other than Joe Biden, obviously, that the Republicans have ever had?
Well, hold on, Sargon. I think you and I had this conversation like a year ago, where basically, like, even you said that Trump is just like a big dumb fucking idiot, and he didn't really do anything as president for 4 years. Like, he didn't really have any major accomplishments.
He is attempting to gaslight you.
No. but you actually said, like, oh well, DeSantis, he's kind of cut from the same cloth, but he's actually somebody who knows how to be a president because he's been a governor.
Well, I mean, DeSantis at least legislates.
Yes.
But the point is, Dev, we're looking through this from two ways, right? First way is Trump is winning all of the Republican polls. Whenever the Republicans are asked, who do you want? 75% of the time it's Trump. So get over it, basically. But also, Trump, I think there's a sort of narrative that needs to resolve with Trump that I think it's wrong to leave unresolved. Trump, and this is the great man narrative, right? Trump was the people's champion. He was chosen by the American patriots to represent them and their interests. And through various means, he got screwed. He has spent his time in the wilderness off social media unjustly, and now he needs to come back in fucking thunder and demolish them in 2024. Right? This is a heroic narrative that must play out so that we know that the world, the universe, the cosmos itself has God in his throne on high, and the world is rightly ordered. Trump has to be the guy. DeSantis can do it in 2028.
So hold on. What if?
What if they have to lose? They have to lose.
Okay. So, but hear me out. Okay. So, what if in 2024 Trump loses decisively? What's the narrative then?
Then God is dead.
That could not also be God on his throne saying no to Trump?
No,
he died.
Trump is God's anointed champion.
I like this rhetoric.
He has the mandate of heaven from the people of America, Dev.
We're mixing a little bit of Qing
Not
dynasty
if he loses
there.
next time. There's no mandate there then.
Dev,
The mandate of heaven, Dev. We have it now.
literally, I can't explain my position on YouTube because of the editorial policies that suggest that maybe the people on the other side don't have the mandate of heaven, which is why they need these editorial policies.
But Dev and his communist ignorance simply cannot
Yeah,
see.
exactly.
All I'm just saying is, what if he loses? And he actually loses.
Dev.
Oh, if he actually loses. Oh, that's an interesting way of framing it, Dev.
I knew that would do it for you.
How did he lose without actually losing, Dev?
I knew that would do it for you.
He's baiting you.
No.
Like, let's say that Trump gets like 35% of the vote or something. Like something where it's clear that he just like he's done.
Then he didn't have the mandate of heaven. But he does have the mandate of heaven, and so that's not going to happen.
I see. I guess I have
and
to
you
wait
know
and see.
that's not going to happen. No, you know that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah, like here's the thing. If Trump wins again, it'll probably be like a 51-49 whether he wins or loses, because it always is with the presidential election.
Sure. But like what I mean is like he massively increased his vote share last time. You know, it's like it wasn't a lack of popularity that was the problem that Trump had. Like 15 million extra votes. Obama lost 5 million votes in his second term and still won. Trump gained 15 million and lost. It's like, okay. Okay.
And after 4 years of Biden ravaging the economy, after 4 years of inflation and war and depravity.
Like, you know, do we think
it's not
Biden
looking good.
has the
It's not looking good for
here?
Biden right now. It's not looking good.
We lost the mandate a while ago, yeah.
See, I still think that when it comes to the presidency, Americans are kind of like one issue short-term voters. And I think that Trump lost just because COVID happened under Trump's watch. If there was no COVID, Trump would have won it.
That is spoken
as much as you need to.
That is spoken like somebody who isn't from the United States and doesn't understand the lay of the land. You filthy
No,
Canadian.
That's absolutely the case.
I will drive up
Americans
north
are
and
all
beat
low
you.
information voters, Kibbs.
My people
Such cope.
so happen to be, a small portion of them are
Fucking
stupid.
I can't get over the cope.
Hold on. There's someone in the chat who actually thinks, like, Not memes that I'm a communist infiltrator. Come on.
Well, I agree. That's me.
Yeah,
That's me in the chat.
yeah. Was it you were typing it?
What's the name of the account?
Not Sargon.
Sorry.
It scrolled away. I don't know.
No, I'm joking.
No, I'm not a communist. I don't want a stateless, moneyless, classless society. I'm not a
I
communist.
just think we should be progressing towards it. Says
No, I don't. No, I do
well,
not.
why entertain it in any way, shape, or form?
I'm not.
Here you
Dev
are.
is Dev.
Both
When?
sides deserve a. We shouldn't just purge all the communists. Both
I didn't
sides
say
deserve
that.
You did say that.
I did not.
You literally did. With both
No, I
sides
didn't.
deserve a fair
No, I
hearing.
didn't. No, I didn't. That's not what I said. That's not what I
is.
said.
Lay
It is
into
not.
him. Lay into him.
No. Let's have the real argument. The one that's been bubbling underneath the surface this whole time.
No.
Okay, Dev,
You
you're
are
not-
both women, and I am getting hungry.
Okay,
Shut up.
now.
I literally am making chicken in the background now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm cooking.
Wait,
Nathan
Gibbs.
Hildeman says, Arch, will you be weighing in on the Spiky Bits Warhammer drama and subsequent cancellation?
Ooh, what happened there?
I have no fucking idea.
Okay.
Gibbs, you were complaining earlier that you stuffed yourself too full of fries. You're making more food?
Yeah, it's food time now. Things have
You're gonna be
changed.
fatter than me.
Kids is an
Firstly,
American, Dev.
I'm an
fair
American,
enough.
and Americans
See?
aren't
That's his defense.
fat. It's like fucking 7:01 p.m. It's dinner time, Dev. I don't. Hey, unlike Dev, I don't eat 30 meals a day. I eat
It's
two.
second dinner time.
Two.
Hold on. Here, no, Kibbs, you forget the joke. It was that I still eat a regular amount of meals, but I just have meal times where for 1 hour I will just eat until the hour's over and not think about how much I'm eating.
You like?
That is crazy.
He is a hobbit. Like he's like, okay, I'm gonna set a timer, 30 minutes. Like I gotta keep eating at a constant rate. Can't slow down.
Yep. Yep.
That is
Yeah.
Well,
weird.
that's why it's called dinner time.
That's
Because
weird.
for that time period, you just eat the whole
Did your
time.
mom or dad do that to you, or did you just do that yourself?
You regulate the food that you eat at dinner time.
Such a weird thing.
Like, do you just right? I need to get 6 pizzas and eat for an hour.
Yeah, that's how it is, man.
Wow.
But you don't have okay, I have my main meal and then I have grapes or something.
Well, actually, see, so now that here's the thing. When I had COVID, it was actually a great jump start to my losing weight. 'Cause I lost like 10 pounds just shitting constantly and not eating. So
enough.
I'm
Well, sharing.
I'm already on the path to losing weight again. I'll just keep it up.
Just get COVID
Well done,
again.
well done.
I'll just get COVID again.
We found a
Just gonna
nice
take
weight
one.
loss program here.
Well, no, but the fact that I did lose 10 pounds, now that I'm better, I'm gonna keep up like the workouts again and all the stuff that I did a couple of years ago to lose a bunch of weight. I'm gonna bring it all back.
Communism is Dev's weight plan.
Yeah, there you go. He's trying to instigate
that the weight
communism
plan?
for
Well,
starvation.
this is why you're a communist, isn't it, Dev?
Is it so I can lose weight?
It's for health.
That's a great way to do it, I guess.
It is. It's the only guaranteed way.
You will be thin whether you
Historically
want to or
proven.
not.
Yeah.
Chad, I'm not a commie. No, I'm not a commie. I'm not actually a commie. I'm a liberal.
No, we're
And
propagating
Communist
this.
in denial.
And despite Sargon's protestations, liberalism does not need to backslide into communism all the time.
Except it always does.
Not
Jet,
with
you have your
me.
vote.
Dev, every day you act like a communist. You're like, I'm not a communist. I'm a liberal.
No, I don't.
He
When
kinda
do I talk about
does.
wanting? When? How? Explain.
It's too long. We haven't got time. We'll do it.
Yeah,
Another time.
we don't want to. You don't want the stream to go any longer. Basically, you're guilty, is what we're saying.
So hold on. I'm the communist, but you're implementing the struggle session.
Dev,
It's in the struggle session.
go sit in the corner.
There's no
Over there.
struggling here. You're just you're submitting and you haven't even realized it yet.
Dev,
No.
you will eventually become a conservative, and you will finally be free of your communism.
Well, I'm already halfway there. I'm going to vote for the conservatives next
Exactly.
election.
Exactly.
You didn't do that
So
the last time.
All I have to
That's
do
fine.
is
That's fine.
bully the liberalism out of you.
Bullying out of you.
Wait, hold on. Because in this instance, though, liberalism is conservatism.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
No.
I mean, that's what you always say. That's the kind of your position is that why should
Well,
we be English liberals? Well, because it's our tradition to do so.
yeah, it's not your tradition. You're Italian.
Ooh,
I'm Canadian.
Italian Dev.
I'm Canadian, thank you. Which
Italian.
makes me part of the Anglosphere.
The Italian of the North.
Is it too much French, frankly, in Canada?
Fucking spaghetti boy over there.
Thankfully, I don't live in the French areas because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but still, look at Trudeau.
Man, okay, so Quebec law is actually based on French law rather than English law, right? Like the rest of Canada. And it's like, Jesus, I don't want to go to Quebec. Fuck that.
So, Dev, I am actually just kidding here, obviously.
No, obviously, yeah, we're having fun.
Yeah. Just in case anyone mistakes like my deadpan delivery for a serious commentary. Which it isn't.
I mean, like I have more conservative tendencies now than I did, let's say, 10 years ago.
Mhm.
But 15 years ago, I was actually a communist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
This
you
time,
were?
now,
So
dinner time
he's
is only an
actually
hour.
a
so
communist. He's not a communist now.
I actually was a communist, and then I worked a blue collar job for the first time in my life, and it's like, oh, and everything changed really quickly.
Mhm.
But yeah, like I've like fluctuated between like liberal and conservative positions depending on
And
what we're talking about.
communist.
I'm pretty much I actually
Liberal-
am in the center.
You hear that
Yeah.
stutter when he said conservative? He's like, oh, conservative.
Yeah, liberal and conservative, yeah.
The
Communist.
problem, Dev, is all of the liberal assumptions are wrong.
I was there for you versus friended and such.
Yes, and I was right, and they were wrong, and you know that.
I kind of agree. Yeah, there's some
And
things that
you
are
haven't-
wrong, but
You have not formulated a response to the wrongness of the liberal assumptions.
what do you mean?
How do I explain that any more clearly?
Well, no, I mean I get it, but like, what you challenged Adam and Sitch to that. Why is it my job?
Because you're a liberal.
Well, okay.
It's every liberal's job, isn't it?
Okay, well, here, let me put it this way.
Go on.
I think you can just you can have an alternate path to at least some of the good liberal values without those liberal assumptions.
Okay.
And I think part of that path is going to be a healthy conservatism.
So you're relying on conservative assumptions to prop up liberal assumptions.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. I think you need both. You need both to be part of society. You can't just
It's all right.
have a purely conservative society or a purely liberal society.
No one's neutral on a moving train, Dev. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just saying you're on a set of rails, right? And the assumptions are the rails. And if you've
Okay.
arrived on my assumptions, then good, you'll arrive at my position.
Yes, but there's still going to be some things we disagree on. I think I still like value some of the more libertarian things more than you do at this point. You know.
Now, but in 5 years' time, you'll be changed.
Well, I don't know. Like, hold on. Like, there are some
That's what
obvious
progress
things, right?
is. It's a dialectic, Dev.
Yes, but in 5 years' time, I'm still going to be pro-gay marriage because I think having some kind of pathway for gay people to
okay.
not just be,
Yeah, yeah.
weird degenerates that are constantly fucking each other and spreading disease around, but you actually have, a decent pathway so that they can be part of a family unit and maybe be more stable and maybe be part of the society. That's more positive. That's not a
And when you're a
conservative position.
communist, you're like, yeah, in 5 years' time, I'll still be a communist.
But hold on, how does that relate to what I said?
Because you're predicting that you know what your future ideological perspective will be. But you've just shown us that your ideological perspective has changed over time, given your own life experience.
Yes.
So you can't really, with any accuracy, say you know that you'll believe this thing, because you don't.
Okay, so that's true to a point because like if you knew what you would be
inevitable.
thinking in 5 years' time, you might as well just be that now. Like that's true, yeah, because generally you have more information in the future. So I get it.
No. It's not that you may as well be that now. It's that you don't know what you're going to be thinking in 5 years' time because you don't know what your life experiences will have taught you in that intervening period of time. By the way, I'm not against gay marriage, so I don't know why you use that.
Well, I use that because like a lot of conservatives tend to be. I'm not saying you are,
I
but
don't
like
care about it. I don't care. About
sure, but it seems to be a liberal position and not a conservative one. The gay marriage thing.
Sure. Yeah, that's
Right.
fine.
So I think that will be a way, at least one specific area where I will remain a liberal and not be a conservative.
Sure, for now.
I can't foresee a series of circumstances which I would change that.
Of course, but you can't foresee the future at all, so...
Oh,
Go
Okay.
on, prophesy. Of course you
Okay,
can't. No one can see the future, Dev.
No, I get that. No one can see the future. I understand. I completely understand. At the same time, like, what could possibly happen that I would suddenly be like, all right, no gay people should ever get married? Like,
I
what
don't
what
know.
could possibly? I don't
know.
think, and I don't think that there's anything that would make me change in that way.
Of course not, but
There
I'm
are
sure
some
when you were
things
a
that I would change
communist-
about.
I'm sure when you were a communist, you were like, I'm never going to change. There's nothing that will make me think the proletariat deserve to be oppressed by the bourgeoisie.
Yes, but here's the thing. I've gone through several ideological changes at this point in my life, and the things that haven't changed, I am fairly certain those are actually secure. And there are some things that haven't changed, and gay marriage is one of those things.
Mhm.
But there are some things.
What about
that have,
abortion?
like, abortion?
Yeah.
I'm still like 51-49 on the pro-choice side.
Really? That's disgusting.
Yeah. I understand. Like you made that video a few months ago where you talked about it, how the liberal views it as a necessary evil, not a good thing, but like, not something that we should necessarily ban unless we absolutely have to.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with it like that. Necessary evil. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's good.
But now that the restraints on women have been lifted completely, do you still feel that way?
Well, no.
Well, there we
But
go.
that's part of the compromise, though. Necessary evil means
but
that you
that's
should
gone.
only permit it as much as necessary. But if the choice is between none and way more than necessary, none might be the better choice.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're at the
I
way
still-
more than
but I still
necessary
think-
perspective.
But I still think that the necessary evil is the better choice than those two.
Yeah, but that's not what we have a choice between.
Sure, but we can rebuild that.
Good luck.
Well,
Okay,
Listen,
all right,
listen.
go on then.
we can try to rebuild it. Like there's no
I-
there's no reason to abandon your own ideals just because somebody else has gone crazy.
Yeah, but your ideals aren't. I mean, this is contingent, not abstract and ideological, right?
What do you mean?
As in, I mean, in an ideal world, there would be no abortion, right?
I mean, yeah, but
Right.
at the same
So-
time, well, hold on. It depends what we're talking about, because like in an ideal world there would be no abortion, but at the same time, let's say that we're talking about things out of our control. You know, a woman is injured and has to get an abortion, or else she'll die.
okay, but then,
Like-
now we're not in an ideal world, right? So now,
right.
now we're in a contingent world where we're actually looking at the facts on the ground and we go like, oh god, this is a difficult decision we have to make, right? Because I mean,
Yes.
like, what sort of psychopath's ideal world includes murdering a baby, right? Apart from a left wingers. So like,
No,
well,
yeah, it's funny. Go.
yeah, but it's not even a joke, is it?
No, that's what
But
makes it funny.
Yeah, I know. But that's the point, right? Like, it's contingent because of the messy facts of reality that you have to be like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's safe, legal, and rat, right? But unfortunately, the messy facts of reality have shown us that actually that compromise is gone now. So, which way now?
So when I did my abortion video, I was looking at the stats, and even though abortion numbers are higher than I want them to, they were trending downward slowly before it was outright banned. So I still think
Why do
there's
you think
probably
that
some
is?
hope. What? Sorry, what?
Why do you think that is?
Because why the numbers are trending downward?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe people are just getting safer with their sex. It's possible.
No,
No?
of course not.
Okay, what do you think it is?
Okay,
Then?
what percentage of millennials have sex? What percentage of Gen Z have sex?
Oh, so you think that this is actually just a product of people not having as much sex as they used to?
Yeah,
Yep.
obviously.
They're not interacting like
Okay.
they used to do. That's a problem in Japan
So-
that we're now feeling in the West.
So
Yeah.
do you think that like if sexual activity went back up to say a pre-millennial baseline, we'd have more abortions then?
Abortion has got more access and more social acceptance than it ever has.
Mhm.
Yes. I do think.
But I mean, the numbers were still going down.
yeah, but that's
of
because of
people who
just
had-
less interaction.
True. But still, if you're talking about like abortion bad, therefore we should restrict the number of abortions that we have, I mean, the fact that it's going down seems to be positive.
Yeah, but the fact that it's got. I mean, yeah, yes, that is one way of a silver lining to every cloud. The civilization is coming to an
Yes.
end, but at least that means fewer abortions. You know, it's like, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But still, though, like for me, I think that there's probably some kind of reasonable compromise that can be struck. You know, if you when you see the actual raw data, most people find third term abortion to be absolutely disgusting. Most people find first term abortion to be kind of okay. You know, there's probably some kind of middle ground that can be inhabited here that most people will be okay with.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how reasonable would you say the pro-abortion lobby is?
Insane.
Right. Okay. Good luck with the reasonable compromise with them.
Well,
I'll
I'm not
tell you
saying that
my
it would be
reasonable
easy.
compromise.
Yeah,
My
it's
reasonable
easy.
compromise is that
free.
I'm gonna have to ban fucking Dev now.
Wait,
I think
why?
no. Dev's played a very good foil to my like caricature conservative. It's been very fun, but that uncertain is all I was after.
Well, here's the thing. I know that the people on the left, at least in some contingent of the left, you know, the socialists and the progressives, they're not the like the liberal center left types. Like those people are insane at this point, and they cannot necessarily be reasoned with. Yet you will have to basically bludgeon them until they're willing to come to the table because they're not going to compromise with anyone who's not them, and that's nuts.
Yeah, which means we just ban what they want.
But I still think you can, if you have to go to war with them, you beat them enough that they're like, okay, maybe we should compromise with you. Okay,
no, we don't need to compromise with them. Dev, this is what a war is. We don't need to compromise with someone we have defeated. Right? We impose terms on the defeated enemy, and if they're going to make it abortion not just to the point of birth, but post-birth, then man, I tell you what, this is going to be harsh terms when we win.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that. But what I'm saying though is, you know, if they're going to say have a conditional surrender, and that condition ends up being,
I have intervened using violence, Dev. You've gone on for too fucking long, Dev.
Hold on. My final statement.
Why would I accept conditional surrender?
Hold on. If that conditional surrender is okay, we'll only have first term abortions. We'll only have first terms because that's what most people want. Okay, fine. That seems
I'm
reasonable.
not having a conditional surrender with these psychopathic baby murderers.
Well, then you should just kill them.
Yeah.
Well, defeat them. Yeah.
What? No. Harsher.
Kill anyone.
Murder them all.
That's what I'm arguing against.
Sargon, it's time for the late. They're gonna get the real abortion.
Well, I mean, either like you war forever or you come to some kind of peace.
Now hold on, Dev.
Or you simply defeat the opposing.
Dev, let Barge read his supers. Chat's getting angry. I'm seeing them getting
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Arch. But we haven't done this in years, and it's been good fun.
Well, you should
and
come
it is
on
my
more.
fault, Arch. It's not Dev's fault. I'm the one provoking all of this.
I blame Dev more.
I'm
He's the one rising to the bait.
Yeah, same. This is Dev's fault. Like Sargon,
Dev,
this is
Dev,
natural.
Why is it my fault?
sometime, man.
Why is it my fault?
Also, chat has requested something a lot,
What's that?
and that is that chat wants to know when Dev's going to go on the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, Dev, when you come.
I've been asked that a lot. I mean, I guess
chat wants
next
to
time
know.
I go to the UK, I can come say hi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call you a
Canada
communist
is
in
literally
person.
the last
there you go.
fucking country with vaccine passports to come in and out.
Do
So
you really still have that? Fuck.
Savages.
I think they're fine. So all the provinces, because healthcare is handled on the provincial level, right? So all the provinces had to do their own thing, and a lot of them gave it up like 9 months ago because no one wanted it. I think the Conservatives in Ontario and Alberta were the first ones to get rid of it because they're like, fuck this, we're done. However, in terms of just the border of Canada, that's on the federal level, and so Trudeau can still control that because he still has a majority in the House. Well, no, he has a minority, but he has his deal with the NDP to keep him in power.
Yeah.
So the Conservatives can't do anything until the next election.
The NDP are your party, aren't they? Communists.
No. Actually, so here's an interesting development. Okay, when it comes to Canadian politics, Trudeau has claimed that he is going to call an election between every 9 to 18 months until he gets his majority back, because he's like, I'm still popular, and I don't want to cooperate with the Conservatives, so I'm going to get my Liberal majority back. And he called a few elections, and he kept getting his minority. But then now that extremely popular Libertarian has come to the head of the Conservative Party, suddenly Trudeau is saying that we can't call an election or else it'll destroy our democracy.
Oh. That's how
Trudeau...
democracies are lost through elections, you see.
So Trudeau's going to now ride out his remaining 5 years, or I think it's like 3 years now, and it's not looking good for him because the new conservative leader is quite popular. He's like a
Yeah.
young kind of. He's young. He's firebrandy. He has no problem shitting on Trudeau openly and just being like, "What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, why did you do this to us with the vaccine passport at the border?" Which is, I think, only just now being dismantled.
Dev,
So, yes.
sit.
Hold on.
I'm seeing
We
Bart
just got.
and-
Wait, we just got $10, and it says money to let Devin Sargon keep talking.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
and
I mean, he raises a good point. Like, I'll shut up then. Keep going.
you gotta be honest, this is good content, you know? Like, how many people get to call Dev a communist elsewhere, you know?
Happens
Yeah,
all the
that's
time,
true.
to be honest.
That's such proof I'm right.
Yeah, being a communist is actually quite normal.
So the best part is when I do talk to actual communists, they call me a fascist. So
That's great.
the
That is
eternal centrist.
Well, they're just
the eternal
calling him
Hold
a
on.
socialist by another
Hold
name.
on. That does mean that he's a communist though, because communists work
it?
as in they're not extreme enough. That's why the organizations like the KGB.
Yeah.
You weren't loyal to the party enough.
They just recognize you as one of their own, Dev.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's over, Dev. We have the high ground.
Yeah.
Now, finally,
Sorry, Arch.
I looked up the whole Spiky Bit Warhammer drama thing, and basically, Spiky Bits wrote an article that the Warhammer 40k Reddit didn't like, and so now they've banned them on the Reddit. So, as far as I can see, this is just another example of the hobby being fucking dead, frankly, as we are now descending into purity spiraling and virtue signaling and banning each other. And you know what? Good.
That's what
What
you
was the
get.
article?
Apparently,
bad-
they made an article on a painter because he'd been criticizing something, and they allegedly made false allegations towards him. Like, I'd have to research this more, but it's because back in the day, this was fine. Everybody could just do whatever the fuck they wanted, and nobody cared. If you were a fan of a Spiky Bits, go on. If you want to read the Reddit, fantastic. Just shut the fuck up about your bullshit. Now everything's like this. Everything's drama. Everything's internet garbage.
Yeah.
I don't care. The 40k community is infested right now, and it's going to have to go through a fever and try and sweat it out. And we'll see what happens. Mana Yord Sushai says, Sargon, I have a book for Lotus Eaters Book Club. It's called Nothing to Envy by Barbara Demick. It's about life in North Korea. I think you guys will get a lot out of it.
Oh, I know Callum will. Callum
North
loves
Korea.
He
North
sounds
Korea,
like more of
that's
a communist than me.
No, he's more of a fanboy.
Communist fanboy?
No, North Korean fanboy.
Ooh,
They're kind of the same thing.
like a legit one.
North
That's kinda
Korea
weird.
is not a communist country, Dev.
Oh no?
Well, they haven't abolished the state. They haven't got the propertyless, moneyless, stateless society.
Socialist country. Fair.
Yeah, yeah. But no. It's more that he enjoys dictators.
They are interesting.
That's one
but
does.
Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. They are.
Actually, have you read Crime and Punishment yet?
No.
You got to do that on your book club. It's an amazing book. It is probably the best piece of Russian literature.
Okay.
TK says, advertising is a complete parasitic industry. The highest returning companies for the last 10 years have been legally banned from advertising. Tobacco companies. A different model is needed.
Yep. Subscription model is the way forward. That guarantees that your content remains good.
Yes, and it guarantees that you remain, what's the English word? God damn it.
Loyal to your customer base.
Yes, essentially.
Yes. Advertising brings in divided loyalties, as Elon is experiencing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Your only loyalty is to the people whom you provide the content to.
Yep. As it should be.
But
It's a
they,
good thing.
in turn, need to learn that they've got to pay for it, frankly.
It's a service. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have been
To be honest-
spoiled by too much free content.
Well,
that's
that was
advertising
one of
back.
the. That would have been completely haram, 15 years ago on the internet. The idea that the viewer should pay for the YouTube video.
But
No
on
one liked that
15
back
years
then.
ago, the internet, you could literally teach people to cook crack in their microwave, and
You're
nothing would
quoting
happen
that
to you.
again.
But
Yep.
the thing people got to remember is, look, someone's paying for it. It's either advertisers or it's you. And
Yes.
the question is, the person whose content you're watching, they serve the people who pay them. That's the end of the entire conversation. So you can either be the one paying a small amount a month, or it can be YouTube or some advertiser, and don't complain when their content changes.
Subscription models is the future.
Yep.
Trim's Archak says, "Hello, ArchCast. Hope the week has been good to you. Popping in by to remind you, go check out Christopher Everard.
Everard.
He's
Belgium.
Dutch, okay? He's just got a dumb name. I'm sorry.
Belgium.
Details. Bestiary Kickstarter coming this December.
Nice guy. Very chill. Independent
Taras
creator.
Shvenko, is there a rabies outbreak in Brazil? Don't know.
I'll have to ask our Brazilian friends, I guess.
Oh, we'll ask India.
What?
Like, do you have rabies?
Why did that question come up?
I have no idea.
Oh, rabid fans, I guess, or rabid supporters. I don't know.
Yeah, there
Oh,
you go.
right.
Terrible. That's terrible.
Only politically, then, I suppose, is the answer.
Tryggve Herland says, vi får se vad som sker med regnskogs fonda, Arch.
What does that mean?
Yeah, translate.
Civilized language.
Oh,
Civilized language is only for civilized people.
What, German?
oof, right in the
German.
barch. Right in the balls.
You're more German than I am.
I lived in Germany, but I don't speak their language.
Just like, I don't speak savage.
Yeah.
The
I
Guardian
don't
says,
speak
Sargon,
genocide, Ark.
stop dunking on the low IQ trans brony. Your jokes have no effect on him. His brain is too
Wow.
smooth for you.
Too
The jokes just slide right off.
Oh.
That's pretty good, though. I'll give him that. Too smooth. I always like the smooth brain insult. That's like my favorite one.
Yeah, they can never disprove it. It's great.
You're a smooth brain.
Fuzzy Thinker says, let us know when you come back to the US. We can go to the range and teach you Europeans how to shoot straight. I already know. We
So
had
a
to
lot of
teach
Americans-
Sargon how bullets work the other day, but such is life.
Well, a lot of Americans don't realize we do actually have guns in Europe. We just don't obsess about them all the time.
We don't fetishize them.
Yeah.
Well,
Glow in the Dark says, the sharks are out for Elon. They want to put him in $1 trillion in debt to ruin him like Alex Jones. Yeah, they'd have to make it $1 trillion.
Let's hope Elon is smart enough to stay out of the traps.
He's going to have to tread carefully for the next
Yeah.
decade.
Twitter is full of traps, though.
nah,
That's true.
degenerate.
At least Kibbs got it because Kibbs is one of them.
What the
He
fuck,
is.
Dev?
Oh, he backstabbed you that quickly.
He's a fucking communist. Only communists backstab that
Great
quick.
communism, yes.
Typical comic.
Very commie-like behavior, Dev. I expected better from you.
Goka says, nice to see all the branches of the Lotus Eaters team assembled. Sargon should really make it official. Well, we don't live in England.
No.
Can't come into the office.
Yep. Working from the office is mandatory. I'm very much like Elon.
Weirdo.
No, fucking. No,
Hey,
I'm not having
just out of
people working
curiosity.
from home.
Just out of curiosity, is Hugo still with you?
No. He decided, frankly, that he didn't like writing articles about leftists. And so he left to be a city planner, which is a strange occupation for an anarchist, I thought. But, Hugo's a great guy, and I hope he's doing really well.
Yeah, he was always really cool.
Yeah.
Wait, can you reveal where he was from finally, now that he's gone?
Czech Republic.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It's too bad. I liked him. Liked him quite a bit.
Yeah, no, he's
Bohemian.
really good. I'm sure he's doing good, though. He's a very smart guy, so I'm no doubt that he's succeeding in whatever he's doing now.
Yeah.
Spencer says, Twitter probably ran themselves like a startup. This combined with the loans meant that instead of putting proper admin on institutions, they just got more admins, too much money for too long. Yeah, they have had investoritis, absolutely. Like, money has just been pouring in, they've been spending it non-stop, never stopping to think when they actually need to make their own money.
Well, they don't need to do that if they're addicted to your money.
Yep. Glow in the Dark says, Elon destroyed the grift when he tried to buy Twitter. International finance needs to justify investment. If Elon bailed on Twitter for being bad investment, the investors can't funnel money legally. Oh. Interesting little trap. Student of History says, blue-collar job is you're working on day 1. If you haven't shaped up in 2 weeks, you're out. None of this 30 days bullshit. You do or you don't. There is no try.
Yeah.
The more jobs should be like that, frankly.
I can't even imagine a job where I've got 30 days to learn the job.
It better be like it's
Very complicated.
better be complicated. Like you're working on becoming an astronaut or something at the space center. Like that could take
Chloe
months.
says, Dev will be an anti-homo in 10 years. It is your destiny, Dev. You can't fight it. Like an overbearing preacher's daughter going crazy away from home.
Just
Listen.
accept the inevitable, Dev.
Listen, I like traps too much to ever go that way.
God
Sorry.
damn it, degenerate.
Oh,
Dev.
you're going to start feeling guilty about it at some point.
He
You think
won't.
so?
He's
Yeah.
Canadian. They'll feel sorry about it, not guilty.
Guilt?
Glow in the Dark says, did anyone notice the programmers for Twitter were never in any media? Only HR and special people got benefits. Programmers were probably in the basement. Yep, we did
Yeah.
talk about that. That probably is how it is. Or alternatively, they simply have work to do, and so they can't sit around drinking the mojito of the day with everyone else.
The
that's
mojito
probably
of
true,
the
too.
day. Well, somebody's actually got to do some goddamn work around there. It's not gonna
Like,
be-
Frank, this is a delicious apple pie mix we've got here. Can't you have some? No, I gotta actually run this fucking place.
I actually have work to do. It's like, what's work?
Like, the server room is actually on fire right now. If you smell the smoke.
You just get a blank reply. Just like, what? I don't know what a server room is. What are you talking about?
Like, what do we do here? Like, we just,
Yeah.
sit. We
know.
eat lattes.
I thought we were a mojito
Drink
company. The fuck?
Mojito.
Somebody lied to me.
Yeah, I thought we were here to test mojitos. Like, I'm a professional mojito tester.
Like, I really thought I'd found the dream job here. I might have to quit if this work thing you talk about will become frequent.
Oh my god.
We're not going to have to work every day, are we? God.
Of course not.
God forbid, right?
I just can't imagine like this, the life, the privilege these people enjoyed. Like, I can't imagine it.
427 Arbok says, been a while since I've sent some money to the show, so I have a little extra. And what a slew of guests. Also, Breed Gibbs.
Wow. Rude.
Always.
Always.
Young Thinker 1 says, my only worry about the new Twitter is their headquarters. California is known for her brown and blackouts. He will need to move his headquarters quickly. Well, that's
He
true, with
mentioned
all of those
something about that,
electrical
didn't
cars
he?
on the road.
No, but he mentioned something about moving to Florida.
Hmm.
So that would be good if he moves Twitter headquarters to Florida. That would be excellent, in fact.
The more jobs moved out of California, the better.
Exactly.
Jack says, SFO, which is another name for communist dev,
Yeah.
has a micro-opine. Therefore, all opinions from dev are moot, especially on things like fashion or what is cool. Just saying.
Seems unfair.
I disavow.
I don't know. I've never actually seen dev's micro-opine, so I cannot comment one way or the other.
Well, let's all meet up at the Lotus Eaters HQ.
Oh, we've already also talked about going to Warhammer World, so you can show everyone there, just in case we were in need of a stir. Bring a bullhorn, like, so, the revelation of Dev's micro-opine is happening.
I mean, thanks for sharing, Dev, I guess. But I didn't know it was show and tell, Somebody didn't tell me.
Line up over there for handshakes, no children.
I'd hope so.
We have some standards, okay? Glowy says, commies always fight and kill other commies. So a commie attacking you, Dev, could just be infighting. So we can say Dev is a commie.
Obviously true.
I do like this narrative. It's been quite entrenched as well.
You'd think I'd have at least one commie friend, though. But...
You do.
speaks
Like that
commies
dry
all the
bread
time.
guy. He's basically commie.
Wait,
Who's
The
Dry
other
bread?
boy, basically commie too.
who's the commie?
Dry bread. That's a commie name.
Dry
No,
bread.
he's not. He's
Yeah,
not
it
a
is.
commie.
Yes.
He's actually pretty apolitical. He just does Let's
No.
Plays.
Wow,
Yeah, he's definitely a
Barge.
commie.
Falsely accused of people of being communist.
Listen, anyone with the name Dry Bread. Bread. See? Bread too? Commie.
It all makes
Oh, okay.
sense now that I think about it.
Is that
Has
how it
any
is?
communist
Yes.
ever actually had a friend? Can we confirm this?
I
Can you
guess
name
not,
a single
because-
communist?
You know, all the bread tubers stab each other in the back.
Yeah.
It is a novel
but-
concept of friendship.
Lenin was pretty fond of Trotsky until, Stalin killed him with an ice pick.
Actually, Lenin was dead by then. Barge.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Did
Yeah.
you think he'd stop being friends with him just because he's dead, Kyle?
That's what I
Fuck.
mean, though. He died before he got a chance to hate him.
In fact, maybe now they're bros in heaven. Like, how did you go, Stalin? saw that
I
one
knew.
coming.
Right.
I
How
knew.
did you go? Also, Stalin.
Also, stop. Yeah, damn. Double kill, man.
Just looks up like, who else is here because of Stalin? 5 million people. Yeah.
Guys, I think we might have led our country into a fucking third world shithole, didn't we? So, whoops.
Lenin looks at Trotsky. I think communism was a bad move. Yes.
We were better under the
How could
czars.
we have known in advance?
Somebody had to fuck up.
Stalin looks so nice to begin with.
So nice. Oh, that Georgian man.
Yep, nice strapping young man from Georgia. He looks so good in a uniform. Lenin.
London, you want to tell us about something?
Taras Shvenko says Elon just confirmed that people were paying $15,000 for verifications on Twitter.
Yep.
Did he?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I could see the business applications of why you'd want to do that, but like a business side.
Well, no, it
Fuck.
sounds more like a bribe than a.
It is
business
100%
transaction.
Well, yeah,
a
definitely bribe. But as a
Yeah, well,
business,
that's
you
one,
might
like,
want it.
I guess like if Coca-Cola wanted that check mark so that like you don't have somebody impersonating them, I get it, right?
Yes.
Oh, he tweeted this as well. Twitter will soon add the ability to attach long form text to tweets, ending the absurdity of notepad screenshots, which is actually a good idea, and followed by creator monetization for all forms of content.
Yeah.
Honestly,
We mentioned that, I think.
did we? All right, he is doing a great job. I'm not joking. Like, he's genuinely doing a good job here.
Yeah.
I
no,
wonder what
think
he'll
it's
do
good.
with like the porn Twitter accounts because there's a lot of
Embrace
like
them
porn
fully, fuck off.
artists and like porn stars. They're all doing content and they're all like they put like a picture and they link to their OnlyFans, link to their Patreon, whatever.
Well, he's
I mean,
gonna
you could-
he's gonna monopolize that content, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is actually a brilliant. Like it's actually smart you brought that up, Dev, because this is a brilliant opportunity, isn't it? Why the fuck let OnlyFans cut in on that action? You know, they're on Twitter anyways.
Yeah, think about the profits
Yeah.
here.
You know,
And the porn
slap
industry
up
makes
a nice
huge
big
money.
warning sign, of course. You know, make everyone that does this sign up for a thing that if you click on it goes like adult content,
Yep. The usual.
and then monetize it like everything else.
Perfect.
Yeah, it can be like you click on their Twitter account and then it says $5 a month. You can access all the images and all the videos that are posted here.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Like, why the hell not? And hell, maybe you don't even do that. Maybe you do like everybody else. You just monetize like normal content, but you upload it there as well. Like, hell, it
Yep.
would undercut like the OnlyFans. Like, it's brilliant.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But Sargon, you're on your anti-porn arc right now, eh? So you probably just wouldn't like that.
Well, I mean, porn is just one of those things I think is just a facet of the world, right? So
Yeah, I
don't
guess.
I don't think porn is good, but I'm not like it's Connor that's the dogmatic anti-porn advocate. But I mean, I don't think he's wrong. You know, I'm just it's not something that haunts my thoughts. You know, I just don't really think about it, to be honest.
No, I mean, fair enough. I know a lot of people when they become parents, they start to go pretty anti-porn because they realize how easy it was for them to get it, and now their kids have phones, so it's even easier. You know.
Well, my kids don't have phones, and it was never that easy for me to get porn. So
How long do your kids get phones until they move out? Are they going to be
Yeah,
like
they can
pure
get a phone when they
Luddites
move
the
out.
whole way?
yeah, no, they can get
Okay.
a phone when they move out
Okay.
because I won't be able to stop them.
No, fair enough. But it's like I feel like the teenage years might be rough.
Don't care.
Damn.
I am still larger than them.
Yeah. Oh, I feel that the teenage years will be rough if you don't give them heroin, you know? It's like, oh, well, there we go. That'll be rough.
That's one way of putting it. I
To be
guess.
fair, they
Yeah.
would have been rather subdued if you did.
Yeah, but they'll just have rough teenage years then.
Yeah,
Until they
no,
can
fair
get the
enough.
heroin legally.
They'll whine about their dad. Like, my dad's really not very cool.
Yeah, my dad's not cool. He wouldn't let me have heroin.
Well, to be fair, like I grew up in an era where my parents knew nothing about computers, so it was easy
Yeah.
to circumvent anything anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But I grew up with computers, and I'm aware of just how addictive smartphones are. So no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice video, says, good stream, excellent guests. Here's hoping for a new Cyberpunk D&D flying mouse mobile adventure when Twitter video becomes a thing. Anyway, today I am the customer, not the product. Yes, that is
Good.
another good thing too.
Yes. That's Everything is better for everyone when that is the model.
Yep. It is a better economy
All-
overall.
All the incentives line up in the correct direction.
But James says, for our favorite Norman, Benjamin Sargon Carl /S.
Hello.
Norman?
I
Norman?
don't think I'm Norman.
You're definitely not Norman. I can tell. I've seen you in real life.
Yeah.
Damn.
The Norman's generally taller.
Or scragglier too.
Yeah. I come from.
Though I
very
will say,
short
we conquered your
stock.
people. Yes.
Oh no.
Sure.
Sure. Right back a little.
Kyle, what happened last time you started pot stirring? Don't you regret something?
I don't. It made you money.
Jack says, trust the guy with the micropene to be like they've had no
God.
choice. Good one, Invertebrates.
Micropene
me.
dev. At it again.
No, we can prove these are communist. We can't prove these got micropene.
No.
I
At
don't
least
wanna
not
be able to
until the
prove
reveal
that.
at Warhammer World.
The reveal at Warhammer. That is something to look forward to, I guess.
Yep.
All right, Dev, here's a tape measure. It's like,
It will be an event.
To be fair, it will be something memorable, won't it? I mean, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, listen, that's
many
why
members
my my group on Adam and Sitch is called the D Club.
Artemis Fowl says, Sargon, how does it feel to be associated with anti-vax ANCAP cat trap brony, previously known as Gibbs?
this title is absurd, I want to point out.
I don't like the addition of the brony, it breaks it, but anti-vax ANCAP cat trap is perfect.
That one gives me
mean-
ulcers, but okay.
Kibbs. It sounds like you're going to be Nick Fuentes' best friend.
Who?
Yeah.
What? Why?
Put on the stockings, Kyle, and don't ask questions.
What? Stockings.
Catboy fetishism is a product of the internet, so I hate it.
It's true. It is.
Excuse me, what? Cat boy
Yes.
fetishism?
Yeah. Yes.
Ugh.
Okay, the number of femboys and catboys and trans people that I've met that have also been fascists, like overtly
What?
white nationalists. It's kind of insane. It's like, what the fuck? Why?
All
Why?
of the
Why?
fascists, all of the actual fascists are gay.
Yes.
Like, every single one of them. Like,
Yes.
name a fascist, and they're obviously gay.
Why?
Like, it's just okay.
Wait, was Hitler gay?
He was a Nazi.
No,
Like,
modern
modern ones. Modern ones.
Modern.
Okay.
Yeah.
The post-internet ones, like you know, Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer, all of these people, like they're all gay. It's just like, what the fuck is this?
There is something inherent within fascism that draws them towards young boys' assholes.
That is,
I think
Not-
it's the dress sense. Actually, I think it's about style and aesthetics. They look at it and go,
Maybe.
"Wow, that looks so cool," and it's like, okay, gay.
Maybe. I mean, if you feel the urge, like Kyle does, to dress
What?
up as a
Yeah, I think it's
submissive cat boy, I think you'd be quite attracted to a big strapping SS man.
No.
no. I think it's the costumes and the uniforms and all that sort of stuff. I think it just attracts gay fascists.
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
not mental
Arch.
imagery we need.
Arch,
This
I want
explains a
you to
lot
bring
about
back.
Kyle's,
I
audience.
want you to bring back the Nazi RP. Okay. And if my character dies, I'm just going to re-roll as Schrodinger.
Sure.
Oh no.
See,
You're a weeb.
As soon as we can stream on Twitter, then maybe.
Then
Twitter will be our savior. Papa Sot says, gonna find my way out on Sargon for a bit. Your tragedy of Venezuela video is still my favorite thing you've ever made. I take the chance to show it to everyone I can to see what will happen if they let it.
Thank you. I was really pleased with that one, actually, because, I mean, it is a genuine tragedy.
Yeah.
Venezuela was going to have to burn. So Papa Sot could show to other people what would happen.
It could have been a strong nation, too, which is sad.
It could have been unbelievably prosperous.
It could have been Norway, but it chose not to.
Yeah, that's
It
exactly
could have been
It
the
could have
Norway of South America. Yep.
It could have been Norway that actually used its money productively.
That's true. Norway's quite wasteful.
at this point, the amount of stuff that I've watched and read about South America, it's all the fault of the Spanish.
Obviously.
To be fair, the Spanish are pretty shit. Listen. The Spanish came across the New World first, right? They raided uncountable quantities of cash. They had the largest armada in the world. They were a superpower before the term was invented. And then they tried to invade Britain, and they all died, and then they just disappeared.
Yes.
It's tragic. It's oh god. The Spanish should be ashamed of themselves.
The Spanish were only successful when they were fighting people who were in the Stone Age.
Yes.
That's true. They also got a lot of criticism for that because they'd go back to Europe and be like, guess who we conquered? The Aztecs. And everyone's like, okay, what did they have?
Never heard of them.
Sticks, bone armor.
They had obsidian swords.
They were quite scary at night, okay?
Best part is too, the Spanish used to be the Chadders of Chads, okay? They evicted the Moors from their country in the Reconquista. And look at them now. It's the tragedy of Rome all over again.
The kingdom of Arturius.
700 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sorry, come on.
And you know what? They didn't even do fascism right, because the Francoists didn't invade anyone. They just sat around.
Yeah.
Well,
lazy buggers.
They were kind of rebuilding after that massive fuck-off civil
Really?
war.
That's your criticism of the Spanish? Just... I mean, I guess that's true, but, like, I can think of more pertinent things to criticize them on.
They were very peaceful when they were fascists. It was very weird. Very weird.
And that wasn't even true fascism.
Don't worry about it. Details.
Yeah, Franco didn't want to join the war. There were talks about it, but he sent a ridiculous list of demands to Adolf, and he was just like, no.
And Adolf was like, what good would Spanish troops be anyway?
Exactly. Like, he's looking at Italy and going like, would I like to pay for another one of these?
yeah, basically.
Another exposed front manned by retards.
And we did get in through fucking Sicily.
Unfucking ironically, every time in Hearts of Iron I ally with Spain, the allies then just invade Spain. I was like, oh, god damn it.
Spain's like, I don't know how to defend myself. Or Spain, you mean Italy? Gosh darn it.
God damn it.
Either way, really.
Yeah.
Same thing.
When was the last time either Spain or Italy won a war?
Well, Italy was actually relatively recent, as they defeated Ethiopia in the second Ethiopian Wars. They were defeated by the Ethiopians in the first one.
Oh,
I should have... Okay. Against people who aren't in the Stone Age.
Well...
World War One, they fought the Austro-Hungarians, and they didn't really win.
Well, I can't say that the Italians won that one either, necessarily.
Yeah, the Germans surrendered because of the Northern Front, and then it was kind of over for Austria.
Oh, right, yeah. So the Italians found themselves allied with the Allies. Right, okay.
The winning team, yeah, basically.
Yep.
And they sort of...
Yeah.
Then they continued to drag them down for a bit, humiliating themselves against the Austrians, who were being attacked by Russia at the time.
That's true. They made a mockery of their attempts at their, Alpine offensives or whatever.
Yeah.
They were pretty
You know,
bad.
I suspect the last war that Italy won was actually against Italy. Like, the unifications.
Oh, God. When they unified themselves, they're like,
Or prior to that, sometime around the Roman Empire, you know?
Yeah.
And even then, the late half, they were not doing so good.
Oh well, Italy. I'm sure you'll try better next time.
Hope I'm
John McCalla says, took your advice, Arch, and bought Terra Invicta. Well worth the price. Yes, Terra Invicta is a very good video game.
You're gonna get your money's worth in time. By God, you will.
Oh god, yes. Yeah, you'll get your money back by getting through the tutorial. 18 hours of it.
Yeah.
So John says, Coca-Cola hired mercenaries to kill union leaders.
Base.
The Coca-Cola mercenaries, yeah, I do remember those.
Or the Pepsi
Yeah,
Armada.
I remember the communist molding over it, and I'm just sat there going, well, don't care.
They're still gonna buy the Coke. That's the best part.
Yeah.
What was the story here?
In South
Have you not
America.
heard about the Coca-Cola mercenaries?
Listeners? No.
Well, it happened in Africa, so basically it didn't happen at all.
I thought it was in
Okay.
South America.
Was it?
Yeah, I thought there were Coca-Cola death squads in South America. I mean, I might be wrong.
Was.
Coca-Cola Death Squads.
Google it.
That sounds
Well, you know,
hilarious.
not-
Jesus.
Soda companies are actually quite scary. Pepsi had the world's second strongest navy for a while.
Yeah, but that's not entirely the whole story, is it, Gibbs?
No, it isn't, but it's still funny when you think about it.
It's a funny thing to say, though, I agree.
It's like, we own some more chips.
Oh.
Okay.
Coca-Cola's Colombian bottlers are working with death squads to kill, threaten, and intimidate plant workers and unionists.
Well, there we go. I
Was
told you it's
South America. There you go.
Jesus.
Damn.
We
Well,
can blame the Spanish for that.
Being
What
in
can I
Colombia, I'm
say?
surprised.
Capitalism plus cocaine plus Colombia.
It's a bad mix. Colombia is just bloody all together.
Popatsot says, happen here. Happen here? Oh. Also, since you're here, I can ask you where your damn Ragnell video is. I've been looking for it for a while and can't find it. You've made Arthurian legend sound like a bunch of chads.
Who's that?
I don't know. Ragnell video. I think it's referring to you.
Yeah, I think that sounds very Sargonian.
Yeah. I'm
I don't know
confused
what
too.
that is, I'm afraid.
Have you ever covered the Arthurian stuff?
Yeah, I've talked about it before, and they were chads. Absolute chads.
Do you remember what channel it was on, by chance?
No, I don't. Well, I mean, like, yeah, it was ages ago. I can't remember what channel now.
Well,
But yeah, I'll do some more on it at some point in the future. But they didn't have an ideology that wasn't Chad. That's the thing. They didn't have a way of looking at the world that wasn't just Chaddington. Everything was Chad to them.
Good.
Hmm.
Glow in the Dark says, as a person with about 1% black blood, I think Kibbs owes me reparations. Kibbs oppressed my ancestors. Also, margin of error is 1 to 3% in DNA tests.
I'm more black.
So you
I
could
just
have
said
up to 5%.
yeah.
Dreadnought Fiend, off topic, but with Sargon join in any other campaigns. Also, my Indiegogo campaign is out. Zwee's Guide to Applian people.
Playing?
that. What?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be averse to Sargon joining in, but he's a very busy boy.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
time, really.
It's about time you did it.
No, I don't have time. But I would like to. Maybe next year. We'll see.
Maybe. We'll see.
Do you have any plans, Arch, for any campaigns?
Well, if Sargon's free, I'm going to have to make up something, so that'll be fun.
Yeah,
I
that
see.
would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
Sargon, a couple of VTubers.
Sargon will kill himself.
This VTube.
well-
Hang in there, Sargon.
All
be
men.
brave.
All men. No exceptions.
It's true. He's right.
See?
And that's
But it
completely
would be
fine
funny,
with me.
See, Sargon sits there, and little VTubers looks at him, makes Japanese noises. Sargon pulls out the revolver.
It's like
It's a
that.
man, baby.
Thing is, there are no women on the internet. Adopt that rule, you
Arch.
simps. Oh, that's right. Barge is a
Arch.
simp. I forgot.
Arch, revive the Nazi RP.
And Twitter's
Do
going to have
it.
to be very free speech first.
Do it.
It's not safe, Dev.
I'll host it.
That's
It's
risky,
not safe
Dev.
still.
I'll
I
do
don't want
it.
your channel getting tanked.
The Sargon was fucking yeeted for having said something on somebody else's channel.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous when you think about it.
It's fucking absurd. So yeah, it's not safe.
Yeah, we actually have to be careful for a little bit.
Yeah, can't have fun on the internet yet.
Yeah, only a little bit of fun. Just a pinch.
Well,
Sandu says, really good ArchCast. This has been hysterical to me. Hope this money goes to the efforts of getting Kibbs to admit he is a closet brony and secretly loves all the pony artwork.
Yeah, sure. I'll admit when you give me like $100,000. I'll say whatever you want at
I
that
hope
point.
Elon Musk is listening.
I mean, I'll take it.
We've got a commitment now, Elon.
Oh, Christ.
Glow in the Dark says, we hate fascism. Also, we want corporations and government to combine forces to fight bad people as defined by state and companies. Far
That's
left.
literally it.
Twitter, you can't do this. You must save us from the fascists. Or...
Well, the fascists who want free speech and limited government. What are you fucking saying? Just listen to yourselves, you fucking lunatics. God, I hate it so much.
This is why the smooth-brained meme is so fitting.
It's so good.
Artemis Fowl says, Obama's Operation Mockingbird 2.0. That was the paying of the journalists, I guess.
That was in reference to the...
Troy Neenan says, if you're frightened of freezing to death, you can come to Australia for our summer. Would like to see Arch versus Major Kill.
Yeah, what's going on with Major Kill Arch?
I don't even know.
Is he still a cuck?
I have no idea. Like, see, that entire thing.
Oh, he's such a fucking weirdo.
I don't. Yeah, see, that's pretty much my response to it. Like, I came to the conclusion this person seems weird, and I have just ignored him ever since. Like, I have no idea what he's on to.
Well, he was very much grifting on you, and he was using your name to promote himself, and he was selling
He was
merchandise.
literally putting my name in his tags for a while
Yep.
there for reasons.
His Patreon was obsessed with you, as in every tier was in reference to what horrific crime he would commit against you. Then he was selling socks about killing you. He's actually just a retard. And the worst part is he moved to my country. Like, Jesus Christ. We don't need any more people like that.
I think he's just weird.
Yeah, if there's one thing America doesn't need, it's more retards.
We got enough as is.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Young Thinker 1 says, Dark Tide group stream when? Oh, probably when the game releases.
Yeah, we can do that.
Dark Tide. I'll see about
Yeah, we
that.
do it.
Sorry, I got
Harry
some
the
more.
Human Substitute says, Dev the Shadow campaign. They admit it. Dev cheers them on. For Dev actually wishes for them to win. Communist utopia. The Guardian says, if Kibbs keeps being this smooth-brained, JF is going to try and put a baby in him. Oof.
I know exactly what he's talking about. The smooth brain
That's a
part.
blast from the past right there.
Yeah.
Who's JF?
Don't you worry about it, Kibbs.
I'm
Yep.
worried now.
The Red Knot says, Sargon, when's the next time you're going to stream yourself flailing around on Total War?
I haven't had time to play it really, but I could do it at some point. I've been doing too much painting, to be honest. Instead of playing video games, I'm just painting stuff because I find it very therapeutic and I like having the results. So I just haven't played anything for a while, really.
Uh-huh.
Like not properly, anyway.
Well,
Painting
Sargon,
results.
soon. Arc 2.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. It should be fun. My
You know-
mum's looking forward to it.
Unironically, I'm actually a little bit excited as well, because
Yeah.
a lot of the shit they're talking about actually sounds really cool. Like the NPC mod with like people
Yeah.
fighting you.
I'd like a tribe. I hope it stays like low tech. You know, I want a low tech one.
Yeah, I actually like a lot of the changes they're talking about. Like the difference to melee combat, the addition of like dinosaurs hunt via smell and sound and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great.
I'm hoping it'll be good. Crazy Loon says, Bezos pulling a Robert Francis, aka Beto O'Rourke. I don't get the reference. Anyone else get the reference?
No.
Tragic. Young Thinker One says they made their money off of government contracts. Green industry would not survive without government grants, for example. That is correct, and something that's not talked about often enough. Green energy is just not fucking profitable. Like, not even close. You need to pour so much money into that shit in research and development, and we're still decades away from truly sustainable tech. And this is the problem with everyone going like, oh, ban oil and gas, we don't need it. Who do you think is paying for the development of the green energy?
But moreover, it's really like weird how we've got like really, really viable nuclear power and have had forever, basically at this point. And it's like, okay, well, this is unbelievably productive. It's unbelievably green, and it's unbelievably safe. So we need more wind turbines? What are you, fucking mad?
Yeah, wind
You know,
turbines also
well-
cost more resources in long term too. Maintenance, repairs,
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Not to mention
amounts.
the enormous waste products of green energy.
Yes, they're
That's
extremely
something else nobody
toxic.
talks about.
Nuclear has all of this hands down beaten so thoroughly, and it's like there is no conversation left to be had, and yet we're still having it.
Yep.
When it comes to nuclear, what's going on basically is there's a lot of environmental activists who say that we can't save the environment unless we also dismantle capitalism and implement the communist utopia.
There we go. That's it. There we go.
Yep.
But the issue is ultimately is that communists can't do nuclear. They kind of proved that. So,
No. The Soviet Union can't do nuclear, which, okay, it was in the 70s, and it was under the Soviet Union. Okay, fine, right? But like, what their complaint is not that the communists can't do nuclear. What the complaint is if we use nuclear energy, this does not advance the revolution.
Oh
yes.
my god,
Yeah.
that's so.
But also
retarded.
communists can't do it.
It's not it's not they can't do it. So they
That's a
don't want
side
to.
product.
Yeah. Like it's detrimental to the communist project.
Mhm.
That's their problem.
Yep.
But also,
No, nuclear power is the excellent solution, but
Yeah.
the scare around it
But
is
the data
remarkable.
is in. The data is in. They care about facts and numbers, I thought.
Ibs,
Well,
check
go
out
on
what I
the
just
other
posted
side.
there.
Okay, will do. Just
What are you doing over there? You getting your tendies?
Yeah, I'm seasoning stuff now. Well, this stream went on a long time, okay, guys? You can't make fun of me.
It's been 5 hours. I haven't had food. I'm an American,
shit.
damn it.
You
Shit, we
guys
might need to
is
archive
like
this so
the-
you can actually read it.
this
No,
little
basically,
dinner. I
this
can't
is an
open it.
article I read. Well, let me
I
go
can
to
open it.
archive. Okay,
Oh, no.
you can see it without okay. Well, anyway,
Oh,
the
at least for
idea
now.
basically is that the wind turbines at the end of their life they can't be recycled, and they end up like costing more energy to build them than they
Yep.
actually generate.
No, it's the same with solar panels as well.
Yeah.
The shit in solar panels is rare as fuck, expensive as fuck, and temperamental as fuck.
And can they not? They can't be recycled either, can they?
Nope.
So they end up getting landfilled, and it's like fucking hell.
The only renewable energy that we have that is worth it is stuff like
Geothermal,
hydroelectric.
hydro.
Yeah, hydroelectric works, but nobody likes it because it's like, but you took the water from putting in pipes. How could you? Like, do you want to be warm this winter?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with hydroelectric either, but again, pro-human electricity. That's their problem. Like, this
And-
is good for civilization.
In the article, it's the guy who runs the landfill says that the wind turbine blades will be there ultimately forever because they don't decompose. So they're just they build this shit and then it runs through its life cycle. It doesn't even make enough energy to make back what they spent on it, and then they put it in a landfill, and it just stays there for the rest of eternity until
At
the sun
least
goes
Millions
with
down.
of years
nuclear
when the
waste.
dinosaurs have taken over and they dig up our fucking fossils, they'll find these.
Yep, and they will wonder what the fuck.
Yeah.
Like, at least with nuclear waste, yes, it takes forever to make it not nuclear waste, but at least it stops being nuclear waste at some point.
And it probably takes up less space than wind turbines.
And hell, we are already developing ways to recycle nuclear waste. Like, they've got plants in France where they're doing this right now.
And I understand that fission doesn't produce nuclear waste. Or fusion,
well.
whichever one it is.
It's very obvious what way we should be taking, and hopefully the Russian gas scare will, because that's the other thing too. A lot of the reason why these green lobbies have been so anti-nuclear is, well, this hasn't been proven definitively, but it's fairly logical. There's a lot of them that have been accused of taking a lot of money from Russia, which was, of course, the largest exporter of gas, and that has become very rich of gas export.
Yeah. Germany can just shut down a bunch more nuclear power plants. Open up a few more coal ones for the environment, Germany.
Yeah.
Fucking retards. Retards.
And honestly, coal plants.
The other day, the papers were all like, "Oh, look at the front cover of Der Spiegel. They're mocking us over in Germany." It's like, are you fucking serious? They're all about to freeze to death because they literally put their energy dependence on one of their perennial arch enemies. And that we don't take mockery from the Germans, you fucking lunatics.
Yep. It's like the time when Donald Trump went to the EU and like, should you really be this reliant on Russia? Yeah. And they laughed at him.
Well, that's like part of the whole neolib plan. Basically, was if you liberalize their economies, it will liberalize their politics. But it didn't work.
No.
George Bush was talking about that in the 2000s. It didn't work.
Yeah, but but the thing is, notice the hubris and arrogance with which the Germans were treating Trump. Right. This is a part of the German character. It is that we have settled on something. We all agree on this. You disagree, therefore you are wrong, and we will laugh at you. And now look at it. It's blowing up in their fucking faces.
Such is the life of a German.
No humility. That's the problem.
Well, they're going to have humility soon.
Mark DeJames says, it's not the smartest that rules, but the one that knows how to convince the idiots they are the smart ones.
Yeah, that's fair.
God the Dark says, people can parrot Einstein, but they aren't Einstein.
Yep.
That's true. Not many people can do what he did.
Tell you, man, the great man theory of history has got legs.
Black 1917 says, but Chernobyl, Sargon, says the uneducated idiot who ignores facts and logic.
Exactly. That's exactly the answer. It's like, yeah, okay, but the data...
The thing is, okay, the Chernobyl TV show was a fantastic TV show. Loved it to death.
Mm-hmm.
But it, too, had a lot of modern-day-itis in it. Like, there's one woman who's the only one in the entire world who's like, hold on, I know what's going to happen now. Something terrible is going to happen. And they make up a fucking scenario where this thing will hit the groundwater and instantly irradiate the groundwater for the entirety of Europe. Like, and it doesn't exist. It's pure bullshit.
Pure fantasy. Yep. Great TV show. You guys should watch it, but definitely go into it with go with it and be like, when you see that section, like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I tended to just skip whenever she was on screen. It's like, yes, I know, nuclear stealing. Like, the humanity of it. No, go away.
Speaking of Russian TV, have any of you actually checked out that Trotsky series that was at the end of Kraut's video?
No.
Trotsky series?
Yeah.
No.
It's basically a retelling of Trotsky's life as if he were a Jewish schemer destroying Russia.
Oh, wow, that sounds entertaining.
Kanye West financed this.
Actually, Putin did.
Oh, fucking hell, okay.
Trotsky on Netflix. Well, you've sold me, Dev. Boy. Ah, damn it. It's not on my favorite torrent site. Oh well.
It's basically the story of that one time that the Jews took control of Russia and ruined it with communism.
I mean...
Okay.
It's like, holy shit.
So it is Kanye West's favorite fucking series.
I guess so.
Oh, by the way, Sargon, have you seen The Woman King yet?
No, but I did watch your video on it. I enjoyed it very much.
It's quite the movie.
I will get around to watching it. But like I said, I enjoyed your video because it was just... I mean, you said everything that I would have said because, you know, I knew exactly what you were going to say when I started watching it. I still enjoyed it, you know?
I particularly like the point where John Boyega is like, we must end slavery. Why? Well, the British warships off our coast. No. It's because it's wrong to sell Africans. Like, okay.
Oh, really? If only King Gazer had that opinion in real life.
Or his fictional Amazon queen.
Yeah.
Ah.
You are
The
right.
worst part is too, like, I genuinely did mean it when I said that I would actually kind of like some African positivism.
Sure.
It needs to have a relationship with reality and not be America 2022.
Yeah. But everything is produced by America, and so no, you won't get that.
Maybe one day they'll do the Shaka Zulu story or something.
Oh, they have. Like, there's one from 1987, which is actually pretty good.
Oh yeah.
To get to the end of his life where he's a fucking lunatic.
Yes, they do.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Oh yeah, he goes basically mental.
Yep. No, the Shaka Zulu from 1987 is not at all bad. It's old, noticeably so.
Yeah.
But it's quite good. And the thing is, it represents Shaka in a good way. Like, he is a barbarian warlord savage. He absolutely is, because he fucking was.
Yeah.
But he is the gravitas of the man. Like, he is this enormous, perfectly trained, chiseled, oiled black king. You know, like, this is clearly a man of some serious fucking power and influence here.
Yeah. And I like the way in the video that you were putting it. It's like, your king can't just kill you. How is he a king? You know, how am I not more powerful than him? Barbarian standard, but it is a standard.
And the Europeans were speechless, because they were like, well, I mean, by your logic...
Yeah.
Oh, no, we need more like Shaka Zulu. And it's such a good story, too.
Interesting one.
Oh.
I mean, they could literally call it African Caesar or something.
Sure, why the fuck not?
Yeah, because like that's a good analog for Shaka, you know?
Yep, absolutely. Live Fire says, hey Sargon, what happened to the pasta? Haven't heard from him in a while.
Pasta?
Oh, the pastor, Louis. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't produce content. I want him to. I enjoy Louis' content a lot.
Didn't he get demonetized?
He got demonetized, but like if he produced content and like put a subscribe star or Patreon on it,
Yeah,
right?
sure. Theach Potato says, Wellington, Nelson, and Napoleon were all once-in-a-generation men. When you look at the years before, the situations were there, but the men weren't.
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly. Like the great men, like it is right that they need the fertile ground, but they also have to come into existence. Like Hannibal and Scipio, the same.
Yep.
You know? Like he literally needed to be Scipio because everyone else just got beasted by Hannibal.
Yep. And there's also there's varying degrees of this as well, like Blücher, for example.
Mm-hmm.
The man who created Germany and a headache for everyone else.
Quote unquote great man.
Well, he did beat the shit out of the French, like that was a pretty good thing.
Yeah, exactly. But
Napoleon III, not quite up to his then great-grandfather's legacy.
yeah. Again, the great man thing, I'm telling you, man, it's real. It's out of fashion with historians now, but they're just full of shit.
Fjellner says, traditional wisdom is exclusively accumulated by generations of great men. Plebeian wisdom has always been less than a footnote.
Well, that's a very harsh way of putting it. Like, Dev is right to say that, you know, there is value in plebeian wisdom, absolutely. But it's a homely, regular value. You know, it's not value that can teach you how to conquer the nations or something.
Wait, did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
If nothing else, wisdom must be maintained. Like, we know how to make glass today because at some point somebody invented it. The great man invented glass. But it was the millions of other men who continued that knowledge who are the reasons why we have glass today as well. Like, they're both equally valid.
Well, like the wisdom of tradition is the wisdom you would use in your personal life, right? So, for example, every fucking day I'll see some screenshot of a woman going, "Oh, I can't believe no one told me that when I started my OnlyFans, no one would date me. I can't believe." And I'm like, ask your fucking grandmother.
Ask
She
your
knew.
mother.
No,
If I
your
make
mother-
myself a whore on the internet, will
Exactly.
I be an appealing dating prospect?
Exactly. If your mother doesn't know, because she might be a modernist, a modern type, and so, oh no, feminism, blah 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 blah. Your grandmother certainly isn't, and she'll be like, "Don't even think about it, you whore." Like you will never get married ever. She knew, you should know.
So
That's
what
what
about
traditional
those
wisdom.
couples that do porn together and they're still like in a monogamous relationship, but they just post their sex online?
What, the ones that are going to split up because of intrinsic contradictions and jealousies that have yet to manifest? Yeah, I don't know. What about them?
Wait, you think that'll happen? I mean, if you just
Obviously.
post the video, take the money, and don't look at the comments, I mean, you can
No,
isolate
yeah.
yourself from that.
No chance. Again, I've seen so many posts of Redditors who are like, "Oh, I have to do all this and I hate it." Ugh. That's not going to last forever, Dev.
No, fair enough.
And even then, like, why would you want to live in that kind of circumstance?
Yeah, your love life it should be, well, yours, not somebody
Yeah,
else's.
exactly.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's going
Sweet,
to undermine the
Devil, you can
relationship
search
in the
for
long term.
Well, that's the thing. Sorry, like I wouldn't ban people from doing it, but you generally shouldn't do it.
Well, no, I'm not saying you should ban people from doing it, but I'm saying socially stigmatize those people who do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
And they'll learn their lesson in time.
Exactly. And I will laugh at the ones that don't.
I mean, there's going to be some porn stars that are so ridiculously successful they don't have to worry about life after.
There's always
After porn?
exceptions
Oh, yeah,
to the
but-
rule.
because Mia
they
Khalifa's
they are
just
rare.
the happiest.
They're rare.
Mia Khalifa's just the happiest person in the world, isn't she?
She's not. But like,
No,
so
no,
for
she's the
example-
most successful porn star in the world, and she's a
Hold on.
fucking train wreck.
What I mean though is, for example, there's a lot of people who did porn in the 2000s who now can't find jobs, right?
Right.
And their lives are just fucked because they can't make a living anymore. But for some of them, they were successful enough that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah. But I mean,
There
it's
will
not even
always
about
be a
making money.
vanishingly small percentage. Like,
Yes.
Dev, there are some there are some Mexican drug cartel overlords, for example,
Who have
who
made
don't
it.
have to worry about that anymore. A lot of the other ones are buried in the Mexican deserts at varying depths.
Some people will make it, but it's the amount of people that will make it, and then deduct that by the amount of people who are actually happy. And that percentage gets smaller.
Yeah.
And the
Yep.
damage done to them as well. Like, it was one thing being a porn star in the 2000s, because, the internet was there, but it was less common, and people were not that used to using it effectively. Today,
The market wasn't saturated.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, today, like, tits and pussy and ass and whatever, fuck, you Google it, you get a billion examples. Why the hell are you special? Like, it was that example, a woman whined about not getting enough followers on her Instagram. It's like, why am I not popular? Frankly, because you're
Why
not that
should you
attractive.
Yeah.
There are 10,000 other women that happen to be hotter than you who are doing the exact same thing.
The information age has made it impossible for mediocre women to compete with you, or for mediocre women to compete with the, hotter
And
women.
even if you happen to be an attractive woman, okay, there's another attractive woman out there who's better at makeup than you. Or there's another one out there who
Who's
has a
got more
better camera than
provocative
you.
poses than you? Like, it's so many small things. And it's like, Jesus.
You are entering a market that is thronging full already.
Yeah. I mean, some of that has just led
Hyper-competitive.
to some of that has led to niches cropping up because now you can, if you want to see like black girls have sex with white guys, you can find that'll be a niche, right? You want to see girls have sex in like
You're going to
cosplay.
bring up the dog pill again. Fuck's sake, Dev.
You want to see girls have sex in cosplay. You want to see femboys. You can get more femboys now than
No.
you ever could.
Nah.
Yep.
Like
Brilliant.
Kibbs knows all
And
about it. But
That's
basically
a
everything,
necessary evolution.
everything's now segmented out into like different fetishes because there's too many people doing it.
Yep. And then we arrived at the point where people looked at real women and went, seen it, and then a 3D woman came along. Like, oh.
This one's pretty high poly. Are you serious?
Yep.
Fucking
Look at the
Project
texture.
Melody, yeah.
Explosive growth of VTubers.
All the porn VTubers, yeah.
Yep. And
They want a man.
occasionally, you get somebody like Belle Delphine, who is unironically a marketing fucking genius, and makes everybody else think they can do it as well. Well, this is simple. I'll just dress up like a cat. If even Kyle can do it, then surely I can.
She made as
She's
much
better
money as
than
she
you,
could.
ladies. Just get over it.
The worst part is, though, is that Belle Delphine's porn is pretty terrible. It's
Is
not
it?
very good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Fuck. It's like,
See,
Jesus.
I got
Wow.
sent one of her videos once, and I watched it, and I was just like, well, I mean, it's porn, I
But
guess.
But that's the
Yeah.
thing with Belle Delphine. It's her personality that she's actually selling.
And her marketing skills. Like, the chick has successfully pulled off like half a dozen high-level marketing stunts that has made her more and more famous each and every time. Like, she faked her own fucking arrest and disappeared for 12 years, only to come out and sell a porn video, a mediocre piece of shit porn video, to millions.
Yep.
Like, the amount of cash she must have earned.
Oh yeah.
I think her career's tanking, though, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think she's gone now.
Yeah, it
again.
is.
It's not
The
a happy
thing
ending
is-
for her.
No, I am pretty sure she's realized that was the plan. Because the porn video came out, it was clearly not very interesting. She clearly was not interested in it. But after all that build-up, that thing must have been bought, God only knows how many million times. Like
Yeah.
5 million
But I mean,
purchases for $1 each, etc.
She did like a bit of porn and then she just left the internet again. I think she just basically just took the money and left, and she still has her boyfriend, so she's just gonna fuck off now, I guess.
Well, she's got the money. Why not?
Well, that's the
Why the fuck
smartest
not?
move to make. Just get out of
Yeah,
Dodge.
fucking get out before the internet ruins you.
Yeah.
Run.
Get out while you're on the top.
Because you
Yep.
won't stay
No.
there.
Maybe Delphine was smarter than us all at the end.
Fucking chat.
Oh, I think she
Link,
was. I think
please,
she
they
was
say.
I think she had a good sense of humor as well. So she, like you say, she's an amazing marketer. You know.
Absolutely. Glowy says, Sargon, use the windmill blades to build flats for migrants. It lasts forever and is cheap material. They are throwing it away. Use solar panels and ammo. We use depleted uranium bullets. Why not lithium?
Well, honestly, we've got no choice at this point.
Like,
Migrants housed in windmill buildings.
windmill
There's
shacks.
there's no choice. We've got nowhere else
Well,
to put them.
at least the Albanians will have a home.
Yeah.
Mark James says, so how long before the Biden administration steps in and nationalizes Twitter? Don't even mention that.
Great question.
See, they're gonna need to destroy Elon first, because if they do that now, I mean, that's a tyranny overreach that even the normies will look at and go like, hold on a second.
Why is Biden doing that? Good question.
To be
But
fair, I don't think Biden's doing anything.
Well,
I
I tell you, when
Thanks
we,
everyone
when
else
we
making
say,
the choices.
Yeah, when we say Biden, we mean the regime.
Grandpa, please put your fingerprint here.
Yeah.
Mark Shame. No, Fjolnir says Virgin 2017 classical liberal Sargon versus Chad neo-reactionary elite theory Sargon.
Wow.
It's true.
Well, I'm not saying any of these are my positions either. These are just, things I've learned. And
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
the
man.
elite theory versus the great man, I think, is a good lens at this point.
The worst part is when you try to describe something that you've learned and people think that that's what you actually believe and they attack you for it.
Yeah.
Because that was the response to my fascism video. The
Well, this
three
is what
forms of
you did.
fascism.
This is what you did with me with the gay marriage thing. I don't care about
Well-
gay marriage. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah, man, yeah. Well, we're just having fun there. No, I mean,
No, I know,
actually
I know.
seriously though, because man, there are so many people who took the three forms of fascism video to be like, this is what Dev thinks is the truth, or what Dev wants. Like, no, what the fuck? I'm
This
describing
is the
what
form
I
of
have
fascism
learned.
I like, says Dev.
I'm describing what I've learned. This is not what I'm interested in.
Which one was your favorite, Dev?
Of the three,
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Go on.
Gotta think about it for a minute.
Everyone wants to know.
It has to be the post-fascism because at least they have cool music.
Yeah.
And
Video games
Catboy
are
traps for you.
Ooh,
Yes, that's true.
it all adds up now.
And they're all gay. I'm not
Ugh.
even joking with that. I'm not even joking. Bring me one that isn't.
Yep.
It all makes sense.
There's those pictures of Nick Fuentes out
Yeah.
on dates with with guys that look like girls.
And I don't even blame him. He's a product of modernity, you know. Like, this is what they've been trying to do to man for ages. Okay, fine, you know.
Richard Spencer's posing with the three trannies from Thailand or whatever.
Yeah.
There's that picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, those guys are having a good time.
Young Thinker 1 says Google fell apart due to their management promoting folks based off new projects, caused so much of their stuff to be poorly maintained and incredibly expensive. No one wants to touch it. Or sheet, I get. That's true as well. Google Stadia was a roaring success.
Ah, they're
I
finally
never even
pulling
heard
the
about
plug on
Google
that.
Stadia.
What?
Wait, do you not know what Google Stadia is, right? Or do you just mean?
You mean was?
Yes,
I never even heard of it. Like, what was it?
it's a
really?
streaming service for gaming.
Oh, right. That
Yep.
sounds like a fucking terrible idea.
Yep, and they're gonna
Yes,
keep.
that was everybody else's reaction too.
They're gonna keep
Yeah,
trying to do
okay.
it.
So-
Amazon's doing
so
it right
basically-
now.
Yeah, Amazon's doing the Amazon Luna, but basically you had the game
Amazon's
running on
like,
a
that's a
computer.
really bad idea. We can do it.
You had the game running on a computer in the Google building, and then the game feed was streamed to you. So the latency was ridiculous because you're pressing a button in your
Well,
living room
obviously.
and it goes halfway across the world, right?
Obviously.
But the issue was it was marketed as Netflix and it had a monthly fee, but you still had to buy the games.
Ooh,
Why would I want a monthly fee for the games I play?
Exactly. So you had to pay Google a monthly fee to play the games that you've bought.
oh yeah.
Peculiarly terrible decision.
That's a popular
Yes.
thing now, Sargon, in case you've been out of the gaming sphere. Like, things like Game Pass are a thing, where it's like, pay $5 a month and get access to, like, thousands
hold
of
on.
games.
Game Pass at least gives you the games just for the fee, right? So
It does,
so
but
Game
you
Pass would
should
be like
just be a
$5 a month.
man
You just get all the games play them, and then you lose the games as soon as you're done paying the $5. So that's actually a Netflix
if
model,
it's
right?
more than one game, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like
I
thousands
like
of games,
to
right?
own
But-
one.
Okay, that's all right.
But for Google Stadia, you had to pay to access the games that you had to buy.
That's true. That's
Also,
fine.
I don't want to stream a video game. That's dumb.
Yes, that was also ridiculous.
Yep,
Yeah.
because you can't
So-
download it, which means that you can't mod the game, you can't tweak
Yeah.
the game,
Yep.
and if the
Your
servers
save
are down,
files
you
are stuck
can't.
in the game.
Yep.
But the latency is the issue.
Yes, it is.
Lag
Latency is
time.
also the issue.
Like,
So
that's
people
the
who
issue.
had people who had really good internet still had a latency. It was never solved. It was
With
impossible.
really
to
good
solve.
internet and lived in California. Of course they fucking do.
The way that they tried to solve it is that they had AI learn what buttons you were likely to
Oh,
press
brilliant.
before you pressed them.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So basically you would be playing the game and you'd press a button, but the game would already have pressed it back at the server because it knew you were going to press it.
Right, so I'm not even playing the fucking game anymore.
Yep. You just think you're
AI
playing
is
the game.
playing the fucking game for me. And yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A simulacrum of the game.
The game
God,
plays itself.
I hate
Sargon.
modernity so much.
So I made a video on the Google Stadia after it was finally announced to be shutting down because it was done. So I was like, I collected all this info on Google Stadia for like 3 years. I'll make a video now that it's done. And one guy on because the Google Stadia subreddit was run by Google. They wouldn't let anyone critique it because it was a Google run thing. But one guy is like, listen, Google Stadia is sustainable, eco-friendly gaming. No one should be allowed to own their own computer because it's more economical and it's more environmental friendly to have it all in one place.
All right, you fucking Nazi.
So he was spinning like he was attaching a moral component to cloud service gaming by saying that you shouldn't like it's a waste of resources if you own your own stuff.
Yeah, but it's also immoral to give me high latency.
That's a war crime.
Yeah,
And a
it's worse than a
single-player
war
game?
crime.
Can you imagine that? You play a single player game, like, you want to do a total war campaign, and you're like trying to give orders to your fucking retards, but they're doing something the AI thinks that you want them to do. It's like, now you idiots.
Oh, I just looked up most evil man in history, and it's the guy who invented the Google Stadia, second only to Adolf Hitler. Fucking what a surprise!
So they had Mortal Kombat on Stadia, right? Imagine trying to do a fatality
No,
in Mortal Kombat.
that's not
Well,
gonna
the
work.
AI will
it's
do it for
impossible.
me, Dev. You know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Fucking what a feeling of satisfaction that was. And the AI, oh no, it chose the wrong one. I was going to do a different one. Never mind. At least the AI got this one. That's fine.
At least you saved the planet.
Yeah.
At least
At
you
that
saved the
point-
planet by
See, the
not
whole point
owning
of,
anything.
of video games is the idea of interactive media. They can interact
Yeah.
directly and interface with it. This takes away that component almost.
Not a very green solution, though, Kyle.
Oh my Arch, I'm gonna come
I
over
mean,
there.
streaming for films and stuff makes perfect sense. For games, it makes zero sense.
But it costs too much silicon and too much gold and copper and too much
Not
energy to have
really.
your own gaming PC. So
No,
Google should
no,
just
I've got-
own them all.
I've got my own gaming PC. That's not true. The market has provided.
Yeah,
It will
I
be
can
taken
afford it.
away in the
No.
Google future.
Not according to me. I'm not letting them take my things away.
That's something that we'll have to be wary of going forward. People like a Chris
Google's
Farm
private
talk
army
about
will
it.
go door to door and round up all the PCs.
I know. But Dev, this is gonna be
Google
a problem.
Death Squads for my PC.
As time goes on, more and more people will eventually, sadly and retardedly, become coming around to accepting this shit. Which is why
Yeah,
it's
I
so
know.
important we put our foot down now.
Yeah.
Same with cars, to be honest. Like I think not within our lifetimes, but I think a few hundred years down the road, it'll be illegal to drive a car on a public road.
Could you imagine?
It'll all be AI.
Fucking
It'll all be AI.
Ridiculous.
I've no, you say not within our lifetimes, man, but look how much things have changed from
That's
when
true.
you were
Well,
10. Right?
I
It-
think
it
I think
could
we'll have
easily be within our lifetimes.
I think we will have self-driving cars in our lifetimes for sure, but I don't think we'll have it being illegal to drive your own within our lifetime. I think that will be too much for
I
people
mean,
who are currently
hold
alive.
on,
Things
Dev.
change quick.
Look at how much gun control stuff they try doing in the United States every year. And how much of our
Yeah.
rights we've lost since our founding as a nation.
Well, sure,
That's-
but that was several hundred years ago.
Yes,
right? That's
but
what I mean.
as-
It'll
hold
take
on,
at least
hold
100
on.
years.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
no.
the loss of
Time.
the rights has been recent.
The thing is, as time has progressed, Dev, progression of new laws and regulation has actually increased.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, the speed at which our governments are evolving and changing and adding new rules or laws or whatever is only going faster and faster.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, he's right. It's fucking terrible.
It was better back when they had to do horse and buggy because it took them 30 fucking years to get shit done.
Yeah. Return to tradition.
Governments are only allowed to use conventional means of transportation by
Analog means.
Yep.
okay. The best part is when they say, "Listen, the Second Amendment wasn't designed for modern guns." Okay, fair enough. So I will get a fucking blunderbuss, and when a home invader comes in, I will blow a hole through their torso
Oh my god,
and
I hate
this is
deafen
that
such
everyone on the
argument.
block.
No,
I
don't
hate
give them
this
that.
argument so much. It's like, okay, so what are the founding fathers doing? Well, they're creating a rule that means that from now on, people can have guns. And it's like, right, okay, so it's a rule designed for the future. Right, okay. And the founding
Yes.
fathers know that things change. Okay, so they must have known that the guns would be different in the future. Oh, fucking hell. You know, it's such a retarded thing. Be like, oh, they didn't know what the guns would have. It's like, no, I know. But they knew things would be different, and they thought, no, this is a timeless principle.
Yep, and the whole thing about the right to bear arms is the thing is, yeah, back then you could get a musket or a rifle. But you know what's funny? That was state of the art back then. So by all rights, we should have access to state of the art equipment.
You know what? I will just have a cannon of that era.
Because yes, people
So
did have their own
when someone
cannons
breaks
in
into
their
my house, I
property.
will launch a cannonball through them.
We'll get a Maxim gun.
unironically.
Fuck that.
Yeah, Maxim gun. You should be able to buy your own tank. You should be able to buy your own warplane if
I
you
think
want.
you can actually buy your own tank.
Yep, you just have to cement the gun if I remember right.
What? I don't
Hey,
know.
Maxim gun. Arch, was that the gun you wouldn't let us have in Vampire?
Bart's just like, don't bring that up or I'll kill you.
That was 1930.
But it was still a Maxim. Look at him, he's sweating. He's like, oh. It's good. It's good.
Now the dev has been silenced once more.
Sorry.
What was that noise?
Man of Culture says, I had a fear that Elon was a bit of a populist wave rider, but lately he seems alright. Now my fear is DeSantis gaining popularity. He's ex-Navy and a lawyer, basically one step away from complete evil.
I tell you, if there's one thing Elon has shown in the last literally week, it's that he's not their man.
Yeah.
He has done everything that he fucking can to utterly incense them. Publicly,
succeeded.
in front of 100 million people. Like, literally BTFOing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and pointing out that the narrative from Pelosi is bullshit. Holy shit, Elon. Slow down, buddy. You know?
You're going too
Like,
fast.
hide that power level, my friend.
Lest you want to be content.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope.
I mean, I enjoy every second of it, but, like, you know, I want you to win.
Dreadnought says, principle and conviction will take a great man a long way. Take Jesus Christ. Regardless of your views on his divinity, the world is literally unimaginable without him. Hope Elon stays strong.
Great point.
I hope Elon can do it without being nailed to a piece of wood, however.
Yes, same here. I wonder
Mark
what
Shame
his, I wonder
says-
what his sorry, just a quick thing. I wonder what his security is like.
I hope considerable. I hope
Yeah.
greater than the Pelosi's.
Yeah, same here.
You think he's going to end up having committed suicide by 2 gunshots to the back of the head?
Depends how
I'm
much
saying
trouble
there's
he
a
was in.
decided possibility.
I'm certain that there are going to be people who are talking about it in hushed circles.
If I was Elon, I'd definitely make sure that a couple of very well-paid bodyguards was nearby.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Barge, you alive? Barge? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My fucking other computer crashed. I knew it would happen. This stream went on too long, chat. Oh no. Well, there's nothing I can do to bring back the stream, chat, except we have to wait. Chat, I'm sorry. There's a software glitch where my Discord will ramp up CPU usage if I stream for too long, and we've done that. We've actually ramped it up. My Discord is dead. Chat, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna tell them because I still have my other computer. All right, this is a Kib stream for at least a minute. Oh shit. It's okay, Chad. It'll come back. It'll come back. Just patience. Don't read any more super chats. There. All right, chat. Let's talk about how your day's been. Yeah, I can see my other account disconnected. It just crashed over there. Is there a way for me to... See, the only other way... Like, there's one other alternative we have here, chat. We can simply turn off that computer, which will kill the stream, which YouTube will... I know what it'll do. It'll pull the plug on the stream, because that's how YouTube works. Which kills the stream, and then we have to do it all over again. Then Arch gets mad because he loses all his supers. So the only thing I can do is simply sit here and wait for Discord to start responding.
Definitely not.
Long-term friends.
Oh, we're back. Are we back? No, not yet.
Oh.
Ah, we're back
Very
again.
convincingly.
We're back. We're back. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Oh my
How
god,
much
wait.
did you do now?
Hold on, Kibbs. I see on the stream now your chat's being spammed. So were you...
No,
Were you-
it's a bug on
did you
my end.
lose? Okay.
My streaming PC, I bought a separate one for 2 PC stream setup. There's a bug in my Elgato software that drives up the CPU usage to like 100%. Happens once in a blue moon.
Okay. Did
Sorry
you
about
lose
that.
any? Did you lose any of the conversation or?
Yes, I was gone. I was there telling
Oh.
Chad I'm sorry about what was
Oh,
going
okay.
on. So
Kyle.
I was messaging you. I hope you stopped reading supers. So what were you guys saying while we were gone?
Kyle.
Do you not see me spurging out into the links channel, be like, "Arch Discord crashing"? As soon as I
No,
noticed I was on
I'm
there.
watching old Disney movies whilst I listen to Dev and Sargon against each other.
Really?
I just finished my Exalted Sorcerer.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations.
You got a picture?
Yeah, I'll put up a photo. Not yet. I'll put up a photo tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Do.
I've literally just finished him. So
Mark the Same says, how did Twitch Prime succeed where YouTube Red failed? Well, I wouldn't say that YouTube Red actually failed, seeing as it's still running.
Yeah, no, YouTube Red does still exist. It's not a failure. It's just I think YouTube are hoping for a bigger success than they got.
Now, I
Yeah.
don't know anything about Twitch Prime, so I can't comment on that, but the reason why YouTube Red wasn't as big a success as it could have been, and frankly should have been, is because YouTube never rewarded you for getting it. Like, they're owned by fucking Google. They have some of the most popular personalities in the world on their roster. Go to those people. Make exclusive shows. Give people movies for free. Give them music for free. Give them shit instead of, like, pay us money for nothing.
What
Yeah,
happens?
YouTube
Like, you
Red
don't
needs
get
promotion.
adverts. Well, I've got ad block. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's not an argument.
That's
Yeah.
not good enough. There's another thing they could do too with the stream integration with your custom emojis and stuff. If somebody has YouTube Red, they should get access to the stream emojis. Or like how Twitch Primes work, they should be able to be like, I want to use my Twitch Prime on this channel to help support this creator. And I get access to a bunch of goodies for doing it.
You've got to incentivize the purchase.
Yeah, make them feel rewarded when they do it. Not
Okay,
punished.
I mean,
So-
this is pretty basic bitch.
Rosa's in the chat.
Noodle.
Noodle.
Who?
Sargon, you got to call her a man.
so who is it?
Rosa is a male VTuber.
That's
Every
rude.
VTuber is a man.
Wait, actually,
Noodle's a girl.
Dev.
Obviously.
listen, Kibbs. It's 2022. You can have male girls.
No.
What kind of girl are we talking about here?
All right, Dev.
Communist! I told you! Every fucking time! You fucking communist!
Dev,
which
you're
kind
banned
of
person.
which type of girl are we talking about here, Kibbs?
No, which type of communist are we talking
You know,
about? here?
Dev, in my eyes, Dev is a female, basically, you know?
That may be true.
Dev's like, I do feel very effeminate. Thank you for sharing, Dev.
Dev just pats his hair.
I'm so pretty. That's weird, Dev. But I respect your decision.
I don't. The first
Man.
step onto becoming conservative is learning to disrespect your enemies.
So, man, what's really weird is something kind of changed in the past 5 years or so. There used to be more lesbians than trans people. Now it's definitely the opposite. I feel like there's some social contagion going on.
You want to know why? It's because being a woman has way too many perks, and being a man is like, you have all these negative things. So a lot of people want to become a whammon because they're like, well, I get it easy in life, and I get treated better.
Yeah, Kibbs is right.
The world isn't
And
equal.
also, like men these days, a lot of them are kind of effeminate, like Nick Fuentes.
God help me.
Well,
I don't
also
dislike Nick Fuentes. I don't know why I'm joking on him. I don't dislike him, right?
there's I mean he seems like a,
I don't
like a
think
nice
about
enough guy. He just has some weird
Yeah, exactly.
ideas.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. You see,
There's oh fuck, what was it? There's a lot of women who are very clearly just women. There is nothing masculine about them at all. However, they went off to university and they were told by their professor that because they like to wear jeans instead of a dress, now they're
Oh,
non-binary. They slash them,
Yeah,
which puts
yeah.
them as underneath the trans umbrella. And it's like, well, this isn't what being fucking trans is.
Yeah, no, that's just
I
just
too am a
nonsense.
tomboy respecter.
Yep.
Yeah, this is just fucking nonsense.
A girl
And
can
then-
like
Tomboy
those things.
genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like
tragic.
you have trans women who are like, this isn't what we are, and then you have a bunch of cis women saying, "Shut up, bigot." It's like, oh, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Black 1917 answers March Shame by saying, by focusing on live streams, which YouTube wasn't doing. That's true also. YouTube's live streaming stuff has been kind of derpy. And there was their big attempt to make YouTube gaming. Now that did fail.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Yeah,
It's like,
YouTube gaming. Yeah.
oh, it's nice. It's something to help the gaming content creators out. And then they're like, and we're
Well-
pulling the plug. It's like, oh.
That was the thing. You're like, oh, that'll help content. No. That was intended for a handful of content creators.
Yep, only some. See, that's back when I was naive and first getting into YouTube. I was like, oh, nice, you're doing stuff to help us. Like, why is nothing helping?
Yeah, no,
YouTube gaming's still around, just no one uses it.
No, so Susan Wojcicki, under her tenure, nothing good has happened.
Yeah.
Women.
That's true.
Yeah.
Women. Am I right?
Like
Women.
she's not someone with ideas.
And are you sure, Dev? I'm pretty sure YouTube gaming was fucking killed.
If you go to
Like, 'cause it was like a
gaming.youtube.com,
It's still
you
there.
actually you still get like a gaming page, but no one ever uses this thing.
Yep, it's still part of the website, but for some reason they haven't removed it. It has no real support either.
Just kind of exists there like a fucking zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, it's disgusting.
I mean, like, there's still Google Plus integration into YouTube, just that Google Plus is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob Brown says, yes, dual power for your org. The Vanguard, the subsidiary orgs, and the communities that shelter you, all with the negatives and positive visions. Dual power structures for the Leninist takeover. The Leninist takeover of Dev's lunch.
Oh, Dev.
Well,
Jonathan
I'll lose weight
Crow?
that way.
Says, I'd really like to see YouTube take a page out of Elon's book with all the changes he's made that is improving the platform. Well, with some goddamn competition, they might have to. That's the hope. They'll be forced to change. Tyler says, Kyle, how are you going to make this up to chat? What kind of picture will you placate us with?
I'm not going to post any pictures without
One of
Barch's
his bare
permission.
ass?
Wow.
Well, you can have my permission to pose your bare ass if you want to, but it's a bit
What the
weird.
fuck? Why would you want me to do that? Like, this by you enabling me, it says you want this. He's like, Barch might be a homosexual, you know? You're fucking weirdo.
Host the
Rumors
Bussy
of Arch.
Kibs.
No.
Rumors of Arch being a fascist have been proven true.
Yep. Confirmed. Cancelled, Arch.
Yep.
Your
He's
time has
gay,
come.
therefore.
He's gay, therefore. It all adds up.
Arch, are you a Bussy respecter then?
Oh.
I am of the opinion that boy pussy does not exist. You're only fucking a man in the ass.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just an honest gay man. That's it.
Now there is a certain there. See here. Okay, let's make the argument, shall we?
Okay.
Cracks fingers. There is a certain manliness in making a smaller male submit to you, Dev.
Oh, no, not this
A
one.
gay man, you know?
No.
What?
No.
Like the ancient Greeks, for example.
Who are gay?
Yeah, or the Carthaginians.
Who are gay?
Yeah, it is pretty masculine to dominate your enemies and then turn them into failed males. Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also pretty gay.
It's still gay, though. Like, yeah, there's no way around it. Like, Sargon's right here.
Pretty masculine, yeah.
I'm
No.
not judging, I'm just saying.
Pretty masculine.
I mean, I'm judging. You can...
It
Guardian?
may be gay, but it's still masculine. That's the point.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
very
it's not masculine. I'm saying it's gay.
Masculine homosexuality.
Yeah.
The Guardian says, Sargon, Nick Kibbs show you his extensive library of underage catgirl and catboy hentai games.
No, there's no such thing. You don't have to worry about
Yeah.
anything, Sargon, because I don't do that gay shit.
Also,
I don't have to worry about it because
we
I was
did
never going to
discover
look.
that the catboys were not underage, so don't worry about that.
Kibbs, do you want a copy of Trap Shrine?
No. Dev, I'm
don't
not
believe
interested
you.
in trap stuff.
No, I don't believe you.
Like, I like
I know what
girls.
Trap Shrine is. I have seen it.
I don't know what it is, and I don't want to know. Do not enlighten me. Let's move on.
Yeah, I agree. We've had enough gay in this fucking room for one day.
Masculine homosexuality, Kyle.
There's no such thing.
Be respectful when you
there
speak
are
about
manly
homosexuality.
gays. but,
Okay,
like,
I'll concede that one point, but also gross. Like, it just gets quiet.
It's because I'm looking through the long ass list and realizing how far away my hamburger still is.
That
far
hamburger's
away is
cold,
it?
my dude.
Jonathan,
To be fair, I should probably go and get my hamburger soon. But
Oh, wow, rude.
I'm
continue.
getting hungry.
We should all eat on stream just to spite Arch. Like, this is pretty good, dude. I mean, I already did. Sorry, Arch.
Mark Shame says, at Sargon, should do a video on the politics of vampires. Where to gain eternal life, the price is to live off others as they must feed.
The
the
politics of
problem
ETM?
is there's no consistent canon with
Oh.
vampires. If there was a consistent canon, then I could.
Yeah. VD2000, my first time was just like my first football game. By the end of it, I was bloodied and bruised, but hey, at least my dad came.
What?
But don't tish. I can't remember if I told that joke to
Very
you guys
funny
before,
joke.
but anyway, love your stuff, guys.
That's a good joke, but also cursed.
Yeah, it is.
It was a good joke. It had a good punchline.
I'm thoroughly fucking grossed out.
Yeah.
You might have said that it caught you by surprise.
Stop that. And I know what you're doing.
Kitty says, this one is for Carl. I've been a watcher since 2014. I was in high school, and I've come to the conclusion that democracy is obsolete due to modern communication infrastructure. Your thoughts?
Well, if you poll the public, they don't like democracy either. So
Yeah.
I don't know about the there is an issue with the speed of communication. Like the very notion of representative democracy now, the representative part is the anachronistic part. It's not that people can't vote. It's just that we don't need people representing our opinions now, because we can instantly transfer what. Because this was always the thing, right? This was always the purpose of a representative democracy. It was always understood. Well, you can't have the entire nation assemble and deliberate and give their opinions. It's like, well, that's actually what social media is. You know, everyone deliberating and assembling all the time, and it's insufferable. And so, actually, we don't need the representation anymore. We actually would, a sort of more direct democracy would actually be plausible. Not that I'm saying that's necessarily a good thing. It would at least be something that could happen now.
And
So you
more
are right.
importantly, we do not need representatives that do not represent us.
Yes. So on the plus side, direct democracy would be far right. Like ask your average, working man to vote on policy, and you're going to get some fucking far right policies.
Oh my god, that's true.
Yeah,
so
that is true. Yeah.
maybe we want some direct democracy, lads.
And
All
the
I'm
thing is,
saying.
it's not impossible. Modern day technology absolutely makes it possible for every person to vote on every issue. Now, the counter argument to that is there are far too many issues and people have far too limited time to actually make educated decisions. But that raises the question, why are there so many fucking questions? Like, have we not developed our legal system already? Like, what do we really need to change? Like, there's going to be points of minutia, obviously. Like, a local community is like, yeah, we'd like to have a law that means that this company can't pollute this river, etc. But
Yeah, there's not too
even
much
then,
to ask.
those are local issues. Like, I think there's a system that can be made there. And there's also the question, like, okay, so there's too many issues, right? How many of these issues are simply made up by the politicians who need something to justify their fucking existence?
Well, this is kind of the problem with what Oakeshott calls rationalistic politics. Everything is within the scope of it, and therefore everything has to be dealt with. And that means that it ends up lurching from crisis to crisis. Everything's bad now. Oh no, because there's so much attention and so much focus and so much expectation placed on each single issue. Nothing can just be like, well, we'll do something, but not everything. We'll do a little bit or something. Nothing ends up like that, and so everything is a crisis that everyone has to deal with all the time, and it's just fucking destroying us, frankly.
It is not great.
No.
The Toast Boy says, what's a good start to the books for a 40k virgin? Scythe Kane or the Space Wolves Omnibus? Potentially Gaunt's Ghost, but honestly, you want to start out with something a little bit lighter, in my opinion.
Lighter, he says.
Rickard,
Eisenhorn.
14? Eisenhorn isn't bad either, but for a new person, like, Eisenhorn uses a lot of terminology. Whereas Cypher's Kane doesn't really. Rickard 14 says, Arch, with your interest in historical war, do you watch any channels like Baz Battles or Kings and Generals? I do not, because I have an interest in historical wars. And I'll probably
Baz
disagree
Battles
with
is
a lot.
actually really good. Baz Battles is really good. Kings and Generals is fine. There's nothing wrong with Kings and Generals.
It's a bit
Baz
casual. though.
Battles is where it's at, man. It's really good.
Oh, has anyone seen Tick's channel with the World War II stuff?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Callum's a huge fan of that one.
Good stuff.
I'm too deep into history myself to watch other people's history stuff. It's just like how I start. I don't watch 40k videos because that's what I do.
Yeah. And I totally understand it, but like there are areas of history I've never bothered reading about, and that's where I watch people's videos on.
No,
Like,
areas of histories I've never bothered reading about yet.
Yeah, I will never need to watch a video about the fall of the Roman Republic, for example. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
You should know that like the back of your hand.
Yeah, I do.
But you might want to watch a video about the nudist Japanese general who chain smoked naked in his room whilst planning Pearl Harbor.
Exactly. Yes. That's yeah.
Okay.
Baz Battles, like a lot of the battles that Baz Battles does, are quite obscure actually. So I quite enjoy that.
Well, that's cool. Todd says, Munmuns for Bartimus pastry reserves. Good. Pastry reserves need replenishing, especially during the winter seasons.
He feeds a lot.
Threadnought says, Sargon, please share more stories of your son beating you at Warhammer. Those are funny.
Well, I actually defeated him the other day. I was with my 1,000 Sons, who are yet unbeaten actually. But he crushed my Space Marines the other day. But I managed to. But it was we were playing objective match, which we don't normally do. Normally we just have fight to the death. And I managed to beat him by 5 points, which is the minimum number you can have a difference on. So it squeaked it, absolutely squeaked it. I don't know why. He chooses like really aggressive armies, and like I don't know whether he's a great strategist or whether he's just psychotic, because he just charges and just like it's horrendous. You know, he's got loads of like really aggressive, really tough troops, and it's like fuck. So yeah.
Well, unironically, they say that is always the best strategy for someone who's new to a thing to beat someone who's been in the thing longer.
Yeah, I mean, I beat
aggressive.
Pete, the HR guy from work. I beat him quite regularly because he is cautious. You know, he's like, well, I don't know if I'm overcommitting here or something like that. But Daniel's only 7 and doesn't really concern himself with things like that. He just thinks if I get in there as quickly as possible, my bloodletters can kill everything, and he's not wrong. So you know, it's like, maybe Pete needs to take some advice and just go for broke.
Koa Fan says, Arch, did you hear about the kerfuffle with Final Fantasy XVI devs refusing to include diversity in the game setting, saying that it's medieval Europe? Yes, I'm probably going to do a video on that early next week because it was really funny. Because he gave a perfectly reasonable answer. Like, out of nowhere, this fucking ideologue in PC games like, so, are there black people? And the Japanese dude just looks at him like, what?
It's like when we
It's
researched
medieval Europe. Why would there be black people here?
like there was no black people here, so like why do you want us to add it? Like because diversity.
And then again, I found this one article on this, which I'm going to be reading through because it's just the perfect article on it, where you don't even need to type it. Like the person has not a single solitary original thought in his body. Like it's just like, but there are dragons, so why can't there be black people? Because there are dragons in the setting, but there aren't black people there. Simple. Just like if there were black people, there shouldn't be dragons there. I hate that argument so much.
If there's dragons, then why can't there be black people? What's wrong with you? It's like because
why can't there be dragons in Africa?
Like if you have a setting and you're playing like as a Zulu warrior in some Zulu fantasy kingdom, and there's just like random white people everywhere, I'd be fucking upset too. I'd be like, what the fuck?
It'd be stupid.
Like, why are there white people here?
We're going to have to add this to the When I Become a Billionaire project, because I was going to make a Jacques Zulu TV series where there would just be a random pasty-ass white ginger dude in amongst the Zulus.
No, that's not good enough. No. Shaka Zulu himself will be ginger.
Like he's got
much.
The actor's got a little sunscreen.
No. I'm going to go one better. I'm going to get Martin Freeman, otherwise known as Bilbo Baggins, to play Shaka Zulu.
Oh. See, I was just going to add in a dragon in the background, and then people ask, like, why are there dragons there? Well,
why are black people in medieval Europe?
Yeah. It's fair enough
Diversity,
question.
that's why.
The dragon will just be there, and nobody will ever really comment on it. It'll be as common as a water buffalo. It'll randomly eat a Zulu warrior occasionally.
It's weird that you're asking about it, in fact.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Keep in mind though, the
what
last
dragon?
time they had like a black character in Final Fantasy, he was just a racist stereotype.
That's kind of great.
But that's funny though.
What was it,
He was
Killmonger?
funny, yeah.
They're the fucking Dev. They're the fucking Japanese. Everyone's a racist stereotype.
Yeah.
That's
He
true.
had birds living in his afro.
What the fuck?
What I love about that statement, Arch, is it's a racist stereotype.
Giga can't say that word on YouTube. Says tools of terror are many times used against their creators and users. And Kibbs, show me how brave you are and say my name. Kyle
I
can't
will.
because if he does, I'll
I
take away his
will.
money again.
Come into
What's the
come
name?
into
I'll
my
say it.
Discord. No, you will
What's the
not.
name?
Do
Not
not
on YouTube.
Is it something bad? I didn't even
Giga.
see it.
Well, it's Giga, and I bet it rhymes with Giga as well. Okay.
Yeah, one
I'm
and
not
two,
even
Dev.
looking, and I can guess.
Yeah, you know exactly what we're talking about.
You gotta fill me in on this one. You gotta be more explicit.
It's a word
Oh,
that
thank
Kanye
you.
West was censored for when they took away his black card.
What
Yes.
was that, Sargon?
Ah,
And
good
if
question.
Kanye West can be taken down,
Yeah.
he can be.
God.
Get on the driven says
We are
it wouldn't
literally
surprise
living
me.
under a reign of terror at this point. You know that. Like everyone
are.
listening, listen to the way we talk about this.
We're
We're
scared.
genuinely afraid of our livelihoods being stripped from us if we say a word,
Yeah,
even in jest.
and that's become
fucking
normal,
absurd.
by the way. That's fucking normal
And
for us to be afraid.
Expanding.
Yeah.
There used
it's
to be
normal for
only
us.
one election we couldn't talk about.
Yeah.
We can't even talk. Like, Brazil is a stable country, is all I can say.
Brazil is a country I generally don't give a fuck about either. Like YouTube's like, you know, I'll talk about Brazil. It's like, fuck off, YouTube. Why would I talk about Brazil? Oh, like suddenly this is interesting to you, is it?
Mhm.
We don't want
And God
to
help you
talk
if another
about-
round of the fucking sniffles comes around.
Oh God.
Oh, I got a little bit of a sneeze coming on, guys.
Got a question about the scientific consensus? No, I've got a question about
Okay.
all the scientists you deplatformed, actually, but never mind, carry on.
Okay,
Don't worry about it.
listen. My COVID lasted 3 weeks. Dave's lasted 3 days. That's proof enough for me.
That
the
is not
vaccine
proof of anything, Dev.
The dev should be beaten, I agree.
Gallon the Driven says it wouldn't surprise me if suddenly people who blacklisted had the boot lifted off them. I have not heard about this myself, but I have noticed a lot of smaller channels popping up recommended in shorts. Right, syntax, but
Yeah. So
Oh,
what's going on with that is basically that YouTube is massively bumping the algorithm if you make shorts. So because no one's making shorts, small channels that make them are getting huge boosts.
Right,
Yes.
because I've noticed that my homepage has been recommending to me the odd, a couple of videos every time I refresh it that have got like 143 views, and I've been like, I mean, okay, nice. I haven't watched any of them because it's not things I've been interested in. But it's like that's very odd. Doesn't normally do that.
yep. The shorts are a real gold market now because nobody uses them because they're kind of
Yeah.
awful.
But YouTube wants to overtake TikTok, so it's pushing them hard right now. If you
Yeah.
make shorts, you can probably make your channel blow up.
But it's extra effort. Binary Surfer says Sargon makes an excellent point. Elon may force innovation / less censoring to remain competitive in sector. Huge tech platform. Stagnation post 2015.
Let's hope so.
I hope so, yeah. Princess Luna, also known as Boog, says, will Sargon V and Dev join Arch and Kibbs in reviewing My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic?
I'm sure if you pay them.
Someone ages ago was insistent I watch this one particular episode that was against equality, and I did watch it, and like I agree with the message, but I don't really like the medium. Like,
Understandable. Definitely something I can sympathize with.
yeah.
Maranga 2 says, paying a few to show gripping beasts miniatures. Sargon may appreciate the Alexander and Hannibal era stuff.
Ooh, what's that?
I haven't heard of them, but I would enjoy them.
Feel free to send me a link chat if you want, and I can bring it up. DM me.
There you go, Maranga 2. Throw it at Kyle.
Yeah. Gibbs.
Going for Gold 85 says, now that Sargon is here, I will plug Arch. I've noticed the Critical Drinker has shown interest in a 40k setting. I think Arch would be a great guest for him if the drinker wants to look at what happens when a company cracks down on fan media.
His reviews are really good.
GW does not like its creators.
You should definitely talk to him. Seems like a swell dude.
Oh, he is, yeah. Really nice guy.
That's a yes, by the way. That's also a translation for yes.
Maranga 2 says, Arch, may I suggest that you run a Mordheim campaign on Tabletop Simulator with these lads, like one of the RPs.
Mordheim. See, Mordheim always sounded kind of cool.
Probably be too time consuming because Mordheim games can take a while, particularly a campaign of them.
Yeah, we also have some work we have to do on some secret project stuff.
Sandum says, we now need fan art of Sargon as anime catgirl. Do you need this, though? Is this necessary?
I can tell you, chat, for the right amount of money,
The
we can
word
make...
need is overused.
This can be arranged, chat, for the right price.
What cannot be arranged for the right price?
Capitalism is a powerful and beautiful tool. Also cursed, by the way.
Anthem Ward says, Japan has made cafes, England has struggle snuggle tub shops. Sorry, I'm going to explain this one to you.
We have cafes as well.
That's all. Like, yes, we have cafes.
As well, I have to add, obviously, stress.
Yes. Girl in the Driven says, give this $2 to Gibbs, poor bully boy. I don't know. Susan takes 30. I think he gets maybe 2 cents. Best.
Wow. He's still mad about the things Slutimus did.
Yes.
Fair enough. You
Set
can
of
keep
him
the two.
5500 says, I like Musk for the same reason I like Trump. He pissed off people and he's entertaining.
Yeah.
Understandable point of view, because sometimes people just want to see the establishment suffer. And can you really blame them? No, I don't think so.
I just like that he's not their man.
Yeah, fuck him.
Frankly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is a good change of pace for once.
Yeah. Something new. Great.
Maleficus Shankan says, why call Biden a lich? It's an insult to liches.
Yeah, what did liches ever do wrong?
That's true.
Yeah, zombie is probably more correct because he's also being manipulated by a lich.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's fair. I feel like zombies might be offended.
Honest Fowl says, last time Destiny lost his income, he planned to murder some child he nicknamed the DDoS Kid. Oh,
Yep.
There you go.
I don't even know
Never's
that
gonna have to
story.
look into
What's,
that.
yeah. Okay.
Send him the clip.
Is there a clip?
Yeah,
You'll have to
apparently.
hit up Slotimus.
Well, definitely ask him about my fucking lost channel.
Oh god, we got to talk to Artemis again. Artemis, we're gonna do a rematch. You, Akana boy, you're gonna lose again. It's gonna happen.
Cruelty.
I'm already setting it up.
Oh my god.
Mike Wild 11 says, gay up fund donation. Oh,
Oh
always
yeah.
useful to have. Phil Moore, there was a black woman on Destiny's channel debating Ada, about how black men ain't S, and Destiny basically had to agree with the fact she gave, lol.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was ABBA from ABBA and Preach. Random black woman versus ABBA. Two black people debating black issues, and Destiny's just sitting there like,
I don't want
I
to
don't know
say
what to
anything.
say.
Destiny, just get stuck in, mate. Get stuck in. What could go
Anything
wrong?
you say will be racist anyway, so might as well
Yeah.
get started.
Go fucking wild. Well, from a white man perspective,
That'll go over real swell.
oh, can you even imagine?
Sadly, I can.
Yeah.
Delphar says, a question mostly for Sargon. Was in the UK recently 2.5-hour wait in immigration, fine, but why do UK citizens also have to wait in this line?
Great question.
Oh,
If
They
only
could
I
be
had the
immigrants too.
answer.
if anything, we should be asking why the British people don't have to wait in an even longer line.
If anything, we have to ask, why the fuck is there a line at all? You know, why do we allow so many people in?
You know, the Albanian war rages on, what can I say?
Oh, I know.
Dean Domino
Really
25
embarrassing.
says there are rumors that the Halo series was originally supposed to be a Mass Effect series, and that Rings of Power was a retool of what was supposed to be a Dragon Age series.
Huh.
See, as adorable as these conspiracy theories are, I think the realistic explanation is instead simply that they were written by fucking retards.
Yeah, and I want to point out that even if these were a Mass Effect series, and I love Mass Effect, I love Dragon Age, that would still be shit. Because that show is shit. Like, that in no way improves the writing of that fucking show. Where it's like, let's look at a character's ass cheek. It's like, I don't really want to look at this guy's ass for like 4 minutes. Like,
I hate
show.
to do this, lads, but I'm gonna have to duck out. It's 2:00 and I'm fucking shattered.
Oh, understandable, dude.
Okay, see ya.
Have a good one.
This has been really good fun. I will speak to you all tomorrow.
Yes.
Take care.
Thanks for being here.
See ya. And it's probably time for me pretty soon too.
Oh my god, the treason! You're not even in a
treason.
different time zone. Sargon has an
Well,
excuse.
I also have a girlfriend, Kibbs, and
Uh,
she wants some attention before I go to bed.
I don't think so.
Listen, Kibbs,
what
I know
do
that
you
you
mean?
are the girlfriend, but for me, I
Dev
actually
continues
have
to live in sin.
Dev is
have
a
to,
sick bastard, isn't he?
Well, actually, are there any supers directed to me before I go, or?
Arch, can you like read into the future and tell him?
Give it a quick scroll to see if you see any devs.
A little squeak peek, if you will. Fucking Dev.
Mark James says, should we drag Sargon to Baratrama or Terra Invicta? A waifu Sargon.jpg would be funny to see. Poor Sargon.
Barrel trauma might be
I
interesting.
keep hearing about Baratrama. What is that?
It's a very
Barrel Trauma's
cool
really good, Dev.
multiplayer game that Fairbear will be hosting. And I know you're listening, Fairbear, because I've seen you guys type in the Dev VC. Oh, start sweating.
It's a very cool submarine game. About submarines.
Oh, and you're all like working different.
Yeah, you got like
stations?
different roles and stuff. And so like
Yeah,
each
yeah.
character has different, you got a captain, you got like, security officers, and there's a submarine on like this alien planet underwater, and there's like monsters, evil, like, or not evil, secret bases you have to explore, and you have to walk outside the sub, and it feels so scary. It's very atmospheric.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like Lovers in a Dangerous Space Time then.
If I knew what that was, I would say sure.
It's basically it's a game where you have a ship, like a spaceship, and you have to man all the stations with all your little characters. And each station does something different, and you actually have to move the ship around an asteroid field while you're all like, one person's controlling like a thruster, one person has a gun, one person has a map, and you're just like, you have to like man the ship as little platforming dudes, and you have to interact with like the various mechanics of the ship.
Yeah, that's more or less it. Like, you got to get, like when I'm in the captaincy, I'm like, all right, we need gunnery crews topside. Because enemies
Yeah.
are coming from above, or gunnery bottom, or it's like, we got
Yep,
flooding in the
same
aft
thing,
section.
same thing.
Then Fairbear is, like, in charge of repairs, so Fairbear goes, runs, and welds, while Hands is on the guns, firing stuff. Arch
Yep,
is
it's
trying to
like
be,
the exact same kind of game, yeah.
trying to be useful, but failing. No,
Arch is doing literally every fucking
like
single thing on the
fucking-
goddamn boat.
So
Arch-
that's something a game I want to try at some point. I got to find a group to do that. That sounds like fun.
You could join us in Barotrauma.
Yeah, but you guys are already like in the game. I want to start. From
No,
the
no, no,
beginning.
no. You don't understand. So Barotrauma doesn't really work that way. Like, when it comes to, like, quote-unquote beginnings. And even if you want to start from the scratch, like, we can do that. But you need to commit. Like, give me a proper time. You're like, I'll be here. And then, you know what? We'll make it happen.
Yeah, we can do that. Sure, we'll figure it out.
A commitment.
I don't want to hear we'll figure it out. It's like, let's figure it out now. Do it now. That way we
I'm
can
figuring
prolong
it
the
out now,
stream.
Kibbs. I'm going to bed in like 5 minutes.
No, figure it out now and remember it. You gotta know how...
Okay. Well, hold on. If you already have a Barotrauma group going, we'll just go after you're done with that. We'll restart it or something.
All right, so Barotrauma. You're promising. You're swearing it to me.
Okay. Listen, if you want to do like the same time every week, we'll do like a barotrauma stream, and you want me to be there, I can do that.
All right. I also commissioned a fucking portrait for you for our bickering bunch stream. So if you don't show up, you'll be castrated.
Well, I mean, what I'll probably do is since I also do like a gaming stream most nights, I'll probably also stream it.
Yeah, you
I'll
can
have to
parallel
snipe you.
stream.
But yeah,
I'll forgive
that'll be the
you.
way. Yeah.
I'll forgive you, but it's okay because unfortunately, anyone who's not the captain sees infinitely more interesting things than I do. As I stare at like a blinky window, going like, "Uh-oh, dots are coming towards us. Dots are gonna kill us. Dots are inside the ship. Run!"
Mostly because of Kyle incompetence. More importantly, HK9410 says Canadian detected, opinions rejected.
Hey,
Sujad says Scrump greater than Dev.
wait, what? Hold on, read that one again.
So it's bait, Dev. Don't take it, Dev. I know Sajad.
Who said who is it, Arch? Give me the name.
Prosecution.
Yes, I'm going after them. Give me the name.
TK says, I think Dev is a commie infiltrator. Correct.
Okay, I'm not going to stand for any of this. I'm going to watch it back. I'm going to get the name, and I'm going to start hunting them down.
You're a petty little shit, aren't you? He laughs because I called him out. The guilt is there. Listen, you're totally justified in what you're about to do. He's like, you'll feel better when he's banned. Say, I will.
Fuzzy Thinker says, Brazil matters as it provides women for the incels, like the communists wanted. Good. But we can just replace them with Thailand in that case.
But there'll be a different kind of women coming from Thailand, though.
The little base apes going to bed. Good night.
Mind of Culture says, imagine the goal to call Americans low information when you're a Canadian and have Castro Jr. running your country.
He'll be out on his ass soon enough.
It's
It's not looking good for him. It's not looking good for him.
Artemis Fowl says, the goal of socialism is communism, Dev. You suck them.
Oh, God. We're
Well,
at
yeah,
this part
that's
of the
what- that's-
supers. We'll be
That's
here
why
for
I'm
a
not a socialist.
Can I
It's
beat this
communism.
game before the stream ends? That's the real question. Damn.
BD2000 says, restart the VTM campaign fund. Brady Gibbs, but out of love.
Well, that's only, nice and kind.
You
Compassion.
cannot read him out of love, only out of hatred. It is the only acceptable thing.
Only 8 fucking allowed here. It's like, okay.
Adherent of Lydia of Lady, Columbia. This
That's one of my
century
bets.
is going to be crazier as it go. Global trade breakdown as US will have no incentives to keep it, not even having enough ships. China will be sub 600 million by 2050. Russia will collapse as it has no kids.
Yeah, I think
Look
Russia
on
and
the
China
bright
are looking at
side
a
of
much
life.
worse future than we are. That's for sure.
At least it'll still be nice in Norway. Artemis
Oh,
Fowl says, Dev told me he wanted to nationalize sectors of the economy in my Discord DMs, and he says he isn't a communist.
Depends what we're talking about. Sometimes it might be good.
What?
You know,
Hold on.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that, for example, in the United States, you need some kind of strong hand, strong arm motherfucker to come in and destroy the shit show that is your healthcare insurance sector.
What are you
Because
talking
holy
about?
fuck. Holy
Listen,
fuck, kids.
Dev, listen to me, okay? I don't have health insurance,
Yeah.
So if something happens to me, I'm just gonna shoot myself, and then that's how we deal with the pain.
There are some industries where I think it's obvious that it makes more sense for government to run it than private business, and then there's some industries where it doesn't make sense. I think it depends what you're talking about. Not
mean,
everything is all one way.
Being the most powerful nation in the world is pretty great, I do agree, but we do have a few pickles, you might say, like our pharmaceutical
Yes.
corporations.
Yes.
They're a little special.
Yeah.
Big pharma.
Oh god,
Elon
no,
Musk says,
no, El
Comrade
Degusto,
Dev, we support. Split the earnings equally.
It is not a problem because of government interference all the time, man. God, man, just you have to have more than a unidimensional analysis of things. Some things are complicated, man. It's not all just one thing. It's not the government every single time.
Wait, is this El Gusto?
Yes.
Oh, he's a fucking Muppet. Like El Gusto, I've watched him in chat, and he's like, actually, I'm right. And then it's like, well, actually, Sargon, well, actually, that kind of mentality doesn't get you very far. El Gusto's the same little pouty boy who pouted not that long ago in my own streams. And I never forgot how much he pouted. It was fucking beautiful. Pouty boy. You're pouty boy. Pouty Gusto. Now single him out, chat. You know what to do.
Wait, Rosa's calling this video game Kibbs older than she is. Is she a babby?
Rosa. You may be a spicy noodle, but you're basically a wrinkly noodle too. Like, oh, wrinkly. I don't know what that means.
Because you're dumb.
Racist. Racist.
HK9410 says, hearing Dev denies communism is more entertaining than the Vampire the Masquerade Nazi campaign. He does deny communism often, and it's silly. So George says, funny how monkeypox stopped being a thing after it was proven to be transferred through sex and kids/animals started popping up in the news.
That's
true.
Yeah,
I'm sad.
It was no longer that interesting.
I don't even know what to say beyond the big fucking no. No. Just
TK says, play KOTOR.
So we gotta do KOTOR again, and I'm bad at it.
Yeah, you are. Like all video games.
Hold on, you probably have never even played Knights of the Old Republic.
You're bad at video games, Carl. That doesn't change.
There it is, Chad. The admission right there. He's like, Bart doesn't know what that is even.
Mark James says, your library is lacking Star Wars Empire at War.
I have every Star Wars game on Steam. I have a problem. I also own every Warhammer game, too. I also have a problem. My tummy hurts.
Dreadnought says, Dev, wouldn't you agree that the set of your syntax? Wouldn't you agree that the set of your continuously held beliefs is an ever-shrinking set? Wouldn't your conviction of those beliefs just be survivorship bias when the trend is that important?
I mean, kind of. But at the same time, I have a feeling that pretty much everyone suffers from some form of survivorship bias. You know, like, Sargon, for example, earlier was like, you know, what is the chances that Biden was the most voted for man in history? The chances might actually be very low, but at the same time, we do live in that timeline, which is basically just survivorship bias, right? Like, so survivorship bias is kind of a hard nugget to get to crack. Not nugget, nut to crack.
Chicken
you know
nugget?
what I mean? No. but still though, you the issue with survivorship bias is that like we all kind of suffer from it because we all survived. If that makes sense.
So we should have died? Is that what you're saying? He's like, yeah, basically.
No. It's more like, man, it's more like
fucked up.
It may be the case that what's a good example of this? It may be the case that it's actually very, very unlikely that life exists in the universe. But the only reason that we even know to say that is because we beat the odds, basically. So how can we truly know what the odds were?
If the universe had simply destroyed our planet in an atomic detonation, I wouldn't sit here right now hearing Dev sophisticate at me.
Sophisticate.
Okay, I guess I'll stop.
No, keep doing it, Dev.
My body is so hungry after 5 hours.
I guess I will stop. I guess I won't continue to rattle on about nonsense.
So, Dev, what's your opinion on
Dev?
He's already
no opinion. Kyle, mute.
Yeah, you can't mute me. I am in control of the stream. Well, part of it.
I can mute you from my point of view.
Well, it'll sound really bastardized as I'm like talking and you're talking, and chat's going like, my brain. Which I don't even blame them. Like, my brain too, dudes. My brain too.
Binary Surfer says, hey, SFO, I believed in Santa once, just like I believed in liberal beliefs. I gave up believing in Santa because it was fantasy, just like liberalism.
That's retarded. You're retarded.
Thank you for the short, concise answer, Dev.
I mean, I could go into why, but
Why not?
Then I'd have to kill you.
That's why.
Martin Shame says, Dev the commie needs to be on Lotus Eaters with Sargon the Norman.
Yeah,
One
let's
day.
go.
Just more
One day.
communism.
once we can travel again, I will go to the UK probably and visit and say hello. I mean, I have like several friends there at this point, so why not?
Yeah, why not? Boy.
Tyler says, please, both of you come and ArchCast more. They can't. They're both gone.
They really should. It's honestly been pretty fun. We should do more bigger ArchCasts.
Oh
No.
Well, they only
No.
wanted
I'm
they only wanted V and Sargon on and not me, so I guess I'm not invited. Okay.
Yeah, no, fuck
Yes.
that guy. Like, I mean, who cares about... Like, I'm not talking about what chat wants. I'm talking about what I want. This is about me now. She's like, wow, he's
Oh.
fucking asshole.
Blue
Yeah.
Green Brim says, money to let Dev and Sargon keep talking. Refused. Rejected.
Let's keep going. Let's do it.
Glow in the Dark says, you will have to fight evil forever, therefore we should compromise with evil. This thought process is wrong, but you need to be fair and prudent in judgments. That is correct. Dev once more has been proven to be a tard,
Wait, what was this about?
The Deviant way
I
of
don't
life.
know. But it's
Wait.
settled now.
If I was a Dev, I would be very ashamed. Very true.
Mark Shame says, to counter Dev versus Sargon offer. There you go. You have been outbid.
Oh, okay.
The Dastly Dutchman, Dev arguing his position sounds like him trying to compromise rather than actually advance his own position. Centrist indeed.
Yeah, of course.
Very
Yeah.
Deviant of you.
Listen. If you can compromise, things are generally better. You know, everyone gets a little bit what they want. No one has to go to war. It's pretty good.
Look at Dev compromising already. God damn it! It was a joke. He's already back to it. He's like, listen, we can debate, we can discuss this or something.
Yes.
Yeah, let's come to the
That's
table.
how you know
sit
I'm
down.
That's how you know I'm actually a liberal and not just some weird fucking progressive nightmare.
He's like,
You know what?
please fuck my wife, okay?
I think I'm going to go report Kyle's channel.
Listen,
I think
listen,
it
I'll
makes
compromise on
me
that.
Why would
further
you
from my
report
hamburger.
me?
I will compromise on
Oh,
that,
fair
Kibbs.
enough.
Let me fuck your wife in return, and then we'll be okay.
That's not funny.
But it will be fun.
You're a degenerate. There's Barch, and you know that picture when he's like, you people disgust me. Camera pans down, he's got a boner. Oh,
Had a
terrible.
plan to mission, and he says, more of this. This is the prime content. Also, Keffels quit the internet because an Elon killed her bot army on Twitter.
Ooh,
Well, we've heard it twice now, so it must be true.
is that like cornflakes or something? Keffels? Would you like some Keffel
Yes.
flakes?
Apples flakes.
I don't know who half these people
Coming-
are that you
coming
talk.
off of her scalp as she scratches it.
Oh, I knew a kid like that who scratched his head once and was in science lab, and the tables were black, and then the table's white, and I was like, oh, no.
So, one guy in the chat said compromising with child rapists isn't a good thing, Dev. Yeah, fair enough. There are some positions you can't compromise with, right? Yeah, fair enough. That's why I'm not going to compromise with the libertarians who are like, lower the age of consent to 0 because no government involved in anything. Or the weird conservatives in the deep south who do like the child pageants in the States, and it's all kind of weird and fucky. Or like, Kibbs, you're American, you know about this, right? You know how you know how in some like conservative communities in the United States you have daughters who go to virginity balls with their fathers and like
What?
they pledge their virginity to their dads, and it's like weird and pseudo-sexual and strange.
I have
Remember
no
that?
idea.
You haven't heard this shit?
Okay, so
Hold on.
let's contextualize something for you, Dev.
Okay.
So, Dev, right? Europe is smaller than America, or like most of it, right? And you look at America, it's like huge. This country is
Okay.
massive, culturally speaking, too. So,
Okay.
I live in the Midwest where we're not retarded.
Kibbs. There's the link. A purity ball is a formal dance.
I'm not
event
opening that.
Typically practiced by conservative Christian groups in the United States. The events are attended by fathers and their teenage daughters in order to promote virginity until marriage.
That's disgusting.
Daughters make a virginity pledge to their fathers to remain sexually abstinent until marriage.
That's,
and they do like they do weird facsimiles of like dating behavior between the father and daughter. It's very strange.
yeah,
And I'm like, what the fuck? What the shit is this?
Frowning, Dev, frown.
God,
Dev, how do you know
dude,
this? Like,
Am-
how did you figure
Americans
this out?
Americans are fucking weird, Kibbs.
Firstly,
okay?
they aren't real
You
Americans.
don't see this. You don't see
Secondly-
this shit in Canada. You don't see this shit in Canada.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, Canada's a big country too, Dev. I'm sure we'll find something up there. Don't you fucking try to obfuscate. Listen, we tried to liberate your fat little ass, and you're like, no, don't free me. I like fucking sucking the king's cock. And it's like, okay. Like a fucking baby in a bib. Fucking disgusting, Dev. Oh, cursed.
So yeah, Americans weird, Canada superior.
Doubt it. We should annex you. Like, we really should. Then we should treat you like second-class citizens. Yes.
Hold on, there's in the chat. There's people who are like, "That's not real, Dev. It doesn't happen." No, copium.
You're just mad because manifest destiny. Like, no, expands borders. March just died. Like he literally just like we went on a tangent again and he just killed himself.
Arch, you have the next super chat? Are you good?
I think he actually just waddled away.
You
Barch,
wanna
we
give us
do
burger?
this for your own good, okay? Like when I accidentally died from a heart attack from overstreaming one day, like you'll look back at this and be like, I miss Kip.
Hold on.
He's so cool.
I can read some supers right now. I can read some supers right now because
He's just
Rosa
gonna-
sent $5.
He's just
to
gonna
say,
reread it.
Sargon D's nuts.
All right, Rosa, you can go back into the cup of noodles forever.
Well, I guess this is the end.
It's not the end. This is my stream now. So, chat, what are you wearing? Like, no stuff. You will answer the question. My curiosity shall be shated.
I like how angry the chat got with that anti-American rant.
They do that. It can be fun despite the chat. Of course, Dev
Yeah,
doesn't actually mean what he says, right, Dev?
No, he does.
yeah,
He's all for
kinda,
pedophilia,
kinda.
that filthy dog.
I mean, so hold on. Regarding something else, something just brought up. It was also in a super chat too. Yeah, Canada has a weird thing going on with euthanasia right now. It's pretty fucked up. I did a video on it recently.
Kills his own people.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Late term abortions, I
I
tell
mean,
you.
you can, thankfully, you can still say no, which
You
is
can
good.
still say
Yeah, at the moment you can, but not for long.
But fuck, dude, Canada's euthanasia program right now is like all sorts of fucked up. Like holy shit, they have run that into the fucking ground and just turned it into like a weird death carnival. Jesus.
And that's good. Less Canadians in the world is a benefit for all of us.
I mean, we can
Rosa
just freely
says hi.
expand. You mean
Rosa says
spicy
Dev hi
noodle.
specifically.
Yes.
Dev.
Hi, Rosa.
There you go.
Noodle that's spicy.
Rosa, is there Rule 34 of your snake character yet?
There is. Check her Twitter. You'll scroll down
Excellent.
a little. You'll find pictures. She proudly
Ragnar
posted
B,
one not that long ago.
The NDP is a migrant trap in favor of the Liberals.
The NDP is the Canadian communists. They don't call themselves communists anymore. They changed their name back in the 70s, but they are the new Democratic Party, and they're the closest we have to commies.
Commies are commies.
And I haven't voted for them since like 2005. 'cause I'm
You
not a-
voted
But you
for them to
did once
begin
do
with?
it, commie. David Morrison
yeah,
says,
when I was a
Alberta to
commie,
be
I
the
did.
52nd state of the Union. Welcome.
I do want to
Yeah, I
see how
wouldn't mind
artistic
if-
our star gets, or our flag, as we annex like Japan as well, and we just get more stars in our flag. It's like there's like 80 of them.
You know, if the Canadian provinces got annexed, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It'd be okay.
Like you'd be better under us. Our protection is. Yeah, that's the lingo we'll use. We're protecting you from yourself.
Yeah.
The Shambler says, how is the group of objectivism versus as a philosophy? We're not.
We're not?
Dev, open your mouth, and I swear to God, I'll strangle you.
We can talk about objectivism for hours.
No.
Yes, which is why my dick will be in your mouth if you fucking open it.
I always knew Barch was gay. I'm gay Barch.
427 Arbuck understands. He simply says, once again, breed kibs. That's much better.
He's
It's
like,
a nice,
I am-
concise thing.
I am a simple being.
I like simple jeeps.
Jeeps.
Okay, guys, Naomi is finally pulling me away to go to bed. It's
No,
time.
you were helping me delay the
Kill him.
stream.
Naomi,
What?
take responsibility for me having to leave finally.
Oh, you should have left hours ago.
Yeah, so I gotta go. It's time.
Thanks for being here.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Well, we should do this again sometime, and you guys should come on my channel as well. We'll figure something else
You
out.
always say
I-
that. You
Well,
always say you
hold
will.
on. Listen, we just did the Rings of Power thing, right? And we can do another show if you want, but if you want to do not just reacting to videos, we should also set that up too. I'll do whatever you guys want to do. Right? We have a lot of fun doing these. So let's do it.
Collaborations are key to dev success.
Wait, what did you say? Get the fuck out of here.
Stab him.
Okay.
Stab dev.
I'll see you guys later. Good night.
See ya. Black 1917 says, Americans don't believe Europeans don't have guns, Sargon. We firmly believe you don't know how to use them properly. Poor Sargon. Based Edit says, I'm still waiting for Carl to write his magnum opus. I look forward to teaching my grandchildren the Sargonian verses, the Benjaminics text of dadism. I'm sure
Hold
he's
on.
working on it.
Listen,
Children
I've
should be
recruited
beaten.
Barch to help expedite things.
No, Kyle.
Yeah.
Your mouth will be stopped.
Wow.
One way or another.
Barch is getting violent. Okay, this thing's totally fine.
You're playing a silly children's shooter game, Kyle. That's what you deserve.
Oh my god. Chat, you know what to do. That is a take that we cannot allow. A children's shooter game, chat. Are you going to take
Jonathan
that?
Crow says Sargon's work from the office policy doesn't apply to Scruffs like he's a voiceover guy, apparently. Everyone should be allowed.
Oh no.
Andrew Schmidt, hi Arch, was wondering what happened to your Hoth video that you'd been working on. You made a post about it and nothing ever happened with it. It's actually done. It's just, I'm currently looking at what I want to do with my historical channel. And I'm looking at how much stuff I want to put on it. And the list keeps growing. Like, I'm going to have animated explainer videos and all kinds of cool shit there. But I don't want to do it until I can release lots of it. Because I have no idea how easy or difficult it will be to make consistent content on the quality scale I'm looking for. So, in the works. Long term. Artemis Fowl says, Econoboy is basically commie, like Dev. True.
Yep, that is true. Never met him.
The field?
But, yeah.
Speaking of people who don't want to work, did you see the break room barista? Apparently being a man is breaking down in tears because you work half a standard work week. Wow. Fair enough. 47 Arbook. Arch should collab with Dry Bread now that he's dissed the lovely lad. Maybe play some games like Pokemon. Listen, bread to you.
Pokemon?
Duh.
Ugh,
Yeah.
that's like a children's game.
Rest coming for you, Kyle.
children's game. Just like, no. As they pull out their fucking Pokedexes or whatever. That's a thing, right?
Sujad says Lenin knew exactly what he was doing. He was quoted as saying, the slaughter committed after the successful revolution was always part of the plan. Well, there you go. But he didn't plan on Stalin being, Stalin. So that part wasn't as planned, see?
Bit of a surprise there. Bit of a plot twist, you might say.
Bit of a shocker.
Bit of a George R. R. Martin, if you will.
Kyle, stop laughing at your own jokes.
Oh my
it's eating
God.
up precious time.
It is, though. It's actually funny. See, if I don't laugh at it, you
It is
won't.
not
and so,
funny, Kyle.
It is. Listen, let me explain it to you, okay?
No, it's not funny. You're
So-
just being an autistic retard. Oh, look at there. Look at that, Kyle. Look at
Stalin
that,
kills
Kyle.
millions
Look
of
at that,
people.
Kyle.
No,
Now you can go on.
It's very high-level thinky brains. Chat, listen. You understand. You're smart, right, chat? Don't fucking let me down here. I just fucking said you're smart. Don't fucking be like, you're gonna be retarded now because chat thinks it's funny, haha. That's not funny, chat. See, Stalin is like George R. R. Martin because he killed like fucking 5 million people. Just like George R. R. Martin goes through characters chat. Like the fact that I have to explain it is kind of tragic, you know? You guys get this. You guys get this high-minded concept. I don't remember this level being this hard, okay? Like, it is not my fault that these stupid little library things are made out of tissue paper. You know what? You know whose fault it is? Fucking, your mom. Yeah, that's whose fault it is. Arch is right. Well, you know what? You're gay. And your mom's gay too. And you were aborted. You were aborted. You were adopted. The dev icon was broken for a while? Oh, there is no dev icon. I commissioned one from Indio to be developed for... this level's just not gonna happen. It's too hard for me. Blame Canada. Chat has retweeted. Keep. Thank you. Thank you for agreeing with me, chat. He got bored with all the fulfilled character arcs. Yeah, he had to kill him. He's like, your character arc's over, you should die. You know, that probably should have happened to Han Solo, honestly. Like, he should have died at the end of Empire Strikes Back. Like, it probably would have been better if he died there. Just, no! It's just that game we quote. Shut up, low-tier waifu. You're incapable of handling my big brain power. Like, my autism is beyond you. Barge is got beeping noises because something's done in the oven. Like, I fucking fried chicken. Or not even fry. I baked it because it's healthier. I baked chicken. And I ate the chicken. And I've done that. Like, after this is over, it's time to go back to working on game stuff.
The hamburger's frying nicely.
Frying, Barge? How are you cooking that
Yes.
hamburger?
I literally gave up when you and Dev started discussing pedophilia and just went to start making food.
Ah, good. You know, you should adopt that mentality more. You're becoming more like me.
Yes, every time you and Dev start speaking about molesting children, I'll just leave. Good idea.
No, you'll just cook. The thing is, adopting cooking, like, these are long-form streams, okay? I do them all the time on the Victory Mud channel, which is my channel, chat. You should look at it. But
He doesn't have a channel.
But you know what I mean,
No.
though.
No, I don't know. No.
You should cook.
No.
Yes, you do. You're half the time you're on there. Well, half, like maybe 1 in 8 billion. Actually, no, you're actually there pretty regularly lately. Like, you're feeling pretty bad about something. Like, you did something. You wronged me in some way.
Oh. Brevity is the soul of wit.
What have you done?
Noah Islop says, remember when Sargon just wanted to make a good game and Arch was starting to play some Warhammer? Now look at you all fighting. Who it looks? NEO Light Global Commie Takeover. Did you see that coming?
I give up.
No, we didn't. But we're here
Too
now.
retarded,
And we're going to have to deal with it.
Hate that level.
Stephen West, 1991, says, now hear me out. You and Head of Lotus Eaters play the Life is Strange game together. No.
What? Wait a minute. Oh, no.
Titan Ravenscar says, what do you guys think about what's going on Iran? Crazy to think of a secular Iran out there if things keep rolling. Well, the media doesn't talk about it, but lots of women are trying to not be raped to death, which I think is a reasonable thing to want, actually. Like, they don't want to be beaten to death by the police of Fight and Virtue, which I am actually in support of. Huh? Even if they are women, they should not be beaten. Oh, kind of showing his lolicon for the election again.
No, Slaughter has gifted me Necopara. Cringe. Creep.
Marksman of 117B, my brother's friend was an escapee from North Korea. Well, good for him, I guess.
I mean, that is good. He did get out.
Yes, excellent fence jumping skills.
Very good. He escaped. He made
Glow in
it.
the dark. Anti-vax ANCAP cat trap fascist. Or Kibbs. Yeah, the fascist doesn't fit in there. No, anti-vax ANCAP cat trap is as good as it gets. I don't think you can add to it, frankly.
Yeah.
Sensei Ryu says, I love that this stream has a cat boy, a contortionist, an arch-imperialist, and a Sumerian. Sargon, love your videos on Demolition Man and Starship Troopers. Will you ever do more in a similar vein? I can answer for him. No. Not in the immediate future. Lotus Eaters is busy work.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta take care of what's, like, pressing
Also, fucking yeet Dev off the screen. He's no longer here anymore. He doesn't
Oh,
get
that's
to be here.
right.
Cool.
I forgot. It's not actually related to
Yeah.
Deb being here. I just put the image
Cool.
on this thing so chat wouldn't think about it.
Glow in the Dark says, I'm donating to hashtag no pastries for Arch Fund. Well, you have fucked this up. Jerkin McDickers, hey Arch, a big fan, keep on arching, and remember, they'd only matter to you, at all of you, because you're telling the truth. That is also correct. Well, I'm mad at Kyle because he lost a damn fucking joke, but that's separate to it.
Hey, that's because they're so funny. I can't contain my laughter.
I had an autistic friend that was just like you.
I had to explain, like, when I get new people, I have to tell them the story, like, yeah, but why do you laugh at your own jokes? And it's like, so my parents, like, when they were divorced, I was just,
You were divorced.
I lived on
Kyle,
a farm in the middle of
Save
nowhere.
this story for 1 minute 24 seconds when I go flip my hamburger.
Okay, fair enough. Well, hold on to that.
Glow in the Dark says Green Grift is about funneling money and power. Honestly, yes, probably. Like, the whole environmentalist stuff. See, I'm not for pollution. Very few people are for pollution.
It broke.
But I am against environmentalists. Like, they have not shown themselves to be very good people, and certainly not very good keepers of the economy and the political positions they are occasionally, through our retardation granted. Dryfee says, I think something like 80% of Ontario energy comes from nuclear power, but we put up hundreds, if not thousands, of turbines all over the countryside. Well, you know, gotta keep that bird population down.
Yeah.
Marksman of 117B asks, Kibbs, did Rosa get that pegging art sent to you? Good
Is
question.
it done? Oh, good God. I better add it to the bickering hentai if it's ready. Cursed.
Black 1917 says, Dev, our health insurance industry was great and getting better and cheaper at all time until Obama came in and fucked it all up. Those who had affordable health insurance lost it because it didn't meet the new standards and were fined for it. Honestly, the whole American health insurance thing is a fucking horrible thing, because it's like, a lot of people are actually happy with their insurance. And if they're happy with their insurance, they should be allowed to keep their insurance, but no. Right, Kyle, you get to talk to the chat about how you were divorced now.
Wow. So my parents split up and they were like, we don't like each other. And so Kibbs is like, I'm retarded and like, about 4 years old. And so what would happen is I would often play by myself because I lived on my mom's side, which was at a farm in the middle of fucking nowhere. And my dad's place, we lived in a cemetery in the middle of nowhere. So great. No friends, nobody to talk to. So I just played by myself all the time and literally just talked to myself, made up people and friends to play with that didn't exist for a good while. This only happened for a few years, but that's where the whole giggling at my own jokes, because I'd be like, haha, that's funny. Isn't it, world? No one else would do it. See, I just did it there. Oh, it's intrinsically burned into me body. There's no breaking away from it, chat. Merely accepting the fact that we're just retarded is something we're just going to have to roll with. We're just going to have to roll with it, chat. Like, oh my God, the sensitivity. Like, Jesus Christ game. Like, I move the mouse, it's like... Some of these games cannot handle the different DPI settings. Okay, that's better. Oh no, speaking of being aborted... Oh my God. So no change in all these? Oh, plenty of changes and new things I do. Completely weird and random. But that has never disappeared. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of tisms. Just a pinch. But tisms come with their own benefits. You want to make things. You are so fixated on making something that you're just like, I'm going to make this, and I don't really care. Yeah, no, the one thing I will say is I have a strong imagination. That's why I started developing my own game. I was like, fuck it, you know what? If I can imagine things pretty well, I can imagine bullshit and make shit up and just be... if I can't live in the world I want to live in, then I'll just make the world I want to live in, and the world's just going to have to cope with that. It just so happens that other people want to live in that same world. Well, live in it, I don't know about that, but you know what I mean. The textures for them are so wonky. There must be some sort of texture pack. There's something wrong with that. Oh my God. That definitely doesn't normally look like that. Okay. Beautiful. Pixely. Just the way we like it. And yes, I'm going to keep this computer muted because if you play something with copyrighted music in it, that will demonetize the stream. And I'm not going to do that because that's just rude. But I do want to have something visual going on for chat so that they have something to see. And that's also why you, chat, should also make your own stuff, though. If you want to make stuff, you should make it. Now's the time to do it. My organs are failing. Barge is back. No, this is my stream.
Just, don't make, snuff or stuff. That's
Snuff?
Fine. It's fine.
What?
Everything else you can make, but not that.
That's murder, Borge.
Jerkin McDis when I was in says, I haven't read this. God damn it, Kyle, stop confusing me. Jerkin McDickus says, when I was in the U.S. Army, 2005-2010, Fort Stewart, Georgia, there were rumors when the power went off for a week that they were installing a nuclear fusion generator, which made sense since Fort Stewart has bioenergy. Well, there you go. Insane Hippie Sane says Beto is the Democrat candidate for the Texas governorship against Greg Abbott. His real full name is Robert Francis O'Rourke. He just uses Beto to try to get support of the Latino community. Oh, well, there you go.
Wow. It's kind of great when you think about it.
Yep, pretty good.
If it works, it works.
Nathan Hildeman says, for Sargon, sorry. Spanish Peter criticized the paint. Also approached by a pleasure test similar paint in development. SB accused him of being on Vallejo's payroll to damage the reputation of the first paint. I am Sargon.
Immediately. Sorry.
The real Holtznator says, can't wait to go back and watch this. I'm sure it was amazingly autistic. Listen, it's been 5 fucking hours now. This is far longer than this should ever have been going on. It's like Sargon was there a lot longer than I thought he would be.
Actually, that was cool. He stuck around for quite a bit.
Yep.
I was surprised that V was the one who was the first out of here.
Oh, V's wife has his balls in a far tighter leash.
Damn.
Trainspotting Vagabond says, coming from someone who mods Ark, I'm looking forward to the game, but we need to see of it from Wildcard starting to feel like Halo Infinite a bit. I will say this, Wildcard is a very up and down developer, and they're not necessarily the best, so...
They're wild cards?
Yep, there you go.
Got him.
Jerkin McDickus says, who hasn't whooped the French? The Dahomey, that's who.
Ooh. They got absolutely plastered, by the way. I looked that up.
They did.
It was quite embarrassing.
It wasn't even very close.
It was a disaster.
Bill Holznator says, just had a fantastic turn against the initiative. Their officer constantly was spied on, captured, and dropped in the ocean in the same turn. There you go.
Beautiful.
Fuck them. I managed to fuck a faction to the point where they... Okay, so I managed to turn a counselor, and then I killed everyone on their team that had Inspire, so they literally couldn't unturn him. And so I had an Exodus counselor spying on Exodus for, I think, 2 years, and I was just using them as an org piggy bank. Give me that, give me that.
It is nice to be able to just be like, hey, and good to see you again. I'm gonna take stuff. But I'm gonna spree in my campaign that Arch is joining me for every Tuesdays and Thursdays, where I just fucking kill them. I'm just like, no, I'm gonna kill you. No, look, new agent. Get the orgs, kill. Just because Arch was absolutely right, because the idea is to keep the enemy counselors from getting skills. So if they just keep dying, they're always going to be base level while your dudes are leveling up. It means you can run circles around them.
This is the problem. There's going to be ASMR eating sounds, by the way. Sorry.
That's fine. You earned it. Food
This
time.
is, because a lot of people are struggling in the mid to late game in Terra Invicta, constantly being attacked by the enemy factions. That means you haven't been aggressive enough. You need to fuck with them. You gotta shoot them all the time. I usually go for at least one assassin character whose job it is to just kill people as quickly as possible. Because it takes, At best case scenario, when they're doing nothing but successful actions, it takes 10 turns for an agent to level up once. So if you can keep killing them, their agents are going to be shit.
Good. Keep them shit. But yeah, it does feel like that's going to be a problem, I think, in the mid to late game as they keep developing the game. Because if you actually just play the counselor game well, like the AI is going to have a hard time catching up with you. Because their agents are
The
always going
human
to be
factions
shit.
just aren't that smart.
Yep. The AIs, but it is, I get the focus is the alien. Like, the alien should be the main threat. I do hope they expand the diplomacy stuff a little bit more. Like, it would be actually really cool if you could actually co-opt, or if not, basically, what's the word? Like, convert the resistance to your point of view.
Yeah. Well, the very least get some kind of pseudo-alliance with them.
Because it's like, yeah, sure, you might disagree about the methods, but, like, the reality of the situation comes is that humanity's at stake. Like, even the Exodus should be an allyable faction, because, like, okay, we want to leave, and it's like, all right, you can leave, but we have to work together to try to survive for you to even build the ships to leave to begin with.
Yes. Black 1917, man, Black English? Kyle, help.
I can't. I don't even know my own
Black
language.
1917 says, hi, Holtz. There you go. Dark Stone says, hey, Dev, are you going to cover Coop strike in Ontario? No, he isn't. Because, he's not here, and I can make whatever response I want, frankly, at this point.
Yeah, Dev's, he also admitted to being homosexual. Bit of a shocker for all of us.
I find my fellow Canucks take on it is very different than another event with government strong-arming. Oh, we'll see. The tyranny of Canada is not so easily broken.
True, they are subjects. They're subjects of the crown, if you will.
Young Thinker 1 says, the argument for ancient guns includes such gems such as whale guns, punt guns, and hand cannons. There you go. A whale cannon would be fun, though. You could drive through the city streets with it. Scare fat people.
Fucking Christ.
Marksman of 117. Bean says cannons were legal under Second Amendment. Look at the old laws. Well, yeah. That's the thing. They simply said all weapons are legal. You could own a warship legally. Yep. But again, the idea that the founding fathers were like, an assault rifle, that's a bit much, but you're allowed to own field artillery,
Yeah, no, you could own
obviously retarded.
state-of-the-art arms, and you could own, like, a warship with cannons. Like, they didn't care. Because, like, yeah, you should be able to, because, the government should be afraid.
Yes. There's no argument for why they would, object to an assault rifle out of principle. It's retarded.
State-of-the-art equipment is fair game.
Emperor Cretin says, you can own a tank. You just have to disable the main gun, swap out the treads for special tires. Yes, officer, that's definitely not a firing pin. That is true. You can own tanks in certain states in the US, at least. I know lots of celebrities have that, where they just buy tanks, which is pretty cool.
I mean, why not? Like, I'd buy a fucking
Why
tank.
not? If I had a few billions lying around, I'd probably buy some tanks.
Why not?
Mark James says, while I still can, hashtag breed March. That's wrong. Breed Kibbs. You illiterate little child.
What? Why am I being called
Be careful.
illiterate?
Or I'll lock you in a room with the Dev.
You say that as if I'm scared of Dev.
No, I lacked Mark ashamed in a room with Dev. What's wrong with you? And you are scared of Dev too.
What? You have this weird obsession where I'm scared of everybody now.
You
Kib
are,
is basically frightened about humans.
I still remember that one time he came crying to me because Sargon bullying you.
He didn't bully me. This is clearly fucking BNN. Like, he's spinning it.
Get on the Driven says, it's okay, Keeps, I forgive. Bring back Based Boys.
Based Boys?
Yeah.
What's Based Boys?
I don't know.
Like,
But you're going to
Based
bring him
Boys.
back or you're going to die, I guess.
Who's Based Boys? Just like not good.
Princess Luna says, resending because hashtag sound Kibbs. Will Sargon and Dev join Arch and Kibbs in reviewing the entire My Little Pony Friendship is Magic series? No. Very unlikely.
You'll need millions to do that to convince him.
Black 1917 says, hi, Boog. Glow in the Dark, talking about security, ideas for videos, Sargon and Barch, and maybe Dev. You guys should cover PMCs of foreign fighters in Ukraine and increasing use of mercenaries in wars. It's like Renaissance era part 1. Maybe, but that'll gonna require a lot of digging. It's an interesting idea, though. Black917 says, hi, Glowy. And Glowy says, part 2, Libya has American mercenaries fighting each other, states using mercenaries to hide budgets and deaths. Oh, you know. You don't want that information to be too public, just in case. It might stir up all kinds of negative sentiments amongst your silly little people.
They're people?
Oh, God help.
Why do you need God to help you? Project Birch Beard.
Tooney712 says, YouTube did go to YouTube creators to make exclusive YouTube Red content. It's just that nobody cared about it. Also, they specifically ended that exclusive Red series with PewDiePie after he said the Game Boy. Well, that's exactly it. They went to which creators? The mainstream safe ones. Like Markiplier has a thing, and don't get me wrong, I like Markiplier. But those series there, safe-ass garbage. Uninteresting. Like, I want Sargon exclusives, you know? That's
Everyone
what I want. I want
should be able to
I
get
want
their own
dev
exclusives.
exclusives. I want quartering exclusives. These are the people I want. Like, I don't care about the big plastic YouTubers because they're cool for their stuff and I occasionally enjoy their things as well. But it's like that's not what's going to draw the majority of people. Like, because here's the thing: YouTube people go to YouTube for YouTube content. The YouTube Red Premiums, highly like edited and produced and directed shit. Like Scare PewDiePie, etc., is not what people go to YouTube for. Like, it's basically just television at that point.
It's boring, and nobody, like, honestly, when I don't watch television anymore, unless it's like an old, like, TV show like Stargate or something, I don't fucking care. Like, YouTube's more interesting. The people here are more interesting. The people here are unfiltered, well, partially. And that itself, that freedom, that uniqueness, feels like genuine, makes everything else feel so fake, not real. Like TV to me is like, it's fake and gross. I don't like it. I want it raw and wriggly. Archer, you eating burger. You expected me to say more stuff, but I have like the itch my eyes, and you picked a very terrible time. Like my eye itches incredibly so. Gotta screech it.
Armon Pack says, sexy VTuber Kib stream when? 10,000 subs. He's already planned to stream in an Aerith costume.
That was a joke. And I was joking,
No,
like,
it
if I
fucking
reach
wasn't.
100,000 subs, I'll fucking dress up as Aerith. I'll never reach
10,000,
100,000. No.
Liar.
I know what it was. 10,000 is playing Amnesia Dark Descent. I'm going to have a heart attack in that stream, and I will never reach 100,000 subs because I'll be dead. I will
Well,
actually
stiffed up.
die.
As a cat go.
My heart can't take it, Chet. I'm going to die.
Glow in the Dark says, hi Black, how have you been? He's very kind, that Glow guy. They're both kind. They speak to each other in super chats.
They do. So does possums. They all start bouncing off each other.
Faraya says, hey, you should know that it is illegal to own a black powder cannon in the USA without even a license. Oh, there you go. 4am says, oh, Rosa, we love you. Oh, Rosa, we love you. Hope all you chaps are doing good. And Kips, hope your game is bug-free like Necromancer.
Wait. Necromancer. Isn't that Sargon's game?
Yeah, and it is bug-free. Because it was never released.
One day it will be.
You Kips, you should be ashamed.
One day his game will be. You'll see, chat. Gotta have faith. Sometimes people need a little bit of patience.
427R Book says, let's ask the real question. Does the MTF, or femboy, count as a real wife if they make really good sandwiches? Yes, because the only qualifying feature there is the ability to cook and clean. Zerg1337 says, Carl, you gotta buy some of that Scottish land so you can be Dank's Lord. It's true, there was this retarded thing. They sent me a sponsorship proposal for this too, where you can buy like a tiny piece of Scotland, like 5 centimeters. And then you technically are a lord because you own land.
Ooh.
It was kind of stupid.
I could be really cringe about it because I have a little bit of Scottish heritage. So I can be like, I can show up and be
I
a
know,
plastic.
there's some Irish in you too.
I can be I'm not Irish. Just because I have no ginger blood, and I feel ginger is
keep saying
weak. Then I can be like, I want to be a plastic patty, but in the the Scottish version, plastic haggis. Like, actually, I know more about your heritage than you. Just show up out of the blue. I hear Europeans love that, by the way, when you do that. Like,
Caliber
it's
5
super
says the real Star Wars Battlefield 2, Ancient Greek, busy discussions on Sargon. This is good to watch for free. It's too good to watch for free. Good, sir, good, sir. Oh god, we're in Republic fucking Commando now. Jesus Christ, we've moved far.
This game's pretty good.
You fucking tard. It'll kick your dick hole in.
Yeah, but it did kick my dick hole in. But you know what's great? The AI can take care of it. This AI is way better than most modern games.
It is tragic, but yes, that is also correct.
And this game was made in like 2006 or something. Like, this game is ancient.
Mark the Same says, what about a board game stream? I recommend Twilight Imperium. That would take even longer than this. No.
What is Twilight Imperium? It looks kind of cool. I looked it up when they mentioned it. It's got pretty pictures.
Barbarians Are Us says, Dev might have a point, Kibbs. You deleted the trap book pretty quick. Whoa.
The trap book? The what?
The trap book.
What's the trap book?
You denied the trap book pretty quick.
What's that mean?
It means you're a trap.
What?
Yeah.
Bit of reaching, a bit of Halo reaching, if you will. It's like, ugh, my spine is extending.
Critical Orc Theory says, Sargon, the federal Nazgul of investigation, saw it fit to warn you about spreading Numenorian disinformation. It is a threat to our Mordocracy. Very progressive of them. Jonathan Wells, bring back Wendy, Sargon. Wendy's.
Good restaurant.
Mark Jamed, worst swordsman theory. Professionals are predictable, but the world is full of amateurs. Well, yeah. Like, unironically, the best way to deal with a guy that knows more about a thing than you is to bum rush the fucker, because it's easy. And it is far more difficult to defend yourself against a bum rush than it is to do the bum rush. Scarfy the Strange. The closet dragon they have in Africa is a Grutslang. They also have vampires called Azde Urkish creatures called Eleklok. There's an untapped world. There is, but nobody cares about it. Because Hollywood is like, but warrior women though? Yeah, but gay though.
Yeah, basically.
TFL Spunk says, damn, Arch still going? Also, welcome back, Sargon. Yes. The chat has been extra generous today, and spammy. Thus. Alfarius Omegon says, this pleases me greatly. Soon my plan will be complete, and I thank you for your support for the Emperor. For the Emperor, indeed. Artemis Fowl says, Scrump, Dev. Arch can confirm. Scrump, Dev. Both gay.
Damn, rude.
Adoman says, Terra Invicta with Rosa when? Tuesdays, apparently. Or Sundays. Who knows?
Sundays.
Marksman of 117B. Money for the Rosa versus Sargon stream and make it happen. Versus...
Noodle versus...
Maranga 2. I sent Kyle the link to the website. Please do share with El Sargoni as he'd like that stuff.
I'll send it to him.
There you go. Goldsteed says, Keffels is a Canadian trans activist on Twitch. Lotus Eaters did a video on him. Cruel. For legal reasons. She was also the one behind hashtag drop kiwi forms. Oh, that one. Oh, yes. I've heard wild rumors about that one.
What?
Rose says, Sargon D's nuts. See, that's not a good way to prove to him that you're not a man. Glow in the Dark says, Purity Ball is a frightening thing. I have never met anyone, THQ, that has done this. We can find weird things in Canada, like Trudeau, who will be the eternal Prime Minister. Probably. Like Merkel. Crazy Loon. Dev defends socialized medicine, while knowing Canada socialized medicine is pushing medical assistance in dying. Yes. To be fair, Dev did a very good video on that, and some really creepy shit. Where a dude is talking like, hey, I need assisted living care. Like, I need resources to, live in a nice way. And the doctor's like, yeah, but you have the option of fucking killing yourself, right?
Like, Jesus Christ. Any doctor that says that should have their license revoked and then thrown in prison for life.
Hopefully, yes. Like, it was really creepy.
Like, it's
Because
basically
that was
attempted
pretty
murder.
much what he was saying. Like, it's like, yeah, I mean, you could have that, but you know there are alternatives, right? You know you have options, right? It's like, Jesus Christ, motherfucker.
You're a sick bastard, is what you are. And you need
Because
to
it's
pay.
cheaper. Like, it's way cheaper to fucking pump an old fart full of cyanide than keeping him alive and in a dignified state. Like, it's disgusting, but it's the fact, and it's the rationale behind it.
It's wrong.
Todd says, Canada infinite inferior due to Quebec. True.
Quebec.
Well done, bro. Greetings, Dev, fellow Canadian. Ooh, more of them. God,
Listen,
we need to stamp them out.
Quebec
Oh.
isn't that bad. Like, I've met some people from Quebec, and they're remarkably based. So, honestly, I think the Canadians are the ones at the fault here.
No,
Oh my
keep
God.
talking, Carl. I'm chewing.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, Quebec is basically... You know what? We should go up there and liberate them and make them a state. That way, it'll be border. So Canada will have, like, Canada East and Canada West, and there'll be two split countries, and there'll just be a big, giant American cock going right through them. In the shape of Quebec. Like, my eyes would be assaulted by that border. Like, in order for one part of Canada to get to the other Canada, they'd have to go through our borders. Like, that would be just hilarious. Then we build a pay toll just to really rub it in.
Cool.
So we toll them when they enter and exit. A war crime, you might say. But honestly, think of all the things it could fund for Americans. Like, we could all get healthcare from just overtaxing Canadians.
Glowing Dark says, Canadian mercy equals forced-assisted suicide.
Or
It is the Emperor's mercy. Yeah, chick.
It is a mercy that you would give a dog. My God.
Like, Granddad, you're in pain, right? Yes. Give me morphine. Well, that's one alternative, but you know what's way cheaper?
You know, it's cheaper, Grandpa. Pulls out a gun. It's like,
Stares. No, gun is expensive. Just looks at pillow.
oh no.
Indeed. Mark DeSame says, they scream abortion is healthcare and euthanasia is healthcare, all while demanding healthcare for all. I think we should be worried. The Germans tried this. It wasn't very popular in retrospect. Bob BQ says, next Ukraine video when? When they get their fucking asses in gear and do something interesting again. You're being too lazy. We should bring Bobby Q on sometime, Carl.
Yeah, barbecue's chill. Barbecue, when are you free, you little fat
He's going to
bastard?
get us fucking cancelled because he's a hentai dev, but, such is life.
That's true. Barbecue US reparations after that. He's like, okay.
He can afford it.
Okay.
The Grizzly says, do you guys worry about the stability of China and the lack of leadership in the US thanks to President Old Man Potato Brain? Could lead to further destabilization in Southeast Asia. Listen. Asia?
Piggy.
Fucked. I just simple as. Like, China is going to collapse. It is a question of time. Either due to internal instabilities, a straight up fucking Chinese civil war, political infighting, economical problems, because you gotta remember, right now, China is earning as much money as they do by milking our asses fucking dry, because we've got so much disposable income that people don't even recognize cash as cash anymore. Like, this is the problem with moving over to a card-based economy as well, because a lot of these fucking children today, they don't understand that when they pull that fucking card in the shop, actual money goes away. Because they've never had that money. They never built it up. They've never had to experience to hand over their money to somebody else in exchange for something. It's just a little card going blip, and there you go.
Yep. Children should
Again,
be
that's why we need
taught
to teach
money
taxes
more.
in school, where you just give them candy and you take away half the candy. And then when the child cries, you just stand there staring at it, like, why are you crying?
What's strange
Why are
is
you
we
crying?
did that in our school. They actually had us make mock businesses, and then we had to buy stuff from each other.
Yeah, it's smart.
There's like a whole room for that dedicated to just like setting up like how to make a business, and then you trade with each other with fake paper currency, and it basically teaches you
It
money.
should be real currency, though. That's how you teach the real lesson.
And you have to also, keep tabs of how much money you make, and then they tax you on it.
Blade says, Cypher's Kane Series 1. I need to reread the whole series first, so it's going to take a while. Plus, I'm reading so much other stuff, too. Natoriani says, how did you and Arch meet? He begged me for a podcast appearance.
That's
And that
not
was it.
true.
That's true.
I asked,
That
like,
part is
hey,
correct. Shut your mouth.
there was no begging. I simply was like, people were like, hey, bring on Arch. And I'm like, okay. And I checked out some of his content. I was like, oh, this guy looks pretty cool. So I'm going to invite him on. And then I met him. And I was like, oh, no, he's a weeb. Reject me viewing church. I'll give you the full story
somewhere.
on my channel if you want. You can come on my stream. Because Barge probably wants this to end at some point.
Matt Blankenbecker says, Schizo Kibs.
Arch doesn't know
Barge isn't real.
Chat, don't tell him. Bart's like, what do you mean?
Gil on the Driven. Keebs, how do you make stuff? He screams at the screen. He's basically a PewDiePie, except he's missed the wave.
Sort of, but when it comes to making, like, stuff or making up fantasy stuff, like, for things, you just simply, like, come up with an idea. Do you like Vikings? Okay, that's one thing. Do you like dragons? Okay, that's another thing. And it's like, well, let's
if you
make
combine
that
them together, you've got scaly dragons with penises.
That's, and then you could have them, you know, breed Barge. Oh, I've always wanted to be bred by a dragon.
That's how they came up with the lizardmen in the Elder Scrolls series, I'm pretty sure. Somebody had a fetish. And the Khajiit, too.
Fucking terrible, and I didn't know
They
that.
live next to each other, too. That's the disgusting part. Princess Luna says Blood Bowl 3, that is all. I did see the announcement. I'm still wondering
Is it really
what their answer is to my question. Why do we need Blood Bowl 3?
Yeah,
What does it do that 2 does not? I'll see.
I'm sure they can just charge you.
Oh,
again.
well, Kyle does owe me a lot of Blood Bowl, so I guess we're going to be playing Blood Bowl 3.
God help me. Chat.
It's a relevant game, Kyle. It comes out in 3 months. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's
okay.
faster than I thought. Chat, crack open your wallets when we stream it. I'm gonna need money. I don't want to play it.
You don't have a choice. Little Holstein says, Barge, you don't understand. All of my characters have assassinate. Yes, most of them aren't good at it. They also all have investigate and detain. Well, that's the thing, yeah. Detain is useful too. He says, hi, Black. And he says, didn't we already have a pepperbox pistols in the 1700s? I mean, fuck, we had early versions of machine guns reaching back to around about that time.
That's true.
Well, that's actually... We had
hand crank machine guns.
Yeah, no, I was pretty sure. Yeah, no. The earliest instance of what we would consider a machine gun appeared in the 1700s. So, yeah, like this...
Yep, the first form of machine guns were called hand crank guns. Or hand crank machine guns? I can't remember 100%.
Well, they were actually flintlock rifles with rotating chambers with magazines and shit. Yeah, no. In 1655, a way of loading, aiming, and shooting 6 wall muskets 60 times in a minute for a total rate of fire of 360 shots per minute was mentioned in the Century of Inventions by Edward Somerset. So yeah, no, machine guns have been around for a while. You know, limited machine guns, but still.
Guns that were machine-based. True.
Outraged deer? Outraged deer? Outraged deer? Outraged deer.
He's very
That's her
angry.
name. If you had to redesign Estelia in Tilea, how do you do it? I'd make them not just Italy. That's how.
Yeah, you gotta break the mold when making a fantasy faction. That's something, maybe Barch and I can have, like, one day we'll do a stream on it. How to make a fantasy faction or a science fiction faction, but break the mold, more or less. It's like, okay, that's cool, you got Rome there, but everybody's seen Rome. Do something
I'd
new
probably
with it.
keep the idea of the merchant princes, but I'd actually make them actual merchant princes, like a merchant republic, where mercenaries would be a big deal and everything else would be citizen militia. And then I'd add in a little bit of, like, Venice in there, like with the, I don't remember what they were called, but you know those incredibly flamboyant duelist kind of guys? That kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. I know the ones you're speaking of.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Prince Luna says, Markiplier ended up making his dream project in space with Markiplier earlier this year, outside of YouTube Red. Hi Black, hi Rosa, hi Glowy. Oh, there you go. I haven't seen that, so I can't comment, but it's good. I hope. I know he did that heist with Markiplier, which was a YouTube Red thing. Noah Prague Studio says, "Hey Arch, I've been watching your Skaven RP and want to try one myself. What are some good books or resources to get a good grasp on the Skaven?" Honestly, the RP book does a very good job. Like, it goes in-depth detail and explains a lot about Skaven society. And I'd also recommend the... Is it the 4th? This is the 4th edition Skaven book. Yes, the 4th edition Skaven Army book, if you can find it, is a really, really good book. I read that so fucking many times, the cover came off. It's very good.
That means it's a good book, Jet.
Very, very good. Toonie712 says, "The people making Final Fantasy Roman numerals are led by the only sane executive in Square Enix right now. That is all. Bed now." Yep, I am going to cover that. It was very entertaining to see. And finally, I think, at long last, 427R Book says, "By the by, Arch, I'm working on a medium fantasy world with late Victorian World Wars level technology. Would it be untoward for me to DM you with lore questions so as to help it not be retarded? You can try. I can't promise that I'll be able to respond much, but, you can make the attempt, and if I've got free time, I'll respond. If not, nothing personal."
Yeah, we've got a lot of projects of our own to take care of, especially now more than ever.
Yes.
But you'll reap the rewards of those projects, Chet, in due time.
And check Streamlabs just in case, but I think... Yep, okay, thank... Oh, that took a while.
Freedom.
Right.
No.
We can wrap it up there then. Thank you all. Oh no, Glow in the Dark says, "So how is chat? Kill yourself." That's all I can say.
Everyone respond in
Minecraft
$2.
or Roblox or something.
It's too late, Chet. We'll press the button
But
by
yes. Captain Hodogok, not finally, I'm lost. There you go. Thank you all very much for watching and for your incredibly generous super chats. There was a absolute ridiculous amount of them. I am very, very grateful, even though I whinge a little bit. I blame my lack of food for that. And hopefully we'll see you all again soon. And I will be here next week. The trip to Vienna, which I'd planned for the coming week, has been cancelled, sadly, for medical reasons. Not my medical reasons, but... I won't expand on that any further for the time being. So we will be here next week as well.
So we'll see you again soon.
Yep. You can spam those all you want. I have a principle to uphold now.
No,
Fuck all of you.
bend on the principle. More money.
I'll only mention Todd, who posts a pair that says, "Hey you," because the pair's kind of retarded in a fat and cutesy kind of way.
Nice.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, champ.